Okay, we're going to cover all aspects today. So feel free to no questions are too small or too big. No questions are too small or too big. And basically what we're actually retrieving, that's why at this particular time, how many people is this stuff new to you? This stuff is new to you as far as this particular acquisition of knowledge and information. In so many words, this particular information, yeah, I think you're going to get some more chairs, or you all right? This particular information, when you see a person come before you at this particular time, and I know sometimes it's good to give those particular people a certain amount of respect when they're trying to teach you a certain amount of things, but you got to realize one thing about this when you're doing that, and just understand this. This particular knowledge is your knowledge. So in so many words, the spirit realm chose a group of people to go through this to access all this particular information, to give it back to the ones who are waking up at this dispensation of time. So in so many words, it's your birthright to get this particular knowledge and this particular information. It's your information. It's not the speaker's information. You see, it's too often we look at that person and say that person has great wisdom, and we want to turn our life over to that particular person. And the whole key is that person was just a person to reintroduce you to knowledge. You understand that's not only within you, but it was knowledge that you put down before you went to sleep and agreed to come back to get this particular knowledge at this particular time. So in so many words, you agreed to come back at this particular time to rediscover your past and rediscover your particular information, and ultimately rediscover that you are gods and not humans. You see, you agreed to do that. We asked the question right now, how many people always thought that there was something special about them maybe since they was a child? Raise your hand. I go all over the country, and I have never been in a room where everybody didn't raise their hand. And what I mean by that, for the mere fact that you are up in here, at this particular time, and you're not interested in a football game going on or a party going on, or I'm looking at black people on Saturday nights. We got damn near 75 people in a place on a Saturday night, and some of these people are young and they ain't interested in partying, then obviously you know that it's something spiritual why you are here. You're not here based on, well, this is just some good, let's go take in some knowledge or something. This is not another form of entertainment. You were born to be at this particular time, getting this particular information, because the people who are to return, we're looking at, they call it the return of the great old ones. These great cosmic beings is coming back. These people you see in the Bible, in the Revelations, which was not written by Patmos. They got they have a Persian Revelations that they got from Persia that they copied it shamelessly. You can get the book Parallel Myths. Anybody got some? First of all, we need to do something. How many people got a pencil and a piece of paper? Right. So anybody, you need to, I got some paper here, because you need to write some of this stuff down too, because we're going to cover a lot today. So if you don't have some pencil and a piece of paper, you all need to share it around, and anybody need another pen or something, or something like that. Huh?
I have 50 pens in the car. How many pens do you need?
Yeah. Yeah, go get some pens. And we got plenty.
Yeah, I'm gonna get us.
Got paper, because you need to write this stuff down, because this is no different than any other class. Emory, Georgia Tech, Georgia State does not come to the market on motherfuckers learning nothing. You see, and especially when it comes to them giving lies or whatever. No, they have truth there. It's just, you know, when you go there, they tell you time is money, and you better learn what they tell you. But they got the truth right in the library, at least there. It's something to say about the black schools, you know, on that particular level. I went to Clark, Atlanta, and shit, you know. We didn't have any of this type of information, so. But, are we still on? Yeah.
Good.
So, but in so many words, going back, Like I said, the book of Revelations, which was shamelessly taken from the Persian Revelations, and you can get the book J.R. Bierland's book. Let's see. J.R. Bierland. It's called Parallel Myths. Parallel Myths. And you can see the actual Persian Revelation up in there. And you can see that they just copied it from one another, and basically these were not the fragments. Yeah, raise your hand if you want a pencil. Yeah. These were not the fragments that came out of the Library of Alexandria and out of Hemmitt that floated around the ancient world and ended up being articles that was later on translated into what you would call the Bible. The Bible is not but a group of pamphlets and a simulation of information floating around, edited down by authors, and it had nothing to do with the real Word of God. You got take for instance, you got your book of the book of Ezekiel, and most of your first 5 books of Moses is nothing but just copied from the Hermetic text out of Hemmitt. And then you have your Gnostic scripts, which is some other ones out of Hemmitt, later day stuff, and that was later on translated into the New Testament. So you're talking about ancient editing. It has nothing to do no more than the Word of God that nobody else didn't have. The only difference here is, which has thrown people off, is the ancient world. The ancient world understood that these Abraham, let's say, what the Hebrews tried to fake this stuff is. The ancient world knew that these mystical figures, Isis, Osiris, Horus, and all of these particular figures, was number one, principles of the human body, and number one, groups of people that would resurface at the end of an era or end of an age or the end times. So most of this was prophecy, and they was talking about us. We got the actual Hermetic text that talk about that. The next thing was, these were principles, formulas, and they were mythical characters that didn't exist on one realm. At least they were mystical gods that existed in another dimension. We'll get into that in a few minutes. But as far as what happened is, by the time you had to set up whatever the Hebrew group of people, which is not the followers of Akhenaten, coming out of Egypt, because remember your Torah was written, 700 years after Moses. So these followers of Akhenaten, what they did is throwing people off based on Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. And what is throwing the people off is they historicalized sublime figures. So you got Osiris, but you also have Amun-Ra. Amun means hidden. Ra means sun, hidden sun. Amun-Ra. The hidden sun is basically your soul on the inside of you. You see, so Osiris is the hidden god in Amenta, the underworld. Then you get Brahma in India. You see, one of the same figures, Brahma in India. And then by the time you get to Hebrew, you get the word Abraham. Look at the word Abraham. Look at the word Amun-Ra. Look at the word Brahma. There's another word, Abraxas, Abron. You'll find out that these particular Amun-Ra and stuff, you get Abraham, but the only thing about Abraham, which is the same thing that the priests knew, is they historicalized the person. So there was never no sons and daughters or no Abraham that existed as a human father that fathered the people of Israel. Israel, Isis, Ra, and El. Elohim, Al. The word Al is another word for Chaldean word for Horus, or Heru. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about principles here. So Jacob, Isaac, Jacob's ladder is the backbone of Osiris, the Djed pillar. The Djed pillar is called Shed pillar. Jesus, so the Shed pillar is the Kundalini energy in the blood, or your blood vessels in the back of you. These particular blood vessels, if you rip your skin off, you'll see they got these blood vessels in the back of you. So, in one mythology, Moses' rod parts the Red Sea. Well, the Red Sea is the blood vessels in the back. And the Kundalini energy rises up and parts the Red Sea. Who didn't get a handout? You need one more? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get one.
Yeah, okay, so I got 2 left. And the rest, when they come, and the brother back there didn't get one. Yeah. You get one? Yeah. Okay. So, So the Kundalini energy rises up, and once the Kundalini rises up, you go to the higher level. So that's the Moses parting the Red Sea, the blood vessels rises Kundalini energy, which is a fire at the base of your spine rising up. It's called the backbone of Osiris, the jet pillar or the shed pillar. Jesus shed his blood, so you can have life. The same reach out of the Kundalini rises on up. So the same thing as the whole Jacob's ladder thing. You see how these go? So we're talking about metaphysical, esoteric principles later on historicalized. So sublime mythology makes grotesque history. Most of your biblical, what's throwing you off is you're thinking these are historical things that happen to people. And they're mystical principles that are inside of the human experience in the human body, but they're mystical people of a people in the future. You see what I'm saying? Of a people in the future. And the concept here, we're talking about dealing with magic today, or dealing with going to higher powers, is all in your mind as far as you got the power. It's just like a person driving a gasoline truck. One person knows to deliver it somewhere, another person can be some person that's blind and just stole the truck and riding around with all this power and don't know what the fuck it is. You see what I'm saying? So the concept here is today is to break down just exactly in the principles of just exactly how to acquiesce this power, but based on also your mental abilities to just understand what you're dealing with in the world around you. But so before we start, anybody have some questions right quick? You know, because what we're doing is more, other than a lecture, we're doing more of a seminar here to get to the bottom of some things. So anybody got a question about anything right quick, just to start things off with? Yeah, good.
Moses basically is an African word, tuck Moses.
Tuck Moses, out Moses, Moses to draw out of water.
Right, so is there any historical evidence that Moses lived as a Christian deity or a Christian entity?
No, there's no historical, the story, the only historical story we have, and that's which is good where I get the paper, Gary Greenberg's book, The Moses Mystery. Anybody, you need something, you need some more paper or something, anything, you got some stuff to write on or something? Because there's a notebook here or something. Gary Greenberg's book, The Moses Mystery. The Moses Mystery. That's a good thing about me. You benefit because I have all the scholarship. That way it just don't be, oh father, can you give me some shit? And I go, oh yeah, you know, and then you got to depend on me. You know, you can get some books. Gary Greenberg's book, The Moses Mystery. I think the Jews got on and made him change it to Bible myth. But the other one is, his other book is, then another book is Ahmed Osman. And it used to be called Moses and Akhenaten, one and the same.
What was that called again?
Ahmed Osman. Moses and Akhenaten, one and the same. So you got the Moses Mystery by Gary Greenberg, which is a Jew, high-end Jew, all types of degrees. The other one is Ahmed Osman's book, Moses. And it used to be called Moses and Akhenaten, one and the same. I think the name of it now is Moses, Pharaoh of Egypt. Is the new name. Okay. And then there's Moses and Monotheism by Sigmund Freud. So the story is you had a group of Akhenaten followers that was asked to leave Hemmitt after Akhenaten tore down the priesthood for 15 years at Tel al-Amarna and established his order of Atan, which was an Ethiopian deity of Ra-Heru-Kahudi or Ra-Ha-Kiwit, coming out of Ethiopia, Atan this, or Ra-Ha-Tidi, but he kind of misconstrued a little bit of the mysteries, but what he did is when he shut down the other priesthood, he created a form of dogma. Anyway, the priest was going to kill his behind, and they was like, you need to get the trucking and stuff. And they might have taken him out. But anyway, he had a high priest, because Akhenaten was raised in Kemet and couldn't speak his mother's language that came from Cush. So they had a high priest a Cushite priest in the Mysteries of Amun-Ra who could speak the language, and that was the actual Moses figure. But it's a combination of the emancipator is Moses, Akhenaten, and this high priest. Now the Torah, or the first 5 books of Moses, wasn't written until 700 years after this. Either this high priest died or Akhenaten died. We know it's a collaboration of two. The actual emancipator, or the actual person who was the heretic king that went against the Egyptian priesthood, was Akhenaten. But he had a high priest with him, which is this Moses fella, Moses, Tutmosis, these particular names, who was probably the person who put the actual text together by using the Hermetic text. They just basically used text that was already in Hemmitt. And one of those, the Exodus period, the Exodus thing of, now if you're uncomfortable, sister, you got that, you can chill back in the chair and you can get the brother, the soldier to see. Are you all right? You know, but the Exodus period was some scripts that came out of Egypt. It was coming out of Hermetic text about people being in bondage in a place for 400 years, and all of that stuff was talking about America. Because I said that these texts were talking about in the future. We have the Hermetic texts that talk about that in the Perfect Sermon. They knew we was going to go into slavery and all of that. 5,000 years before. And those still exist. The Hermetic text of Asclepius. You can get several books on that. The ones that's in print. That has that Hermetic text in there.
The Hermetic text of what?
It's called, it's just called a Hermetica. And the name of the book that's still in print is, get this one, because the one is going to be hard to get. One is called Hermetica by Peter Gandy and Peter Gandy and Timothy Freak. Peter Gandy and Timothy Freak. Hermetica. That one is still in print. And it's a little smaller book and stuff, and they get straight to the point. But the prophecy of where we're going to go into slavery and all of this stuff is in that particular text. So we knew we was going to go into slavery. As a matter of fact,
so that is true.
Oh we knew it. We have 5,000-year prophecy in the Hermetic text, which is some text that came out of Egypt. Hermes is the Greek word for Tahuti, or Thoth, or Tahuti. So it's called a Hermetic text, or the text of Tahuti, or the book of Thoth. You see what I'm saying? So we had those particular texts, and part of that was later on written as the book of Exodus, and these people being in bondage. You see what I'm saying? But the Hermetic text quotes, they talk about you will be in a land where the weak man will be considered strong, and the strong man will be considered weak. The pious man, which is us, or they said the impious man, which is, unrighteous man, will be revered. You can always hear him, will be revered. Will be revered. The impious man will be, I just want to teach you out the information and all. Will be revered. And the pious man will be treated like a common criminal. That's us. They said, and although your body may look Egyptian or African, your mind would be that of another race. God damn, that is us. You see what I'm saying? They said death will be referred to than life, because shit, everything. You 5 years old, you done seen 100,000 people get killed on TV. You know what I'm saying? I watched a movie, and I'm like, why did they do this? A movie on Cold Mountain. I go through this whole damn movie down there 3 hours, and they kill the nigga at the end, and I'm like, this got to come from a white man's head. Because the mythology, in all mythology, the guy gets the girl and they ride off into the sunset. There's a reason for that, because that's always the Isis and Osiris story. Because the basis of the love story is Isis and Osiris. You see what I'm saying? Because ultimately they got to get back together. That's the goal. I'm like, damn, do they always have to kill somebody? I like the movie Untouchables. They get you in, you like Sean Connery's thing, when the Elliot Ness, and then they kill him. I'm like, well, damn, I'm supposed to enjoy this. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm of another origin, and they like that kind of stuff. You see what I'm saying? So now, we are into that type of thing. So they said life will be preferred to death, And they just go into all this stuff. They say the gods will abandon Jesus. No, excuse me, the gods will abandon, let me get that right. The gods will abandon the humans. The gods will abandon Egypt. And what used to be venerated as the home of the gods will be nothing but a mass graveyard. And will be visited by all types of different races. And they said, these are archaeologists and different people like that, and all these white folks taking journeys over there every year. You see what I'm saying? So this is the text. And so it's talking to Tahuti is talking to Asclepius, which is the Greek word for Imhotep. Because when you do the Hippocratic oath, you have to pray to Asclepius, which is Imhotep. So the Greek gods, so Asclepius, which is Imhotep, is talking to Tahuti. Tahuti is giving him this knowledge, and all this stuff is getting ready to happen. And he starts to cry. And then when he starts to cry, he said, well, will we ever get out of this? And he said, yes. He said, Maya will be established. How? He said, it will be a group of Egyptians that will live in these final days. Ironically, they call the Hemmitt spirits, the Hemmit spirits, and that's just by this accident, H-E-M-M-I-T, H-E-M-M-E-M-E-T, Hemmit spirits, and it means those entities will be in the last days. And ironically, my name just happened to be Hemmit, but they talk about these things. They said, but there will be a group of entities that will be spirits that will be, first they said there will be a land that will be established at the end of the setting sun. That's the west. The sun rises in the east, comes to the west. And they said there will be a group of Egyptians that will be in this land in the end. Now, you know what? In Egypt, Cam, which means black land, the black people, Cush, Punt, you see what I'm saying? They say will be in this land in the last days. And those particular Egyptians will reestablish Maya. He said, well, where are these people now? He said they now live in the African hills, because they say the Libyan hills. Libya is a part of Africa, which is say the African hills. In so many words, they are now on the continent of Africa, or they are not, but they also said Egypt, which saying that in actuality, so they give Africa, they give a group of Egyptians, a group of Camites, and the reason why they give you two, because they're saying in actuality, these people will be a consortium of West Africa, East Africa, and all around the continent, because this thing is more than just one continent. You see what I'm saying? But in so many words, they say that there be these Egyptians or African or black people will be in America and reestablish Maya. Now in the movie Highlander, the first one, he said we got to walk the earth. We're immortal. We got to walk the earth until the last time, till a gathering. He said, well, until the gathering. He said, where's the gathering? He said, it will be in a land that's not established yet. This was in the 1400s. When he's telling the man this, he said, in them last days it'll be a gathering in America. You see what I'm saying? So you get the Camelot myth, because the Camelot, so all this is our story. So the Camelot myth was brought up is the story of Isis and Osiris, which is documented in the book, Rundle Clark's book, Egyptian Myth and Symbol. And it talks about that your Osiris, your King Arthur and the Round Table and Guinevere and the Holy Grail and all of that is nothing but the Osiris story retold, which we know because the Moors is the one that brought this stuff up into Europe, brought these texts up into Europe. So in your King Arthur story, you get the word Camelot. Cam means black land, Cush, Egypt, and Lot, so it means new lot of Egypt. So it came up, France, Ireland, Spain, and then when the British took over Ireland, they took the mythology of King Arthur and the Round Table. The word Arthur means the word Otha, which means dog star, which is, and you know, Osiris is Greek for Sirius. Sirius is Greek for Osiris. So you got Greek Osiris and you got Sirius, which is also Greek, which is also means Osiris. Also means Isis, Hathor, or Heru. It's got several things. Primordial star of all time. But in the story, in the after Arthur, King Arthur, that's Osiris. Round Table. And I'll get into the metaphysical thing of that in a few minutes. But Britain tried to be like they got the Arthur, and that was all Britain. No, they stole the story from Ireland or whatever when they got into war and all, and then he go again and try to historicalize it. But the story Camelot was talking about America. Even in their ritual, they call both the Kennedys, the New Camelot. They even mentioned that Clinton in there, when Clinton was ruled, they called that the New Camelot. So in so many words, they knew this was an American story, and the people of the gathering in Camelot was talking about us. You see what I'm saying? So these stories, and it go on and on. So you get your biblical version of you being a land of 400 years, not your own. What is this? Just not but a retelling of the same Hermetic stories. You see, but in so many words, what this thing is talking about, not only is it us, which we're getting ready to get into. We're going to pull these libations. Not only is it us, but there's nothing but us. What I mean by that, not talking about the people on earth. This is one of the great mysteries, and this is very, very lonely. But if you're at a certain level, and I have to apologize if you're not on this level, but there's nothing else left in the universe but us. Ain't no shit up there looking down on you. There is no subordinates. It's about like we down here, and we represent the bottom of the hourglass. And you take the hourglass and turn it over, and then the energy of the sand starts to trickle down. You see what I'm saying? After the sand trickles down to the bottom, there is nothing left up in the top part of the glass. All the energy that you have prayed to all these years, all the things that you have learned, is now that energy is now fused in us. Very key. Because if the government ever have to get after you, you better tell that motherfucker that you God. Because if you tell him, I believe in God, he going to say, lock that bastard up. Because the prison is full. 98% of all them niggas say that God going to take care of them. And that's when they end up in prison. Is it not written in your law that ye are gods? John chapter 10, verse 34, 36. And the scriptures cannot be broken. Get that book, Annalise Scarron's book, Ye Are Gods.
What's his name, Annalise Scarron?
Annalise Scarron, S-C-A-R-A-N-E-N. Annalise Scarron. You can either get, if you got the title right, it'll pop up the thing. Annalise Scarron, but it's called Ye Are Gods. And on the first page, they give you all the Bible verses where ye are gods. Huh?
While you're on the titles, Moses and the Pharaoh of Egypt also called...
Ahmed Osman.
Yeah, Ahmed Osman.
Osman. O-S-M-A-N.
Okay.
Right. So the government already know. You be like, oh, Allah gonna take care of me. They're gonna like, this idiot don't know that we've been in the mystery system. We figured this shit out yet. God is who ruled this motherfucker. It's like there's a battle of supremacy. And they understand about the cosmos and the energies and where it is. Now let me give you an example. There's a book, it's a little passage in a book, Kabbalah, by Gershom Scholem. Got a lot of books. You see, that's when you know a nigga knows some shit. You see what I'm saying? Motherfucker come before you and be running that damn mountain, you be like, back that shit up, and he can't give you no text. It's time out for that shit, because it's not about that nigga up there in the seat looking good. It's about you learning, because this shit is about you. So in Gershom Schrolem's book, Gershom Scholem, a book called The Kabbalah. Some of the book lists I put on the paper. In there it said that both God and man exist with this potential. But what is potential in God unfolds and manifests in man. God is just this energy or potential, and we know the principles that we have been taught based on religion, but in the scientific aspect, because the religion and science was not separated in ancient world. We are the perfecting agents of God. That's what it says. Man is the perfecting. So in so many words, that's what we are. We're the ones that bring this shit about. Not nothing up in the what you call. All that down there is the rays of initiations that emanate inside of you to get you to a certain level. You the one gonna do it. You see what I'm saying? They say what exists seemingly in God unfolds and manifests in man. Then they go on down, they say, but it's by a Neoplatonic energy. Neoplatonism comes from the word Platonism, Neoplatonism, all so all that is nothing but talking about Hermeticism, and in Hemmitt it's called alchemy. The wisdom of Tahuti is the mistress of alchemy. Neoplatonic formula, alchemical formula, means melanin. Alchemy is the study of melanin. Precious stones, but spiritual alchemy is talking about everything that's in that universe exists inside of us. And what exists inside of us exists inside of melanin, inside of the body. Because it doesn't matter how light you are. We're talking about the melanin in the central nervous system. You see what I'm saying? And that's the Neoplatonic formula. It exists in us. This chaos in the body. We're going to get into all that in a few minutes. I'm going ahead of myself. But just to set the paradigm up for what we're talking about here. Y'all all right? Yeah. Is this interesting?
Yeah.
It's inside of us. So in so many words, this is how we get this thing. You say you wanted the power. Is we still are looking at this thing as us being subordinate. And we calling on energies that is outside of us. Now these energies exist. They exist in another dimension. But the conduit or the gateway in which they manifest is inside of the central nervous system and inside of the energy of our bodies. You understand what I'm saying? Right. But we are one with them. So you're saying, well, how can I be one with God or above God or whatever? Look, or with God. If you take this water and dip it in the ocean, and the ocean represents God, you heard me talk about this a lot of times, is not the content in this bottle the same as the content in the ocean? It's the same. Well, the energy that we talking about, we permeating when you talk about this Kundalini energy, and the chakra systems, there's 160 of them, we got 7 major ones. That particular energy, you see what I'm saying, is all it is. It exists inside of us, and that which makes us gods, or the deity. You see what I'm saying? So, at this particular point, you say you want the real deal at this particular point. The way this stuff works is based on your mindset of finding out what you are. Are you humans, or are you gods having a human experience? We are gods having a human experience. Our nightmare. You see what I'm saying? You see, so these are the concepts. It's just that the Romans, man, I should have brought that damn tape. I should have brought that tape and let you. The Romans are the ones that, we got enough outlets. Oh, damn. You can't do everything. The Romans are the ones that turn the Jesus figure into an objective entity that you got to look at outside of yourself. Because the Horus, because there's several names of this thing. It's Horus. You got Hercules in Greece. That's a form of the Christ figure. You got Jason in Greece. That's a part of the Christ figure. Now, when I say Greece, I'm not talking about white folks. These are the ancient black Etruscans, Eturians, people that the white folks migrated in. But we still, be honest with you, go to Greek right now, those people are dark people. As a matter of fact, one of the brothers in Greece, when I went to Greek town and was doing a lecture up in Detroit, and went to Greek town, and went to Greek town, the guy was serving me was your color. I said, where you from? He said, I'm from Greece. Hell. He said, my family's been there since the beginning of time. So we talk about black people. You see what I'm saying? And most of the white statues you see was made in the late 1800s. You know, I'm talking about the white people just literally went over there in the late 1800s and made these statues recently, about 100 years ago. That's crazy. A Renaissance period. You go to Hemmit, you go to any other place, you see shit falling all off of people, or what they didn't knock off the nose. You go to Greece, the statues are perfect. They made those statues about 200 years ago. Cuneiform. Did you think the oldest writing word, that shit was made at the University of Chicago? Made at the University of Chicago. Cuneiform. You gotta know it's a fake shit. They ain't got the 4 or 5 tablets that's supposed to explain all this damn history. Hell, you go to damn Kemet, you have a whole damn temple with hieroglyphics from top to bottom, and you can't get all the history. Well, how the hell you gonna get all the history of Samaria off a 4 or 5 little piece of rocks? You bought that. That shit was made at the University of Chicago. What's that? What's that, brother?
How can I reference, research?
One of the brothers that did the research on that is Brother Walter Williams. Wrote a book, Historical Origins of Christianity, and a new book, Historical Origins of Islam. Those Walter Williams, he did the research on that and stuff. And he told me it was from made at the University of Chicago. This is interesting here. They got Champollion, who's supposed to be the guy who went and translated hieroglyphics. He didn't translate shit. They had a few little alphabets that he was able to get. You know how they got hieroglyphics? How they do everything. They went outside to a motherfucking nigga on the street. The nigga on the street looked at the shit and could read it. And that's how they translated hieroglyphics. Now, if you go to the University of Chicago, this story is prevalent because the sister Raketi Wimbley, who is one of the only black Egyptologists, this woman who could read Metanetta at the time, she told me the story in her home in New Jersey. Now, I know this to be true because I got a guy named Yehoshua who used to speak on my tapes. Learned how to speak Hebrew in a damn week. So good until he was at Boston University teaching rabbis how to speak, because some of the glyphs, because they don't have melanin in their eyes, they can't see certain curves and they were getting shit wrong. So I know that you can learn the stuff in a doggone way. The reason why I know that and stuff, let me show you what I'm talking about. I was up in Philly. There was a guy up there. They had this white boy come and build some space-age machine that these corporations is using, clay and all kind of stuff. The white boy go back to Europe, Germany or something. The machine might break down in the middle of something, and they can't fly this white boy in from Germany. They gotta wait, and they got some production. You know what they do? They say, go out in the street and get a nigga from around that liquor store or something. This brother here said, I was on the damn street. He said, white boys come and pick me up, take me to a room, this big ass machine. He said, I didn't know what it did or what it was for. He said, all I knew was I could fix it. And we know niggas like that right now can fix cars. There was a nigga, man. I said, where you get this fucking bum ass nigga here from? I said, you know this nigga crackhead? He said, yeah. Every time I see this nigga here, they got him around some mechanic shop fixing Mercedes, BMWs, and all them German cars. He said, a lot of Negroes can't fix them shit. So he said, this the nigga I pulled over from the street and gave some money. His brother could fix anything. I said, man, how the hell you do that shit? He didn't know nothing about no magic or nothing. He said, look, I pray to the Lord. and I go to bed at night, and when I wake up in the morning, the shit is blueprint in my brain. He said, I got so good one time, I stepped to a woman's car and put my hand on the car, and the damn car started. See what I'm saying? So my point here is, it's called genetic memory bank.
That's right. DNA.
So that's how they was able to get the stuff. And so the cuneiform and all that, that was a joke anyway. We didn't even have to even deal with that, because it ain't up a 4 or 5 plate tablets. How you gonna get a whole history of damn Samaria, Babylon, or whatever on some little old tablets? Some bullshit. And they saying it was older than hieroglyphics, but they done found a hieroglyphics that's older than that. Plus, the hieroglyphics are the hieratic, Demotic, and stuff you get in Kemet. They said that when you go over there, even not Renoka Rashida, your boy, Ashra Quazy, so they got about 4 or 5 scripts that they can't even translate. Hell, when they built an Aswan Dam, they covered over 300 temples, covered them over in Nubia. Now, they claim all the stuff that they needed, the water and all that. Look, this is 300 temples, but the reason why they covered them over because that was Nubia, and they knew that they wouldn't be able to front that the Egyptians was white and all this other type of stuff. Now, let me tell you how this thing also goes to clear up some stuff. They had all these people, the Hebrews, the Greeks, the Romans and all these people, and they were all black now. You see, none of these were white folks. That's later. That's a fabrication. And they were all in that land, and they had all these languages, but they didn't have a script. Guess how they got these scripts? Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic. Because it can't be no savage Arab. The Arab is so savage, so he wipes his hand with his left hand to this day. Some of them wipe their ass with their left hand to this day. You see what I'm saying? These people were some of the most savage people till they sat on Hemmitt for 1,000 years until the white man had to come and start unearthing that stuff. Those texts that we have, the Egyptians wrote those texts for their language. So they would come and say, we need a text for this language. And the Egyptians would write out a text, an alphabet and text, and give them that, and they'd learn the language. That's how you got all that shit. But we talk about masters, gods. So that old cuneiform, that's a joke. But when he told me University of Chicago, I laughed because I knew how they do things. But it ain't nothing but 4 or 5 tablets. How the hell you gonna have 4 little clay tablets that's supposed to explain everything in the universe? So that's all a joke. That's all a joke. One of the oldest languages is Hemmitt, the Meta-Netta, or Hieratic, Demotic, and Meta-Netta, and also Sanskrit. That's in India. Because remember now, that's the pre-dynastic Egyptians, the Kushites. The book, Wonderful Ethiopians in the Ancient Kushite Empire by Drusilla Dundee Houston. Black woman wrote that in the 1930s. That Kush, Ethiopia, used to rule. All of Arabia was Kush. All of Egypt was Kush. All of India was Kush. All of Sumer, all that was one land, the Kushite Empire.
What was the name of that book again?
Wonderful Ethiopians in the Ancient Kushite Empire. I think they still sell it at the Shrine of the Black Madonna.
Yeah.
By Drusilla Dundee Houston. Y'all all right? Is this boring you? Okay, we got to get all this stuff out of the way.
Drusilla Dundee?
Dundee Houston, yeah. So now, moving right along in this physical thing, what we setting up and stuff is, ye are gods. That's the mystery. Now, this is funny how this thing works. Because you set it up yourself. Let's say you decide you want to follow somebody or follow something. And guess what? By you being God, when you decided, you got to do that. So, under Christianity, the way the laws go, when you sin, you actually sin. Why? Because you up under a system that you either voluntary or involuntary decided you want to follow. So under that system, you wrong. See, that's the way it is. It's called cause and effect. As above, so below. As within, so without. As on top, so up under. The laws of correspondence. So if you set up that law, if it's bad for you, it's bad for you. So if I say, drinking is bad, and I believe that, guess what? Drinking is bad. But if I say, no, this ain't nothing but some damn shit, we don't even exist. This is only a damn illusion. And I drink this. Just depends on your mindset.
That's right. That's right.
You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
So, you put limitations for yourself based on your trainings.
Right.
Who said fucking was bad? But people that they had a lot of your homosexuals, what happens is this here. When a system goes nomad, they have a civilization and everything is harmonious. And that's when you see more of a correspondence between the male and the female. But as a civilization, if they break down and if they go nomad, and they becomes, nomad just means they just dwellers. They just go all over the world or whatever, just traveling around. Usually when the system comes nomad, then the first thing they do is the males, when it's a hostile environment, the first thing they do is the males turn against the females. You see what I'm saying? Like even in the European tradition, they would stick a hole in the damn ice. And they go up under there and they pull out some fish. And they can say, well, the fish is abundance this year. That's fine. But when the fish was low, they say that they have to kill every other female child. So in sexism is a book more than racism. When a system goes nomad, the first thing they do is turn against the woman. You see, turn against the woman. On that particular level. So then certain things become taboo. Then a certain female hatred, which is nothing but an extension of homosexuality. So you know, you be a manly man and say that bitch ain't shit. You still a fucking faggot. The xenophobia and all that homosexual stuff, it all comes together. And the hatred of a woman, although you could be the manly man, and you could be screwing 1,000 women. Never got poked up the butt. You still a part of the gay realm because you hate the woman, and that's the origin of where that shit come from. You see what I'm saying? It's real key on that type of thing. You see, so it's just now. On the other hand, see, it's like chaos. Whenever you try to fight it one way, it's gonna come back the other way. On another hand, when you deny males the right to not tap into their, when you deny the males the right information to tap into their feminine side, then the body has to overcompensate, and then it jumps and goes to bisexuality. See, that's an imbalance. Male and female have both a masculine side and a feminine side. And so when a woman is denied her masculine side, you see, sometimes it overcompensates, and that's when you get that type of thing that's going on. That's a psychological disorder that happens based on society. Because in so many words, we all both have a male and female side. Because ultimately we're nothing but concepts or different aspects of the divine feminine. You're going to get this goddamn magic to work for you. You got to understand that. The male is just the masculine half of the divine feminine. You see what I'm saying? And that's the concept of this. Ain't no father what the outside. That's some faggot shit. It's about the great mother. Now the key here is we're talking about the Typhonian system, which existed in pre-dynastic Egypt before the first monuments was built. It was already destroyed before the first monuments was built. The Typhonian system, our Phidian system, a Draconian system, is the realm of the great mother. I just gave you a zodiac for the people. The zodiac here of the Temple of Dendera. Everybody got one? The Temple of Dendera is the oldest zodiac known to man. Although the Temple of Dendera, now let me say, this is the Temple of Dendera, first of all. This is the Temple of Dendera. In the top of this temple, see, am I still on? Am I still being? In the top of this temple, you got that? In the top of this temple, I'll sit back down since you would do it there, and when I get ready to stand, we'll. In the top of this temple is this zodiac. Now, is this zodiac of Dendera, which is now in. The French blew it down and took it to the Louvre in Paris. They put up a plaster one up in Hemmitt. But, and in the top of this temple is this zodiac. This is the Temple of Dendera. Now, what I'm giving you, let me show you now. I'm giving you these pictures. If you take these pictures and put them up in your house, wherever that temple was, or wherever that temple is, you bring that energy in your house. Right. This shit is real. They didn't build these shits just for pretty pictures. You get the real deal shit. Let me give you an example of what happened. Let me give you an example. I was working at the AU Center. A friend named Spiegel in the AU Center. I was working for him. And he hired me to deal, because I went to school there, so I dealt with the students. So he had me to come in there. I just called out and almost tell them to come get their food, and I dealt with camaraderie with the students. And in the AU Center, because I had gone to Clark over there. So I worked for him for 4 years, and he paid me big time money under the table. So I was up in there one time, because this nigga got cheap, decided he gonna let a nigga cook. Because in the summertime, I'm just calling out, so all of a sudden he put my ass on the grill. So and I could cook real good on the grill, but shit, this nigga ain't had no nigga. I wasn't no short order cook. I was taking the damn grease and was dumping that shit in this little hole. The way it wasn't supposed to be, but the motherfucker, he gonna get cheap and put a nigga on the grill. After I left, the goddamn stove was on fire. That damn grease caught on fire and started. Now, let me tell you what happened here. I had these pictures, this Dendera. This is the temple of Horus. I gave you both the male and the female. This is going to be your energy base. You're going to get a lot of energy from these. These are very important. I had about 5 other temples that we will produce in the next couple of months. I had the wall with all these Egyptian temples. The damn backs, the kitchen burned up in the stove. They came out before it got the stove. Just the kitchen burned up, and the back wall that was near the kitchen, where I had all this stuff on the wall, the back wall burned up. It burned up the damn store license. It burned up the where you get your little your rating for your inspection, and it burned up all other paper on the wall. But these pictures, this Dendera, it was a damn thing. I wish I had put it on video. We walked in the store, and these pictures were sitting up on top of black ash. And I had about 10 pictures up there, these Egyptian temples, and none of them was burned up. Want to know why? Because this energy on here is the same damn energy that's in Hemmit. You see what I'm saying? That's in Hemmit. So I just want to put that. In the middle of this zodiac, you will see a picture of a little hippopotamus goddess. It's one right in the middle. She's a hippopotamus goddess. She got a little cane, and she got a little dog coming out from her. That's the mother and the son. It's the oldest concept of God there is. Now, this temple was built in the Ptolemy period, which is the Greek period. What it was, they had a papyrus and a crack in the wall of an old temple that they tore down because it was so old. And they took the papyrus and they made a new temple from it. But the engravings, and they took the bricks from the old temple. And so this temple, this zodiac is 90,000 years old. The concept of this zodiac. So we're talking about a Typhonian in origin of the great mother, and the mother and her son. You see what I'm saying? So how does this break down to the human body? Because we're going to get into this magic for this libations. It breaks down to the human body and stuff. Even they did a thing in the early 90s where they cut open a man. You know, and they said that the cells and the tissues inside of just the male's body is the same cells and tissues that lines the vaginal walls. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about different entities. And it's like, what's the name said? A man is a degenerative female. Well, we know that and stuff. They say, well, I disagree. Well, we know that based on sex. Like they say, and so there's a mystery to that. When God was handing out the shit with sex, the woman got all the stuff, and then God, you just say, well, shit, here's some leftover residue for the man. Because the simple fact is that she got a system. She can have as many orgasms as she wanted. She trained herself. And she can go all night with multiple people, and we get one little nut, and it's through. That's it. See what I'm saying? You through deep. So obviously one is more superior than another. But the mysteries is man becomes closer to woman and superior to woman when he learns how to have orgasms instead of ejaculations. Right. On the Shiva aspect, and once he starts doing that and learning how to maintain it, on the Shiva aspect with orgasms instead of, and orgasm and ejaculation are two different things. We're going ahead and so we'll get into all of that. We got the books, and there's an excellent book on this book list called Tantra, the Cult of the Feminine. It's the last book before The Magician. Andre von Leisbeth. That's the one to get. We got several other ones. But a man becomes that with a woman after he learns how to maintain her. Because the first thing happens here is, once you learn how to go indefinitely where you don't come, then the first thing starts happening after a certain while. She starts getting her particular orgasm. Then what happens here is, once your penis gets to a certain level, you start sucking in her energy. See, a woman is a succubus. Negative, not negative in the evil sense, but she draws in. She's the black hole. We're the dagger that sticks out. So even our energy comes out of the penis. So once you become equivalent to her, yeah. Once you become, now we can finish this. Once you become on that level where you don't ejaculate, you become one with her, and your penis actually becomes a vagina. It becomes just a big ass clitoris, because all the penis is an extended clitoris anyway, because it's a clitoris until what, the last couple of months, last 2 months or something, it turns into an elongated penis, or elongated clitoris. So we talking these things, and we still talking about these dual forces. You see what I'm saying? And we don't get into this shit of being inferiority. Like I said, Africans didn't say that they... It's a stupid question to ask whether you was inferior to your mama. It's a mute question, it's stupid. You want to change on that? Yeah, we're going to go into this thing. Y'all all right?
Yeah.
Okay, we got a lot to cover. A lot to cover. We got a lot of things. So these things I'm giving you here, we're going to get into these things. These shits work. They work. Let me see. Okay, we on? Okay, now. All right. So now what we get ready to do now is we get ready to go into this lecture. Well, not a lecture. We're going to go into this type of stuff of how to get this. Yeah, it is kind of cool. Well, I tell you what, just see how it goes first. You have to adjust to that shit, you know. Yeah, that's kind of cool out there. Yeah. You did that. If you, for what we've said thus far, does anybody got any questions? You see, because we don't want this to be a lecture. We want this to be more of a roundtable seminar where no questions are too big or too small. Yeah, what's that?
The question dealing with spirits in a sense. How do you know when they're present?
Well, first of all, you're saying about with the spirits. It's going to get to, sometimes it'll get so powerful in your house until, well, it can get to the point where you can feel them. You'll be able to see them out the corner of your eye.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be honest with you. There's no time that spirits are not really present. It's just that every now and then you become aware of them. You see what I'm saying? We live in multidimensional worlds that's corresponding with us at this particular time. There is no, they say we are not local, we're not foreign either. Which means the only thing that is different is your brain is telling you that this here is the only thing it is, and the other stuff doesn't, you know. It's just like if somebody that came and, when you get hit in the head, you see stars, those are entities. That means you done been jarred to the point where your brain is not so much in control to give you the 5 senses of the physical illusion. And so therefore you see things. Or you see what I'm saying? So when people took certain things like the peyote or the sacred mushroom or types of mind-altering drugs, only thing they were doing was allowing their brain or the rational functions of the mind to go in a small recess to the point that they could witness the world around them. So it's the whole notion that they gotta come from somewhere. There's no such thing as space and time. It's just the only thing here is what is separating us is the actual human brain. This is the matrix. You say the matrix, well, this doesn't exist. The only thing to tell you that it exists is this human brain that gives you this touch and this feeling and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? The matrix that they talk about in the movie is the human brain. You see what I'm saying? It gives you these signals and the wiring of the brain that gives you these things that make you think that this reality is a reality. You see what I'm saying? So, in so many words, the first thing here is to understand that there's no such thing as you being separate from them. Now, as far as the experience of stuff, the first thing you need to do is this here. To make way so you can get a certain amount of spirits around it, you need to get a certain amount of spirits that's negative. Now, I'm not talking about evil, because evil doesn't exist. I'm not talking about moralism. We're talking about this. You got certain people have fucked up thoughts, negative, always thinking low, messed up thoughts. Sometimes, 2 things will happen. They can bring those thoughts and stuff into your house and then lead the shit. It's called thought forms. There's a book out called Thought Forms by Annie Bazan. Thought forms. Some of these thoughts, a person can be negative thought. Annie Besant is her name. She also got a book called Esoteric Christianity by Annie Besant. Let me see, there's another book called, I'll tell you the name of it. For the people that try to understand the Bible thing, there's a name of Annie Besant. B-E-S-A-N-T. There's another book called, I gotta get the name of the guy's name. It'll come to me in a minute. It's a book on the esoteric wisdom of the Bible. It'll come to me in a minute though. But anyway, thought forms. Let me tell you what happens. If you got negative, some negative people, they have negative thoughts and then they die. And when they die, those thoughts still live. And they go up in the astral plane and bounce around until they find a host. And a host, they can only gravitate towards a host, and the host is a person who's thinking negative. Or, you know what I'm saying? And so they'll latch on to you or they'll come in your house. That's why you got to get some stuff called, what's the name of that stuff? It's called creolin. Let me spell that. You got to get this stuff called creolin. How you spell creolin, you know?
C-R-E-O-L-I-N.
C-R-E-O-L-I-N, creolin. All-purpose cleanser. What you put that in your house, anything negative got to get the hell up out of it. Smell like, got to get the hell up out of it. It smells like strong magic marker, like permanent magic marker. Now, how many people got hardwood floors? Because you got hardwood floors, that's good. But if you don't, if you have carpet, you at least got to do the bathroom or the kitchen. As long as you get that shit in your house, mop the kitchen with it. And nothing negative got to stay in your house.
Where do you pick it up from?
See what they do. See, this is what they're doing with the government. They're coming in and they're giving you CVS, Walgreens. That's for a reason. That's to take these old mom and pop drugstores out of the neighborhood. So there's only a few of them left. The one now that you can get stuff from, and they might have a few bottles. And last time I think we bought the last bottle, but you can call it and they can order it. It's one called Miller's Rexall Drugstore, downtown on Mitchell, off of Mitchell Street. Just we should have brought that phone now. Just look at the thing and get Miller's Rexall Drugstore. They sell it. They sell it. They sell all kind of the mojo stuff that, you know, it's a botanica, you know. Like there's one thing you need to get for money is something called a buckeye. A buckeye is a little nut, look like a little nut. And you take it and you wrap a dollar bill around it. You take that dollar bill up and you wear it in your pocket. Let me see, I got one. I think I put it in my bag. They sell them down there. They sell multiple things. We'll get into some stuff, spiritual baths and all that, but going back, I call a buckeye. You wrap a dollar around it and put it on your person and it brings money. Another thing, I gave you one here. Cause this is well, the one you want to deal with is this one here. This is the goddess Lakshmi. I put this in your fold out. This is the goddess, huh?
And also, you take the money oil and rub it.
Oh, there's some stuff called money. They sell all that down there.
Yeah.
Money oil, court case oil.
Court case.
Yeah, niggas need that shit, much as niggas in jail. They got all that shit down there. That's still a magic stuff.
You said it's downtown what?
Mitchell Street, I don't know the name of that street.
It's near Underground, right?
Mitchell, I think is that Pryor Street? Let me see. Okay, I'll tell you what street it is. There's the street right behind the one that they catch the bus. There's Alabama and there's Pryor.
Right side.
Northside Street. I think it's Pryor.
Yeah, it's right after P Street.
Right when you're on P Street, you go on the next block, and that's the block.
Yeah, Miller's Rexall Drugstore. I think that's Pryor Street. That's the street. And you go there and they sell all the little magic stuff. Candles are very essential. And this is Lakshmi. This is the energy that's on the planet at this time. This is Mayat returned. She wouldn't return as in the word Mayat. She returned as Lakshmi. This is the one that give you her history. She's the goddess of prosperity and wealth. But she goes further than monetary. But here, right here, on the second page of her information is a mantra that you can do, an affirmation every morning and every night. They got 7 times, but most niggas work. This is for people who ain't got a lot of time and can want to sit around 7 times a day. But if you did it in the morning and did it at night, it's the same as the Think and Grow Rich concept. Feng Shui, she's the original Feng Shui goddess. So you want to clean your house. Clean your house up real good. And then use that Crayola to get those negative entities out of there. And then you want to recite this thing to her, and she brings prosperity. You see what I'm saying? The gods will come back, but they'll come back, when they come back based on what reason they will show up. Well, we're not dealing with concepts out of books, and we're talking about real life shit that's actually happening. And so they will come up at this particular time. This is Lakshmi. Lakshmi is the Egyptian Heru, or Hathor, which that temple of Dendera is built after. She's Sumerian Ishtar, Babylonian Ishtar, Sumerian Anana, Greek Aphrodite, Roman Venus, West African Erzuli, or Izuli in Voodoo. She has many names, but she is also the East Indian Lakshmi. The reason why she's Lakshmi is because they never stopped worshiping her. So as a result, the energy still goes up. We're going to go into how this magic works in a few minutes. But anyway, this is the one that you call on. You align yourself up. But this is prosperity is also not necessarily just monetary. See, sometimes you miss it. Let me give you an example. Me and the sister got a certain energy. So when you get the right 2 souls come together, one that's equivalent to my energy, then certain things start happening. So when we start to bumping and grinding, motherfucker, thunderstorms start happening and all this. And so as a result, when we realized what was going on, the goddamn roof, the ceiling fell in the dining room because of the water, because it had a roof in the leak, a roof leak. So, now where was I going with this shit? I was going somewhere with this thing. Yeah. Okay, now prosperity. So now this brother came and we said, "Now we got to get that roof fixed before we get the ceiling fixed." Because all it's going to do is wet the sheetrock and it's going to do the same thing. And the plaster. Brother came by one Sunday, got on top of the roof, patched the damn roof, patched up the leak. Now, you call somebody to do that, they might charge you $700. But see, that's how she works sometimes. So sometimes you don't just look all the time based on the money. Currency, sometimes the prosperity comes in several ways.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? Several ways. You might have a certain hookup. You know what I'm saying? Like you late for a plane, and then all of a sudden the plane get delayed based on weather. Well, that's spirits to do that. You see. So now going back to your question, once you set up an environment, pretty soon you will just know they're around based on the essence and certain things that might happen. Let me give you an example. They got a temple over in an island called Java. And there's a temple called Borobudur. And on this temple wall, they got the history of slavery in both that and the temple of Angkor Wat in Cambodia. I got a tape on this shit, Africans and Asians.
Yeah.
And so I did a whole lot of work on the Angkor Wat stuff, not knowing it was on his tape. I watched his tape about a year earlier, but my research would led me to Angkor Wat in Cambodia, Vietnam. Then I was going to this temple called Borobudur on the island of Java in the south in Indonesia. So I did a lecture in Chicago last weekend, and a week ago today, I said, down. I told people I got to go back and get this book. It cost about $75. I got to find this book. It cost $125. I said, but I got to break down and get it. Because these pictures you get, this book is now maybe $300 just to get these type of things. This book here is $300 just to get these. You see, those pictures of Lakshmi, that book is about $200-300. So what happened is this. I went to this store in Chicago and I found the book. The book was $125 new. It was $75 used. I said, damn, I wish I could. And I opened, I said, well, the bind is a little cracked. I said, I wish he could take something off this book. And just then he walked by and he said, damn, man, I can't sell that book. He said, look, it's separated from the cover. I'm like, you can't. He said, well, I can just give it to you half price of $35. I said, sold. Now, I knew damn well when I took that book off that shelf, that book was nothing wrong with it. Later on, when I got that thing, it was the god Shiva that came forth and said, I'll fuck the book up so you can get it. Because there's some stuff up in there that I need. So what I'm trying to give you examples of how prosperity also works. You see what I'm saying on that particular level. on that particular level. That's how the prosperity thing also works. And we're going to get in a whole lot of things. So let's post some libation, because today is a very powerful day. We got a lot of books and stuff like that. We got a lot of books that we got to give to people. And like I said, the book list is some of the selection. And we'll go through some more books that you can add to that book list, and I'll probably update the book list. The book list. But I want to pour some libations right quick. Pouring the libations changes the energy in the room, it changes the energy in your house, and these particular entities are no different than formulas. So when you pour these libations and stuff, it is for protection, but it's also drawing out the energy from the inside of you when you pour the libations. So that's the reason why we pour libations. Why we pour libations. Be sure to note, and we'll go and get into this on whatever. We're not talking about moralism, because that's political. Most of the moralistic things was the ancient Romans, the Hebrews, and later on the Islam, which is interesting here because, and it makes common sense that they said that the Quran was put together by the Jews. Now, the reason why we say that is well, if you know anything about ancient texts, if it wasn't put by them, why the first 5 books of Moses end up in the Bible and the Quran? You understand what I'm saying? If it was a new book, it wouldn't have those, because there's a lot of ancient texts floating around. Why the first 5 books of Moses end up in those 2 things? So that means we're talking about a political thing to further a doctrine throughout that land. Very key. They're also supposedly inspired by God. Well, it depends on what you understand based on that, or what do they mean by that. But whenever you pour the libations to these entities, you acquiesce a certain amount of power. Now the key here is when you humble yourself and not arrogant, it's never to humble yourself to a deity. You humble yourself so that you allow your soul time to access itself, or you allow your soul time to express itself. So what happens is this here. Most of us, we function based on ego, which is the illusionary self that is fooled into thinking that it is real. But it's only an illusion. The soul is on the inside of us, sleep. So most people don't exist. Their souls are asleep. The reason why you are here is because your souls have just woke up. So we're like in a daze period, and we're searching to find ourselves. So the more and more you neutralize the ego with the humility, it's not humbling yourself to God above. It's humbling yourself so that you give your soul inside opportunity to wake up and to know itself. That's the whole deal based on the ego thing. You see, based on the ego. And so, and you do this by rooting out and asking yourself the question, well, why am I here? Why am I doing this? If I'm doing this for some type of self-aggrandizement, some type of pleasure based on entertainment, because I want a new form of something to appease myself with or to show off with, or am I doing this because I generally want to know the truth and want to get to the end of why is it the way the world is the way it is? Like they said in the Matrix, you always knew something was wrong with the world. You just didn't know why. So in so many words, that is your soul saying, I want to know myself. So you humble yourself by neutralizing your ego. By neutralizing your ego so that you, so your soul gets to know itself. There's several techniques and stuff on this. And one of the things is, so the first thing you got to do here is you have to basically, because I know some of the people here, and this is very, very basic, some of the people here have shortcomings because of family. Right now, your family, if there's something fucked up in your life, it's because you got some family somewhere with some kind of thing, and you're trying to live up to something with somebody else. In the spirit world, what you call your family is not really your family at all. See, what happens is this, if these souls get down here through choosing a certain path, a certain vessel to come through. Once it gets down here, they are your family in the rearing stages. Once you are grown, they no longer are your family anymore. That's why you can be conscious and trying to do some stuff and your family don't want to hear it. You see what I'm saying? They're not your family anymore like you think. You have no relationship with them. Certain things happen also. Some souls come down here to teach the parents. And some souls come down here to get taught some type of lesson by the parent. But when you become enlightened, you are a star child, which means in so many words, you're not even related to those people. You see what I'm saying? Every now and then you'll get a family where you get 2 or 3 people that's conscious. I got 2 brothers that's conscious. And this conscious. And my mama is conscious if she hears it from my youngest brother. She didn't want to hear shit I got to tell her. But I'm just trying to say, hell, there is there's questionable even in a conscious family. And then most of the people, you might be the only person in that family that's conscious. But it means in actuality, what we're talking about here is this being an individual. In the particular aspect is your path is unique to you. And I'm going ahead of myself now. So you pour these libations, these are to the certain entities, but these particular entities are not for you to venerate or worship. These entities are given power, and in so many words, the power is being harnessed outside from you. And in so many words, they are empowering you or opening up the centers inside of you. So the gods is 160 something chakras, and there's 160 something pantheon or whatever. Or multiple things. You're only calling on the energy centers within yourself. You are the vessel that's having this experience. You see what I'm saying? Y'all get where I'm coming from? Any more questions before we go into question and answer right quick? Before we go into the libation? Okay, let's do the libation. Now, go ahead, yeah, good.
If you can't find a Creole, is there anything else you can use?
What you got? What you get?
As far as...
Yeah, you can use. Yeah, you can use.
I would say just regular.
Just regular.
Cleansing, yeah.
No, let's start with the sage. Bring in the sage.
Oh yeah, sage and frankincense, myrrh.
Frankincense and myrrh to clean out the thing. Sage.
Yeah.
And also you can also use this. Now this is different. Now this says rich and rare. Let's just start with this is how you make an elixir. The art of distillation, or the art of alcohol, came up to Europe by the Moors. The Moors got this science out of Egypt. It came out of the mystery schools of Tahuti, which gives you the alchemy. Alchemy is the study of all the elements in the universe. So alchemy, you get the word chemistry comes from alchemy, because chemistry, chem. But alchemy is the high art of ancient Kemet. You know, when anybody in that motherfucker talking about I'm Osiris and I'm this and I'm doing this kind of shit. He ain't never taught you about alchemy. He ain't talking about ancient Kemet. Let me see if there's a... That's why I got the book list, because that's... Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about here. I have to go with the Spirit. I know I say I'm going to do this, but I have to go. When the Spirit give me shit, that's when I got to roll with it. Let's see if I put this book down there. Kundalini, let's see if there's any book. Dictionary of Ancient Deities, which is a must-have. The Emerald Tablet by Dennis William Hawk, H-A-U-C-K. That's a book on alchemy. He gives you just a historical aspect of alchemy. How it came from Hemmitt up into Europe and even in the United States. Half the shit they be doing rituals is to line up certain things alchemically. The government. The alchemical aspect here is the high art of ancient Kemet. So what is the royal art? Everything they talk about breaks back down to alchemy, which is the study of every particle in the universe that's outside that we have with nature, but also on the inside of the body. And then, okay, then there's some stuff outside of the universe that's outside of Universe A, which is what we are in. Universe A. We talk about Universe B. So they'll tell you something like comets and meteors or something that was leftover particles formed that was left behind after creation. Well, the great mystery here is inside of our bodies, because we are the ancient entities, we got some stuff on the inside of us that is outside of this known universe. And that's what melanin is. Because there's Universe A and Universe B. There's a sister. There's several things, but you want to get, what's the sister? Her name is, you look at, her name is, there's a book, I think it's on there, I think it's called The Modern Sex Magic. But get that book, Modern Sex Magic, and in the back of that book, there's a woman talking about orgasmic magic. Orgasmic magic. In there. We're going to go into some of that today. Modern Sex Magic. And in there she's talking about going between Universe A and Universe B. Universe B. Universe B is the other side. That's what we're slipping into. Everything inside of our body, in the universe, and even outside of the universe is inside of our body. We're the ones that have that. Because we are nothing but what's left behind from a leftover dimension inside of us. We'll go into that in a few minutes, what I'm talking about here. Y'all all right? So now, when you pour the libations, you line up those particular frequencies. Now, what this is made up of is this here. So, they understood the art of alchemy, the Moors that came out, it was nothing but Egyptian priests. And so the alcohol that they taught, the distillation that they taught the Europeans was a more holistic part. Still alcohol, but the Europeans did to come out cheap or whatever. They had what is called their fermentation, where they split up certain grains and stuff and made vodka one here, gin one thing here, bourbon one thing here, scotch one thing here. Whereas the ancient one is those particular distillation is based on light and dark. So listen to what I did here. So I went and bought some R&R. This is a rich and rare Canadian imported rum, Canadian imported whiskey. And what I did is I'll go in and I would mix this with some white rum or white gin. So you mix light and dark and put it back together. Therefore, the entities will come. And so when I mixed it and made it back into my elixir, this stuff can heal. So let me give you an example. I had some entities try to strike me or whatever, and we're gonna get to the other side too, as far as some ones that don't want us to rise. I'll get into that. But in so many words, they messed my whole mouth up. And so some of the entities came through and said, mix the light and dark. They said, you guys, what you got? I said, well, I got some gin and I got some scotch. So mix that shit together. And so what happened was it was a conduit. So when I mix it together with the alcohol, what it is those spirits came up in there and they repaired my mouth better than what it was 20 years ago. Everything in your body can be healed You could take the long way with herbs and the diet and all this type of thing. But then again, you can go with some high magic and heal your shit and stuff like that and all. So certain ways to heal certain things also. So what I did was, this is a mixture. This is called elixir. We'll get into the elixir also as far as for magic. But anytime you buy any alcohol and stuff, you know, like any high-end shit like cognac and all that old stuff, they drink the hell out of it. And that tequila. What's the one of that one they like? Cuervo. You see what I'm saying? So so this is just a conduit to bring those spirits through. And so that's how that works. And there ain't been no religious organization that didn't do it. Like I said, they even did it up until the early 1900s, until Welch's came up with Welch's grape juice. And then they started having wine, you see what I'm saying, in the regular churches. So alcohol is all, even at the Holy Roller Church, up until the 1800s, they had damn wine. You see what I'm saying? At least. So that's just a part of the spirit life. So now this also, if you can have Creole, you can also hook your house up by splitting four elements also and bring these things through. Okay, let's start out. But since the day is a day of Lakshmi and the goddesses of love, we'll start off with them. So the people that know what I'm talking about. Lakshmi, Ashe. Ashe means power. And several other things, but one of the things basically means power. Lakshmi, Ashe. Vishnu, Ashe. Venus, Ashe. Aphrodite, Ashe. Astarte, Ashe. Ishtar, Ashe. Anana, Ashe. Erzuli, Ashe. Debalwedo, Ashe. Edawedo, Ashe. Ganesha, Ashe. Brahma, Ashe. Shiva, Ashe. Sarasvati, Ashe. Durga, Ashe. Now give me some 9 Ashes. Parvati, Ashe. Vincho Swasa, Ashe. Rama, Ashe. Krishna, Ashe. Radha, Ashe. Kartika, Ashe. Kali, Ashe. Ganesha, Ashe. Hanuman, Ashe. Garanti, Ashe. Tara, Ashe. Durga, Ashe. Lalita, Ashe. Yama, Ashe. Sita, Ashe. Rama, Ashe. These are Native American spirits that came, earth, wind, fire, air, water, ether, that came through on election day. I guess they needed to come through to balance out something. Yakaipa, Ashe. Boson, Ashe. Galvez, Ashe. Fleeman, Ashe. Vimrig, Ashe. Cooperini, Ashe. Bilfra, Ashe. Treyanka, Ashe. Puriyanka, Ashe. Lavado, Ashe. Luigi, Ashe. Atama, Ashe. Porowado, Ashe. Ogawadi, Ashe. Leoa, Ashe. Godugo, Ashe. Biwasta, Ashe. Yamagi, Ashe. Brigida, Ashe. Segun, Ashe. Keku, Ashe. Haniel, Ashe. Tarek, Ashe. Hanai, Ashe. Arun, Ashe. Aduma, Ashe. Joseph Harvest, Ashe. Artemis, Ashe. Athena, Ashe. Diana, Ashe. Apollo, Ashe. This is going right along. We got Ishtar, Ashe. Otincha, Ashe. Tiesha, Ashe. Sheola, Ashe. Shumala, Ashe. Omagumu, Ashe. Alcala, Ashe. Lokeo, Ashe. Tacambo, Ashe. Lalila, Ashe. Owalensu, Ashe. Ishtar, Ashe. Nonu, Ashe. Noku, Ashe. Mana, Ashe. Imatu, Ashe. Titi, Ashe. Joba, Ashe. Babylonia, Ashe. Aya, Ashe. Oya, Ayo, Ashe. Amalek, Ashe. Drakon, Ashe. Notorio, Ashe. Mona, Ashe. Neptune, Ashe. Litu, Ashe. Ehelo, Ashe. Teli, Ashe. Ezadi, Ashe. Kasimbo, Ashe. Nisaba, Ashe. Abiulukea, Ashe. Pazuzu, Ashe. Lucifer, Ashe. Numeresh, Ashe. Mayak Tekbo, Ashe. Sektek Boat, Ashe. Sekmet Boat, Ashe. Seka Boat, Ashe. Hinu Boat, Ashe. Heru boat, I say Heru's boat, I say Set boat, I say Atarti boat, I say Hin boat, I say Amp boat, Himbu boat, I say Ra boat, I say Antu boat, I say Nuke boat, I say Osar's boat, I say Aset boat, I say a few of those, Amin Ra, I say Nekabet, Uwajet, Amit, Apep, I say Hemmitt spirits, I say 4 sons of Harish, I say Anpu, I say Tahudi, I say Thoth, I say Sashet, I say Selket, Bastet, I say Setmet, I say Setmayat, I say Raheru Kahudi, I say Newt, I say Haddock, I say Rahakuit, I say Hamaku, I say Hamakis, I say Hamerti, I say just a few more. Also I take your Minty, Satis, Alakis, I say Satis, I say Heru, I say say Nebhurt. I say Isosophis. I say Mut. I say Mary. I say Medusa. Mamamidai. Diana. Psyche. Naoku. Diana. Sebekronos. Tao. Melanion. Atalanta. Aristobu. Ochitna. Minerva. Gargan. Melacene. Dambalawado. I say Adawato. Simbi. Azuli. Bridget. Ransamani. Arabi. Tanit. Alisa. Delic. Atamet. Anana. Astarte. Aphrodite. Ashura. Aneth. Babelo. Shri. Baba Yaga. Melacene. Kaliya. Tara, Tidma Hamadayas, Kamala, Hekati, Jimina, Stephanie, Surah, Sophia, Jaya, Harry Hera, Shiva Hamapadati, Kundalini, Hermanubis, Athene, Netronet, Pan, Dionysus, Tammuz, Adonis, Baal, El, Mil, Minotus, Electas, Terebus, Pegasus, Yama, Agotema, Metatron, Nagas, Mamu, Unkulus, Nakuba, Umbelaga, Umbaba, Uwawa, Labu, Bacchus, Thames, Eros, Papakras, Baby Krishna, Baby Buddha, Guade. Just a few more, y'all. I know that's strenuous, but, you know, I got to do this at least 3 times a month. Or if I don't do them every day in the house. Mama Shula, Mama Pasha, Asheeshka, Mama Koka, Leowa, Akio, Kosiku, Silio, Genovita, Astanaman, Alatan, Maka, Astanaditi, Shuganadek. Let's see if there's any more. I think that'll do for right now. 1, 2, 3 family members, the Hemmit family, Shaw family, Davis family. Start calling out your family members. It's passed on. I shake, 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 I shake. So, okay then. So, get that out of the way. Give the gods their energy. Now, let's go into, now, is this thing picking up a glare?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I can see.
I can see it down some.
Yeah, you can put it down some, yeah. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah, it's good. It's great. Give me a question.
I heard you say Lucifer as one of the names that we said.
Exactly.
Who exactly is that?
Lucifer means the pineal gland. Remember, one man's devil is another man's god. The Egyptians, one that you got to take that and roll that. Yeah, that way. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, that's cool. Can you still see that? I don't want it too dark now.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. One man's devil is another man's god. What they call satanic is the gods of yesterday. That means that you got one group of people that came in, and it is customary in the ancient world, if you got a succeeding religion that's coming after the preceding spiritual system, is you always name the other one gods and goddesses the devil. So Lucifer just means light bringer, and the light bringer is the pineal gland. That's why even in the Bible, that's why the ancient priests understood that the neophyte or the common day people, they got moralism, mores and different things, so you don't bump into nothing. You gotta have a strict code of ethics. Most of those ethics that they had was basically political. Those things went along with civilization. They went along with the people. So in so many words, they would take moralistic things that would be codes and ethics to survive in the actual civilization, survive in the actual community, and they would encode it into these particular sacred texts. And over the years, the people started thinking that these things actually had something to do with God. And so moralism has very little to do with spiritualism. Let me give you an example. The modern day Christians say when they study the ancient texts, yeah, whatever you got to do. You got to turn it up a little bit. It's a little too dark. Just to do a little, it's a little too dark. I just want to take a little bit, but you can still take some of that, yeah. Let me know when it brightens up.
Oh no, you can close it.
Oh.
You said the...
Yeah, close it, make it darker. There you go.
Okay, yeah, okay, I see you trying, okay. Man, what was my thought? Okay.
Modern day Christians.
The modern day Christians, was something I was getting ready to say about moralism. Okay, about moralism. As far as moralism goes, you would have one is set in motion for behavior. It has very little to do with spirituality. Spirituality is something totally different. The modern day Christians say when they look at ancient texts from the ancient world, when we talk about ancient world, we talk about before 2,000 years, before what is religions. Religions are a new form of worship. Religions are only about 2,000 years old. Before then, they had educational systems which included a whole spiritual ecology also. So when they looked into the ancient world, they said these people didn't have moralism. No, they didn't have moralism. They were dealing with religious things. Moralism has something to do with your rites of passage based on how you was raised. So the Africans went through a rites of passage. And in their rites of passage, based on their culture and customs, they learned certain things was taboo that you just didn't do. You see what I'm saying? That coincided with society. Well, like incest and different things like that. No, you know, they had people that didn't even have a jailhouse. Right. Why? Because murder was taboo for most of the part. You see, most people didn't get murdered unless they had invasions where people came in and killed them. But as far as the society, it was taboo. You see, it's hard for us to think of that because we've been living with a person. We've been living in civilized barbarism. Right. It's not civilization, it's civilized barbarism. There's a difference. You see what I'm saying? So, even John Henry Clark took a bunch of children over to Africa in the 80s, and they played with the African children. It might be a little different now, because they done had some shit that done went on over there with the government and put Africans against Africans, but I think it was in the 80s, maybe in the 70s, but they played with African children for 3 months. It was little children. He took them over there and they played. They said, after that, he said, what happened that was different than America the whole time you all was playing? And they came and they couldn't figure it out. He said, you've been over here for 3 months playing with these children, and the entire 3 months you didn't have one fight. So it's possible that you could have a civilization where certain things, you understand what I'm saying, is not synonymous, are not prevalent in your civilization because, you understand what I'm saying? Because you have a rites of passage and a customs and culture that don't produce that. You understand what I'm saying? So in this particular case, you didn't have need for behavioral systems encoded into a religion. So therefore you could be about the level of religion, or no, of spirituality. You see, so in so many words, when you really think about it, we have been cheated out of spirituality because so much of what we deal with in religion is based on how you behave. And spirituality have nothing to do with that. You understand what I'm saying? So one is a political system that was devised by a group of people that want to keep a control over people in a certain society.
That's right. That's right.
And the other one is a spiritual system which has nothing to do with what you do morally or social behavior, because you learned that from growing up in your society. You understand where I'm coming from? You get this? Now try to understand this particular part. Spirit told us that those books came about because they knew prophecy. They knew that the white man was coming out of an icebox and coming out of a cave that didn't have no form of a civilization and behavior. And he would need a guidebook to go about just to learn how to be human. So therefore, a lot of this stuff was encoded into the Bible, which makes sense to me because look what he did to the world with the damn Bible. Can you imagine what this beast would do if he didn't have no code of ethics? Hell, he damn near broke every law known to man on the planet to this day with the Bible. As a matter of fact, the devil in the book don't even go with the white man because the devil in the book is a damn Mickey Mouse. They got to create a new mythological character to deal with this white boy because we ain't never had nothing in mythology to this day to describe what diabolical shit this motherfucker doing. You name it. You understand what I'm saying? You name it. 90% of the foods you eat on the planet now is all artificial. You see what I'm saying? And don't fuck around no more and go to these Japanese and Chinese restaurants.
Oh, yeah.
Those are cats and rats.
Yes, sir.
Those are rats. That's a whole nother story. I got a lecture on that shit recently. Those are rats they eat. The Mexicans came over and they know how to make a rat as big as a chicken. Mexicans now work for the Chinese, and they started, and so what it is a cut. So they and the CDC got in on it, and so what they started doing is they started serving rats. It's a delicacy over there. Where they are, in China, if it moves, they eat it. That's on National Geographic. So they start serving rats, and the CDC say, good, serve them to niggers. And in the black, and if you go to the underground, you'll see, if you go to the underground now, you'll see on the food court, you'll see everybody with a toothpick. Used to be one Chinese, Japanese place with a toothpick. Now everybody got a toothpick. You can walk around the food court and eat the food, and by the time you get to the end of the food court, you can be full. Yeah, right. That's because most of that shit is rat. Because they make them as big as chickens now. The CDC is in on it too to see what they do. Get the movie Demolition Man. They was eating rat birds. Right. They say, you see any cows around here? Exactly. Now the reason why I know, I just did a lecture 2 weeks ago in Columbia, South Carolina, and the sister said they was on the news telling niggers not to kill these rats because they got rats now running around as big as dogs and cats. Because the Mexicans is done, the Mexicans are everywhere, and they know how to feed them to make them big. And they say, well, don't feed them. They say, because the Mexicans use them for their chili and their tacos. That's why Taco Bell was all up in damn Demolition Man. And so I said, wait a minute, hold on. Why did the damn news come on? NBC News down in Columbia, South Carolina, Channel 10 will come on and say, don't poison the rats because the Mexicans use them for chili and food. Instead of telling the damn Mexicans, look, you motherfuckers don't be eating no rats because these niggers is going to poison them. But it was the other way around. That's because they're serving them shits in the restaurants, too. They don't want people to get killed. The wrong people walking in and get a poison rat. That's what I'm trying to say. In the Asian food, where you got all that shit chopped up, and since everything tastes like chicken anyway, there you go. There you go. Don't eat no motherfucking... I'll tell you... Don't eat none of that Asian food, man. Because that shit... And the soy products now, they got a synthetic, it's called genetically modified soybean, and it shuts down melanin. Yeah. That's a whole other thing. We'll get into that in a few minutes. But the point I was making was here is that white man needed the Bible in a code book just to learn how to behave, because he didn't have the behavior. And look what the motherfucker did with the book. You know what I'm saying? We got the land, he got the Bible, now we got the Bible, and he got the land. And that's been the world supremacy all over. And that's why this Pope down was great. Because the papacy has been one of the worst realms, and they even sanctioned slavery. Right. You see what I'm saying?
He's a Nazi too.
And the new one is a doggone Nazi. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? The old one helped smuggle, gave the cyanide pills supposedly to Hitler, but we don't even know that because they can't find Hitler's body. They say Hitler died in the 50s or something. They smuggled him out of there. Yeah. And they said on the History Channel they had so many lookalikes.
And just to share with you, when I was in Germany, this girl I was with at the time, her and her brother told me that Hitler was staying in California.
I would agree because Hitler was a part of cult society. And the biggest people in the occult in America at that particular time was the people over out in California. Out in California. That's why Master Farad Muhammad, whatever it was, which was a real person actually, he was out in California before he went to, and he was out there teaching some white folks out in one of the schools out in California, and he used them to finance his trip, and he doubled back and went to down New York, went to Detroit, and started teaching the black people there. And the white folks was mad, was trying to kill his ass because he used their money to get over there to teach them, and he taught them for a couple of years, and then they hauled ass over here because everybody was looking for a spiritual master from the east, and he used them to get over here at one of them occult societies and stuff like that in California, and then haul ass Detroit. And once they found out, when Elijah Muhammad surfaced, and they found out when they tracked him, they had a worldwide manhunt. When the government tracked him, they found out he was in Detroit. He had taught these black people for 3 years, and then they was trying to kill his ass. And that's what that shit was about. So yeah, California was real big based on that. You're right. Hitler survived that whole thing. Hitler survived that type of stuff. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. It's all, that's what we're here for.
When you said, when you were going through the libation, and I was going Yashe, when you said Lucifer, I went Yashe because in my mind immediately I went to the morning star.
Right, that was the part I was getting ready to say that I forgot. In the Bible,
serious, because you didn't say Satan, you didn't say Satan.
Well, no, even that.
But you went to Gorgon, you went to Medusa, you went to Pegasus, which is a flying horse.
Yeah, Pegasus, all that. Yeah.
And then you didn't say Jesus, but you said Athena, and you said Artemis, I think, and But basically, but Jesus is Greek for God Zeus, and you didn't.
Jesus.
And you didn't introduce.
I didn't do Zeus because Zeus is a demiurge. We're gonna get into that in a few minutes, but I want to piggyback off of what you said here. Two things. In the Bible, Lucifer appears in Genesis as the morning star. By the time you get to Revelation, Jesus is the morning star.
Right, that's true.
Right. Is the morning star.
So,
the mystery here is
that's why I say,
right. See, if you're talking about formula, see, even the damn priest that put this together understood this. Okay, you look at this. Two incidents, and one is the same Jesus story. They say that Job wrestled with the angel all night, and in daybreak, Jacob wrestled with the angel all night, and in daybreak, he saw the face of God, which was called what? Pineal gland. Pineal. Pineal in Hemmitt is called Heru, light. Heru in Hemmitt is called great face. Heru in Greek is called hero, which means what? The great face, face of God. So Heru is face of God. You see what I'm saying? Pineal is the great face of God. You see what I'm saying? Now, Jesus conquers Satan. When you conquer something, it's not talking about a physical fight. When you conquer something, you synthesize. So you say, I have conquered mathematics. You understand what I'm saying? Satan in the darkness is the ancient primordial realm that he doesn't know about because he hadn't gone through it. So it's seen as evil, prime evil. It's just those mysteries, or it is those energies that are dormant that you don't know anything about it. When you conquer it, you become it or you synthesize it. So in so many words, what this is talking about, Old Testament, New Testament, old body, new body. The ancient priests, okay, now let's get this right. The ancient priests understood this thing as being not good and evil, but different formulas. Now, so to break this down, the ancient priests, you got your exoteric religions, and you have the esoteric spirituality. The exoteric Christianity is Christianity, you know, Jesus and on the cross and all that. The esoteric Christianity is Gnosticism. That's where it came from, because it came out of the Egyptians had this thing in Coptic Egypt. They even had a Jesus there. And the Romans took their stuff, made the New Testament out of these Gnostic texts, and then killed off the Gnostics. See, when the Gnostics said, hey, wait a minute, we got this Jesus, and there ain't no man walking around no damn Jerusalem or no Rome with no Herod and all that shit. It's talking about Horus and the end of this and all this, and they say, kill them motherfuckers off. You see what I'm saying? The esoteric Hebrew is the Torah, the laws of Moses, and all that lie. The exoteric is Kabbalah, the Kabbalistic system, the tree of life. The esoteric Islam is the Islam and Moses, and the angel spoke to Gabriel, but to Muhammad, and Muhammad was illiterate till the day he died. How the fuck you gonna get a Quran from a motherfucker that was illiterate till the day he died? Which was written by a Jew and all that. But Bilal, actually, they say the slave, which actually wrote it. I'm on these planes and they got this recycled air with these crackers. And so every time I get off one, I have to, yeah, we got to tell them spirit, right? Knock that shit out. Okay, yeah, go ahead, cut it off, we go. Chemtrails out there you got to watch out for. We went out yesterday, and they must have dropped something. A sister called us from California, said they had dropped something in the sky and got everybody coughing. We went out yesterday, and last night when I got out, I said, something is wrong. We did, something is wrong, and didn't do anything, I had on this wool shirt, so I knew it wasn't changing the weather, and it's the chemtrails out there. They dropping some stuff from the sky, and all it's very key. So I went and got some cough syrup. See what that is. Well, shit. You want stuff to work. Now, okay. Now, let me, first of all, I've been in the spirit realm for the last 15 years, last 13 years. It's been I've been in the spirit realm for 15 years. Hell, it was about 9 years before I even knew I was in it. So 5 years, I didn't even know that I was in it. You see what I'm saying? And I know about the spirit realm. And that's why I can tell you, not just based on ample study, which is key too, because because I studied for 10 years on different systems before I even got into the damn zone. Now, first part of my study for the first 10 years of it was to access all of this esoteric information. And I went to the bookstore damn near every day and numerous amounts of things. But since 2000, I've been in the spirit realm as far as a crossover into the particular realm. Now, I know all about the whole alien thing and all this type of thing. If it ain't no green-looking people out here coming, ain't nobody being abducted. The people that's being abducted, that's European phenomenon, and that's the United States government. There's a book, Man-Made UFOs, from 1947 to 1994. That's when the book came out. And in so many words, there's two kinds of UFOs, or two kinds of spacecraft. The things we deal with are not physical. Never were and never will be. The things that are physical that abduct people started from Area 51, and that is the United States government and the powers that be. Think about it. Why in the hell would somebody have the kind of technology to get here light years away, abduct somebody? They pretty much know, and my point is this here. It's interesting here, all this UFO phenomenon, we don't never see that shit in the ghetto. You don't have no reports of no black people being abducted damn near. If they are, you get one or two. Like I knew one black woman that was the government fucking with her. But all these white folks being abducted, and this is when you really ask this question. If all this abduction going on and all this UFO phenomenon, what they talking about, why are they hitting the black community? Black people walking around oblivious to the information.
When people get abducted, they don't come back in good spirits.
No, man, listen to me, man. Now look, you asked me to come here. Now you can deal with spookism, or you can deal with straight up scholarship and straight up experience. There is no aliens out in the universe. It's irrational. Think about this. I want you to think of this as information, but let me try to explain something to you. Now just listen to me. It is irrational. Let me explain something to you, brother. Let me show you something. You Nuwaubian, right?
I'm a brother.
Well, are you Nuwaubian?
Yeah, we all Nuwaubian.
And I'm going to show you something when I'm talking about mind control. We get to the bottom of this. Since I got in the car with you, and since you've been sitting in here, you have asked me to document my sources. You ain't dare ask Dr. York not once to document his damn sources. You took his shit as face value.
You can't say that. But I don't want
Now,
to
come on, man, come on now. You took his shit as face value because the simple fact is there ain't no bibliography in the back of his books.
That's not true. You got stuff.
Majority of that shit, man, come off the dumb shit.
Nah, I'm telling you.
Majority of that stuff, because I've been knowing this man long before you even, when Egypt was evil in 1990, with the Leviathan books from 1990. This is the same man that attacked Dr. Ben in 1990, when Egypt was evil and the ark was a symbol of the devil. Now, I ain't got to say you can get all his Leviathan books in 1990.
But it depends on what school we're going through, though.
Man, look, this what I'm trying to say is this, look. Now, check it out now. You can deal with scholarship. You can deal with scholarship. And you can deal with the real shit, and you can stay in the fantasy world. Now, the choice is yours. You see what I'm saying? Now, the choice is yours. Because I've been out here long goddamn time, and the government been knowing about me for years, but they don't dare want to fuck with me. You see what I'm saying? They don't want to fuck with me. You see what I'm saying? Harvard, the government received my information in 1994. They got all my shit. And Harvard came, Yale came, Dartmouth, and all these colleges started calling me to come lecture. And I already know what that was. Because the same time, it was the same Miles College. They came, what Miles, or not Miles, it was King's College that came and got College to come up there. College to come up there. And then attack him and the whole congressional shit. So I'm trying to say, it ain't no big deal. I'm just trying to say, the reason why they don't fuck with me because they don't want to fuck with me. Now, I'm just trying to say, I'm trying to say this here. This is what I'm trying to tell you. The majority of that shit ain't got no fucking bibliography. You see what I'm saying? They got no doggone bibliography. And what I'm trying to say here, there's a progression of information. Now, you can learn the information, and that's going to take you to the other thing, or you can pussyfoot around and believe shit. It's the difference between your belief system and what's real. Now, just rational alone, why the hell would somebody come down here, bypass the majority of people in the ghetto, which is the people who are the original people and the indigenous people, and go straight to some crackers and abduct them and do all this kind of work with them? You see what I'm saying? My point here is, if you got that kind of technology, and it is proven we got the knowledge to know every science of what in the world. If we got that kind of technology, why the fuck we gonna come and abduct somebody to experiment on them? We supposed to already know that.
You know
what I'm trying to say here, that's government hoax. There are no physical UFOs. Now there are vessels out there, but they're not spiritual. They're not physical. They are spiritual. And the things that we are dealing with are spiritual. I can show them to you tonight. They're out there if you want to see them. I can show you these things tonight, but they're not no tin cans. That's government. All that UFO information that you're getting and stuff, most of those things are round spacecraft created from Area 51 since 1947. So what has happened is this. You got a conspiracy going on. I just want to say this one thing. You got spiritual things that is out there coming from other dimensions other than planets. It's a difference. Planet hell, Sirius takes you 8 light years to get from, and that's one of the closest one in the fall of our solar system. You see what I'm saying? Hell, we can't even go to motherfucking California. We can't go across time without running out of gas. So the cracker can't even produce no fuel that could take us from one planet to the other. Hell, he ain't never even been to the goddamn moon. That's fake. They created that right out in Hollywood. It's even in the movie Diamonds Are Forever. Sean Connery's last movie before he came back in 83, in his last movie as James Bond, they hoped that was a whole hoax. And everybody in that Apollo program from 1961, the majority of people are dead. They faked all of that type of stuff. My point here is this. Now try to understand this type of thing. The physical side of the UFOs, what it was, there was a whole spiritual side that people had been seeing things all over the world that they were going to have to answer to. So the government decided to come in with the physical stuff, start abducting people, have the same little old green bug-eyed suits Now the green bug-eyed suits, if you get the movie Fire in the Sky and go to they was on the ship, they showed a closet full of the suits hanging up. So when these people report seeing the same thing, those are suits that these people get into, and they drug these people all up and they see the same images. The real image that came from Aleister Crowley's vision of Lamb that he got in 1919 that they aired at Greenwich Village up in New York City, and they took that picture of Lamb. Let's see if I got some pictures of Lamb. They took that picture of Lamb and put the bug eyes and been seeing the same little shit over and over again. That is government. That is government. You see what I'm saying? My point here is, I deal with the same spirit traps. I got one follow me all the time. It's been following me the whole time. The other week I was on the plane and the plane dipped. And everybody kind of jumped. And I looked outside and the ship was right out there. But I know what that ship is. It ain't no physical ship with no bug-eyed people from no other planet. It's no different. Even your boy Pat Robertson. You got to understand these crackers that run this world. The ones that's on TV. They don't run this world for not knowing. Even Pat Robertson, when Independence Day came out, he said the people are looking for this physical bullshit. See, this is when, you know, he do all that Jesus shit, but then he had to come on and he started dropping. Because he don't put no cracker, got a whole network if he ain't down with the Illuminati and all that shit. He do the Jesus shit to keep motherfuckers dead. You see what I'm saying? He came in and said, these motherfuckers thinking there's physical ships out here. He said, but there are spacecraft and there are aliens. But he said this, he said, but they are angels. They are entities. There was a book called Thompson put out called Angels and Aliens back here in the early 90s. See? You still might be able to get it. But the thing about it here is this here. Now, you talking about that thing out there. The Michael Talbot's book, The Holographic Universe, and he's getting it from the occult realms. It's all explained in the Kabbalistic system, which came off the Temple of Komombo in Egypt and the Temple of Dendera in Kemet. You see what I'm saying? Temple of Dendera in Kemet. See, this is what I say. You ought to be able to trace certain things back to when your people were speaking and make the analogy. Then these crackers and new motherfuckers coming up with this new shit that you can't find. Right here is the same concept of the UFO, where you see these gods among the boat. You see that all over Kemet, especially the Temple of Dendera. The gods among the boat. Now, this is the key on that, is this. These gods are nothing but components of us, so that means that we are connected with the ships. I'm going to get into all that type of thing because I gave you something in your package that looked like this. You will see something in your package. See, this is based on scholarship. You see what I'm saying? I'm saying you can fool around with the, what's going on.
Now, what about things like the Dogon tribe? What about things like the...
Yeah.
What about, because you know, the Dogon tribe talks about what they call the Nomos.
The Nomos. I got an extensive study on that. My first take was on the Dogon.
They talk about the Ark, and the Ark...
The Ark. Nomos Ark.
And then what about the ancient Tamarans, where they talk about the different troglodytes, or the reptilian beings? Or what do they talk about?
Okay, look. All right. We're going to get into all that. That's good stuff.
How about the zoo?
Wait a minute.
What about Shaka Zulu?
You fucking with the master.
What about the 100 billion stars in the stars?
Wait a minute. What I'm trying to tell you is this. Listen to me. I just said, I didn't say that there weren't aliens in spacecraft. I said that they weren't physical.
I'm just checking you.
No. Wait a minute. Hold on. What I'm trying to say is this. Now listen to me. Now go back. Everything I just said, didn't I just show a picture? Y'all got to listen to what I'm saying here.
That's
Just listen
elementary,
to
though.
me.
I feel you.
Yeah.
Listen, I just said, I didn't say that there were spacecraft, and hey, no, you're going to get this, I gave him one. But I'm talking about there's a yantra in there. Give me what you think. There's a picture that's folded up.
Oh, okay.
Right here. This thing right here.
Ah, okay.
This is called a Sri yantra. Later on, you know it as the Mandela in Tibet. You know the Mandela in Tibet. Now, let me give you some example. This is where we get trapped. In Kemet and around the world, They call the Nagars in Asia, in India. They call the Uraeus crown in Hemmitt. You see the serpent all over the world. Now you got a bunch of new niggas come up like David Icke and a bunch of people telling you that they are physical reptilians, and that was a cloak. That was a whole government setup. Let me explain this shit to you. The reptilian people mean the people of the Uraeus crown, which means the people who have full access to the Kundalini energy. That's us. That's what it's talking about. Hell, even in science, they talk about a reptilian brain and all of this type of thing, which is talking about cerebral cortex. It's the people with the full access to the Kundalini energy inside of us. Now then you get, this shit started with Zecharia Sitchin. Zecharia Sitchin works for the Jews. The Jews in 1978 said, look, we realize now that the whole Egyptology and all this type of stuff is getting away from the branch of Hebrew that came out of Hemmitt, and now we must come in and we must not only did we try to carve out a history for ourselves with this, with Judaism, now we got to go into this metaphysical thing and we got to carve out another ancient metaphysical history, and they chose the main scholar, Zecharia Sitchin. And all of a sudden, what used to be the reptilian, which was talking about the Uraeus crown and the serpentine crown, which was the Kundalini race and the full access to the Kundalini race, all of a sudden start becoming physical reptilian beings.
Yeah, physical reptilian beings on the wall of Egypt.
They got ships on the wall of Egypt.
I didn't say, you all not getting this thing, what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm saying that is symbology.
We're going to get it.
Okay.
Your thing.
You ain't telling me shit about Egypt, nigga. I studied Egypt for the last fucking 19 years. Well, on the walls, I tell you all the goddamn temples there. Temple of Como, Temple of Esna, Temple of Dendera, Temple of Karnak, Karwari. Old news. I'm just trying to say here, I know all of the particular stuff like that. What I'm trying to tell you is this here. Yes, they have ships. Didn't I just show you the bark, the celestial bark with the ship? No. I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to tell you is this. It's symbology. See, this is it, what I'm trying to tell you. Now, you want to get into the magical aspect. There's two, but just listen to me, because this is all important.
I agree.
See, if you want to be revealed information, you see what I'm saying? You can't flinch at what's coming to you, because there's a wall you got to break through.
There you go.
You see what I'm saying? Forget what you know. Break on through to the other side by saying, no, just take what you got and set it to the side and just listen. Then you want to get to the other side I'm trying to show you, but you see what I'm saying? Look, now,
come on with it.
There's reptilian beings on the temple wall, but they don't mean they physical reptilian beings. They are symbology. Now, let me explain what I'm talking about. The neophyte comes up, and they are trained that everything is based on the apparent, literal. The priest will come up and go, well, you was thinking it that way. That's the first level of this. But in so many words, it's esoteric, which means that these shits are not literal. They are components on the inside of the constitution of your physical body and on the inside of you. There's no difference between the ships and the damn chakras. Now here's a mantra. This is the damn spaceship. Right here. This is the supreme mantra. Before you get Mandalas in Tibet, you get the mantras or the yantras in Hindu. Right in the middle here you have what is called the Bindu seed. The Bindu seed is the pineal gland and the clitoris and the G-spot in the woman. You see what I'm saying? These are all esoteric terminology. They didn't have no fucking literal reptilians, or you would see the literal reptilians now. They are symbology. They are symbols. Signs and symbols of primordial man, Albert Churchward. Myth and symbol of ancient Egypt, Runnels and Clark. And the neophyte thinks it is apparent, and that's how you get trapped. And that's why you can't break on through to the other side. Let me give you an example. In the book Sacred Science, E. Schwaller de Lubitz, R.A. Schwaller de Lubitz, Sacred Science. I'll show you what I'm talking about. There's a picture on the temple walls of, I think it's on the temple walls of Luxor, of the Battle of Kadesh. And all the white folks was coming. He's got a picture of whatever the Pharaoh is at this time. It's either Ramesses, the Ramesses covered over King Tut's material. So it's either King Tut in one age, it's Ramesses on down the line where he's in the chariot and he's battling these people.
Right.
They was thinking that the Battle of Kadesh was a historical event.
Okay.
What Schwaller and Lewis did, by studying at Luxor Temple for 15 years, was they didn't look at the other panel. There's a Battle of Kadesh, and then in the middle of they got a Pharaoh, he's on in his chariot with the horses. And he's got the smiting scenes where he's smiting. Then they got a ripple like this on the wall, and they got a hole in the wall, and then they got some other people in a castle, and they're rejoicing. The people was thinking that this was virtues of civilization, and they didn't realize until Schwaller and Lewis understood, oh shit. The people in the hole in the wall, they ain't even talking about the physical earth. They was talking about another dimension and another realm. But the literal neophytes came in and they was reading it literal. Let me give you an example. See, you want to get to the other side. I got a lot to cover. That's how you got to learn. If you want to learn, I'm here to teach you, but you can't. There's a reason why there's a block and a standstill. You see what I'm saying? There's a reason why there's a block and a standstill. It's because somebody is reading the shit the wrong way and they're reading it to teach it to a layman on a literal level. So what you think is reptilians on the temple walls is nothing but showing the energy of the Uraeus crown and the serpent energy on the inside of you, which is the Kundalini energy. You see what I'm saying? You see the same separs on the Kabbalah. Them ain't nothing but the same wheels of life and the same ship, but they out there. I can show you these motherfuckers tonight. We got a clear sky. Goddamn it, we gonna see some ships tonight. But if you're looking for some physical tin can, you're not gonna see it.
Yeah, you had to back that one up. I'm gonna wait to see that.
And there's no big problem. Hell, I backed it up with 200 motherfucking people in Brooklyn, New York. I got the damn tape. I was at the slave theater. I said, we get out of here tonight, we gonna see the ship. Now, I was in Brooklyn, New York. This was 2 years after I started. Had I not produced that goddamn ship, I wouldn't have been able to lecture no more.
We want to see the ship.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? I wouldn't have,
I got the video camera.
I wouldn't have been able to lecture no more. But I got another film when I was in Harlem the next night, and everybody was being witness. You see, it's just out there. You just don't know what you're looking at. You just got to know how to spot them. And once you know how to spot them, you see them all the time. You see what I'm saying? Now, the point I'm trying to make here is, it's just like Faulkner. When they started dealing with Hemmitt, the first thing the people said was, the Egyptians didn't know their religion. This is the arrogance of the Germans. You see what I'm saying? This guy, Adolf Ehrman, the arrogance. It was Faulkner that came around after years and said, hey, look. Because what they were seeing contradictions in the text. They were seeing shit that, nature that didn't make no sense. They were seeing stuff that is straight out wrong. And Adolf Ehrman said, oh, I get it now. They was purposely building in mistakes inside of the religion because that's how nature is. Anything that is smoothed off and is repetitiously the same is artificial. They was looking at the patterns in the chaos. And they know that there's no blade of grass that grows the same way. So when you go to Rome and Greece, you will see the columns, they're all even. But when you come to some parts in Kemet, they got columns like this, and columns like that. They said, what kind of crazy people is this? No, these people was copying the lotus that grow out of the marshes of the swamps. And none of them grow the same size. You see what I'm saying? No. So the concept here is, you're talking about magic. The first concept of magic here is, never think on the apparent. It's not literal. You see what I'm saying? It's not literal. Now, I done did every damn ritual known to fucking man. And I done had every damn thing show up. But ain't no bug-eyed green people from no other motherfucking planet showing up. So you say, well, wait a minute. We see the planets out there. How you can say they're not real? Well, you see the trees out there. You see the mountains out there. You see the river and the ocean. And based on the Matrix, they ain't real either. They're Maya and illusion with the same thing with that universe out there. It's one holographic universe, which is Universe A, which is called the petty universe. Universe B is called the real universe that we have been separated from in this thing called creation. You see, creation is a botched job by a subordinate deity that broke away from the Great Mother. Now in the Dogon, they call it armor, which is, armor is actually a feminine principle. It's just a matter of the culture, because they're breaking it from Amun Ra, as Diop says. But the Dogon culture, they talk about Ogu broke away, and Ogu was halfway formed in his mother's womb before he tore out the side. Well, in the Gnostic scripture still coming out of Hemmitt, pharaonic thought, is this entity, Adaldabrath, broke away from his mother before he was formed and went and set up a universe of his own, but because he wasn't formed all the way, he botched the job. So creation is a botched job that is not really finished yet, because the spirits had to come in, incarnate into creation, and further it on down the way until it gets to the point where it's finished. So they had to take a botched job, go in through the stream of incarnations until they alchemically got to the right level to destroy this shit. You see what I'm saying? To destroy it. But it ain't coming from some beings out. That's why they ain't showed up. Because they ain't going to show up. Guess why they ain't going to show up? Because they showed up a couple of millions of years ago, and you the motherfucker sitting in the room. You the goddamn alien. Yeah. If you don't understand this shit here, you're wasting your damn time.
And that's the reason why you say as time go on, things change, and it's coming to the point of where we're coming at now.
Did you see the movie X-Men, the first one?
Yeah.
They tell you all of it on the first movie. They said it is talking about a series of mutations till you can get to a mutation. Now, they're talking about us. They say that this process is slow till we bring on a new species. This process is slow. We the only people that have been around long enough to transmutate into a new species. On the DNA inside of us, which you see the staff of Tahuti, with the wings of the Medical Association, the staff of Tahuti. On the DNA and the same caduceus is the same fucking damn mitochondrial DNA inside of us. On that DNA inside of us, if you know anything about melanin and alchemy, melanin is a series of amino acids. And they study the amino acids in us every day. And they know that our amino acids is changing. So this whole shit, it was put out by a fucking Zachariah Sitchin about the 12 DNA strand. We follow that old white man shit. That's for white folks in the barotheric gland. The barotheric gland is nothing but the fucking pineal gland. See, they got to play on words. They know that their DNA, they know they're not the people. You understand what I'm saying? So they would rather make a goddamn excuse about this barotheric gland that these aliens took out of us is why we couldn't rise. The barotheric gland is nothing but the pineal gland. And they're talking about them. And the aliens they're talking about is us because we created them. You see what I'm saying? So in so many words, the reptilians... Now let me go back to this thing so you be sure on this. Because it's a government plot. And see, as you think, it's going to be the way you're going to have to unlock these gates. Now you can play all you want to. I'm just trying to say, look, let me explain something to you. Now, I don't know everybody, most of y'all are Nuwaubians. There's nothing wrong with that. He came down to introduce you to some information, to get you to a certain point, so you can go out on your own and become gods on your own. And there's a group of people that was in there that can't go beyond that, but that's all right. They couldn't go beyond it in the first place. There was a group of people. Every group out here got a certain amount of gods, and they got a certain amount of people that has to belong to the group. Even in the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad said, we got scientists up in here, and I don't want no more believers. It's right in the damn theology of time. That's when he really started talking this shit. He said, I want gods. But there's a certain group of people that they can only take things face value, and they got to wait on Dr. York. Dr. York, I've even heard from one of the sisters that Dr. York even told the motherfuckers, God damn it, I'm waiting on y'all. He said this shit.
Yeah, that's real.
That's real.
In some of the things, I'm waiting on y'all. Y'all supposed to do it. He was giving the people the things because he understood, okay, that was the group. And that's by way you came, I'm just saying though, that's by way you came by. Well, why are you here? If it's just a group. You go to Dr. York and tell Dr. York to teach you something.
Big brother.
No, I'm just trying to say, my point here is this. No, what I'm trying to tell you is this. Because that's exactly what I'm going to tell you, because the part of the first thing I'm going to tell you when I get into this thing in a few minutes is, in order for you to get to the other level, you got to renounce calling yourself anything down here related to a goddamn group.
Thank you.
Because you are beyond the groups.
I agree with
and
that.
I'm going to tell you how the alchemical shit inside of your body lines up. Remember I told you before, if you say, I want to be a sinner, then the alchemical process inside of you lines up that way. Because ye are gods, and whatever you want to do, you got to do.
You're going to substitute too.
You're going to do it. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is this here. The man already done told you, did he ever tell you in his teaching to shoot the gods? All the time. All right then. Then end the story. Now what we're talking about here is the level of the gods. You understand what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to say here is this thing here. Is my ass. You got to come out of the groups. Because I'm trying to tell you, this stuff you don't line up based on groups on the mundane level. That's a part of your training.
I can feel that.
That's a part of your training. I was a part of one of Dr. Ben's works. I was one of his mystery systems. And that was good. I needed that at the time to learn a certain amount of Hermetic history and stuff like that, but I realized, hey, look, that's not the end all, the be all.
Thank you.
Now, so there ain't nothing wrong with that. How can you come before something unless you join something at first? So that's what I'm trying to say, but the point I'm trying to make here is this here. When you go, they call it path working. That's when you rising up the system of spirituality. And the path is your own journey.
Right.
The initiate has to go on its own journey. And you can't take nothing with you. Remember in Star Wars, the motherfucker told him, he said, what's in that cave? He said, only what you take with you. Susan, only what you take with you. I'm not saying that the man's stuff is wrong. All I'm trying to tell you is you at a level now that you got to make the decision. You at the goddamn crossroads. And the crossroads is, are you ready to go to the next level? Because guess what? I can't take you to the next level. You got to make that decision. Remember, in the Matrix, when they was in the dojo, and they was fighting, and the guy said, your problem is not in your technique. Why didn't you beat me? Why did I beat you? The problem is in here. So now, you see what I'm saying? You can't be no Nuwaubian. You can't be no Nation of Islam. You can't be none of that stuff. You got to be straight up chaos. Because you can't name it a name. When you name it a name, it dies. Melanin inside of you, every time the white boy extracts it, it dies. Melanin never stops moving. And chaos is what melanin is. Melanin is chaos in the blood. Told you that in the movie Phantoms. He said chaos, plain and simple. The rules of chaos, get the book, Condensed Chaos by Phil Hines. Condensed Chaos by Phil Hines. In the book, the first rule of chaos is change is supreme. And if you're not willing to change, then you die.
There you go.
You see what I'm saying? Or you just stay at the same level.
There you go.
And you want to go to the next level, you just stay at the next level. Because change is supreme. And I'm going to tell you, at this particular time, you can't let nothing define you. You see what I'm saying?
That's true.
You can't let nothing define you. What's that, sister?
The author of that book.
Phil Hines. Phil Hines. H-I-N-E. Condensed chaos. Then he got one called prime chaos. Talking about chaos magic. What is chaos magic? Chaos magic is the white boy looked back and said, look at these silly niggas. One over here calling himself Yoruba. One over calling himself Igbo. One of them calling himself Egyptian. One of them calling himself Al-Hausa. These assholes don't know that every tradition is just a fragment of itself because it's thousands of years old. And although those traditions was complete 2,000-3,000 years ago, they're only fragments. He's saying, now look, I'm ruling this motherfucker now.
That's right.
And this is what I'm going to do. I'll show you how the white boys do. They say, since we didn't create none of that shit, we'll let them become divided in these traditions and in these groups. And what we're going to do, we're going to use all of it. And that's what they call chaos magic.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
I want to add with that. I was at a conference yesterday with some quote-unquote Hebrew Israelites. And at the end of the conference, I made a statement. I put some books down on for just 5 big sheets of paper. I said, the reason why we can't come together as a people all together or just in a whole, the government has, each one of us has an organization
That's right.
set up under EIN numbers, making it a non-profit organization.
That's right.
We will never come together because as long as we're separated, who gonna come together, put all this stuff in?
Man, not only that, let me tell you something. All you got to do is take your ass to, I don't know if you know it, but become a prison guard.
I have been.
You become a prison guard, and one of the things they give you is a sheet of paper showing you all the different religions and the different groups in there. You got to learn all that shit.
That's right.
They already know, and the government feed that system.
That's right.
Because they know as long as you separate it, and as long as you don't accept all of it, especially the goddamn dark side.
Right.
Now, I'm the foremost scholar on the fucking devil and Satan. You understand what I'm saying? And that is us. You see what I'm saying? And that's what the crackers say. Them niggas, they don't even know their true self. You used to call yourself Osiris, and you don't get into the fucking dark arts. It's the underworld shit. Black magic itself is the black man's magic. You see what I mean? And they don't make no shit that I'm scared of, and I done been through all of it. You see what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to make here is, they call it chaos magic. They've been dealing with this shit since the 70s. Our shit. But it's just like the Egyptians were saying when they was building in mistakes. White boy Thomas Dolby did Blinded Me with Science. Remember that movie? Remember the song Blinded by Science?
Right.
This white boy, they said, damn, this shit is awesome, man. They say, what make this song so popular? So he purposely built in mistakes in the side of the damn synthesizer, so when it come up, you see, that's the anomaly. Well, guess what? That's what jazz is. Even jazz. When the crackers wrote it down, jazz died. Now, you see, look, it's the same thing. You want to take the tradition with you. Duke Ellington was in Central Park. Greatest master ever lived, composer. Was in Central Park. He said, I ain't got time to go to fucking school. He said, I don't have time. He said, I don't have time to go to school and learn this shit at conservatory. The guy said, you're going to need some classical training. He said, I ain't got time for that. Right. The guy told him, well, I don't know who the guy was in the car. He said, well, take everything that you have learned and everything you think them schools are teaching you and throw that shit out the window and just go from the heart. There you go. And as a result, why is it you got to go to school to learn Duke Ellington now? Here it is, the black man can create this shit, and then the white man can come and tell you, you got to have a degree to learn jazz. We talking chaos. Right. Jazz is chaos. Everything, look, the white boy is in the blues and jazz. Now that's because we abandoned it. Because chaos has to change. And so the white boy only mastered it after we abandoned it so he could slow it down, write it down, and synthesize it. You understand what I'm saying? And become proficient at it. But it's dead music. People don't understand this before you could even... Eminem came out, what, the end of 97? Before Eminem came out, has become the king of rap now by 2000. See, that's what they calling this white boy. And to let you know they calling this white boy the king of rap, they gave him an Academy Award. They ain't got 2 black people that's got Academy Awards for music. Isaac Hayes for Shaft and Quincy Jones.
Right.
But Eminem, a newcomer, got a doggone Academy Award for that fucking movie. But rap was already in for damn near 17 years before they could even master it.
Right.
It came out in 79.
Right.
The point I'm trying to make here is, we talking chaos here. And you got to come out of traditions.
Right.
You got to come out of the traditions. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to knock your school or knock the people you're in. What I'm trying to say to you, that was all fine the way it was. You see what I'm saying? He did a good job, commendable. You understand what I'm saying? But the point about that here is, if he said, you all are supposed to become gods, now it's time for y'all to become gods. So what the fuck you talking about what you did in the past?
Come on, let's do it. Let's go into the lecture. Let's do it.
No, I'm just saying, you got to understand these things. You can't let the limitations. This is not to compare. It's just like one of the brothers back in, when we was going to see Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark, he was sitting up there always mad because he was on Elijah Muhammad. And I told him, I said, look, the messenger of Elijah Muhammad did a certain work that stands on its own. It don't have to be compared to something else. It stands on its own. That's the problem. We compare shit too much. And trying to see whether your teacher was right. It doesn't matter. It's only, well, did you get what he was trying to tell you and what did you get out of it? He only could take you to the bridge. What it was is this here, in any group, there's a certain amount of scientists and there's a certain amount of followers. And some of the people that come up out of there, the scientists, and some of the people that follow. That's the way any kind of group, otherwise you wouldn't be able to group to exist.
Right.
You understand where I'm coming from here? But the point I'm trying to make here is, you got to become gods. And in this particular case, I'm going to tell you something. There can't be no limitations on your thought. You see what I'm saying? On your thought. You got to check shit out. Now, the reptilians that they're talking about, if you don't get this motif, you might as well go home now, because it's all talking about the Kundalini energy. The next thing here is this here. That Kundalini energy is a feminine energy. You see. Now, I'm going to go into some things right now, and it's going to end up a certain place. Y'all all right?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Y'all all right?
Yeah.
You see. But we talk, this is different now. You see, this is different now. That's why I never started a group. I put out the information and I keep moving.
There you go.
You see, I keep moving. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to say, it's different now. We now have the ability, at this particular time, to shape our own destiny. You see what I'm saying? To shape our own destiny. And so that's what the deal is. So let's go into this thing. First of all, for you all to become on the higher level, you shouldn't start no groups. And what I mean here is, this is pertinent. This is chaos realm. This is how the gods, it's like Bruce Lee said, you got to be like water, my friend. Water don't have no standards. You see what I'm saying? There's no methodology to water. When you box it in, it'll find a little crack. Even the goddamn Hoover Dam is only built to last, what, about 150 years. And that bitch is coming down. They ain't built nothing that can hold back water. But it can be the softest thing. Babies are born out of it. You see what I'm saying? But it can be devastating. How you hell they think it wet? The hardest thing is a fucking mountain and a water down, way down a mountain. Bust a fucking pipe. But water is the physical manifestation of chaos. It never stops moving. And what happens when water stops moving? It dies. It becomes stagnant and it dies, and then what happens? It evaporates. Right. It evaporates. You see what I'm saying? So the concept here, when you're dealing with the gods, you see what I'm saying? Because let me explain where this is going so you understand how this works, how this magical universe works. It all works based on your heart chakra. That's what this Sri Yantra is. The supreme chakra is the heart chakra. There's a little dot in the middle. There's a little dot in the middle of this Sri Yantra. Inside of your heart chakra. What they're not telling you is this. There's a book. There was one put out. The woman put out the book when God was a woman. Yeah. She mentioned something in the book. She's the only one honest to mention it. Because all the other people that was into the Egyptology thing was males. And they flinched at what they saw. So they couldn't bear to mention it. Wasn't until another book came out. It was a book called Egyptian Mythology by Geraldine Pinch. And in there, because it's another woman, she was honest, and she mentioned what she saw in them texts. And what she saw in those texts was Osiris was worshipped as a god that was slain, the god of the underworld. You see what I'm saying? They gave all the characteristics, and the other thing, he was worshipped as a mother goddess. That's the part that the other Egyptologists couldn't put up in there. We're going higher up into this mystery shit. Osiris is also represented as the god, as the sign of Venus. The other representation of the sign of Venus is the goddess Het Heru. Het Heru is a cow goddess. That's where you get your golden calf in the Bible. Osiris is called a bull. Why is it that Osiris is represented by Venus and Het Heru? Because Osiris is nothing but the masculine side of Het Heru. Osiris and Het Heru is the same. Now, in the heart chakra, this has all got to do with magic. You want the gateways open for you. In your heart chakra, the reason why most people can't get it out here because this knowledge resonates on the root chakra. So when it resonates on the root chakra, the root chakra can only give them things that is mundane, societal, and what society says is reality. That's because they're on that level of ride, because the soul is still asleep. You don't even become awakened. The reason why you in here is because everybody in here is vibrating at a certain level of the heart chakra. The heart chakra. And that's the reason why you are here now trying to get this particular information. You understand where I'm coming from here? Of the heart chakra. The key here is that heart chakra. In that heart chakra, there's an intelligence. And that intelligence, that you call, that intelligence decide on whether you go on up to the pineal area or whether you stay resonating. So you have been, so the first thing here is you're already awakened to the point that you're not like everybody else out here that's dead. They say you stay 95, 85%. No, this motherfucker is like 0 point something. There's only like a 2 or 3. Shit, it's like 0 point something amount of people that's awake. And the reason why you're awake because you're resonating at a certain part of the heart chakra. Then the other part is once you get there, you got to go to the crossroads. Now that means you can decide to just stay at that level and be satisfied with the knowledge you got and you understand that these niggas out here dead, you know, or you'll cross over and start living magically. The difference. And what makes you cross over is this. Inside of everybody's heart chakra is a woman that sits up in there. And she judges. That's Osiris, but in so many words, that's this goddess Lakshmi. That's the Maya thing. There's a goddess that sits up in there, and she judges in your heart chakra on whether you get to the next level or not. So, and so what you have to do to get to the next level here is you have to neutralize all forms of the ego that suggest that you are somebody, that you exist. Only thing exists is your soul. And a series of events that get you to know what your soul is. And the rest of the shit is an illusion. That's why you can't take nothing with you to get to the next level. I just want to put that out there. We're going to go back to that particular part in so many words. Now, let me explain this thing to put this on tape so you understand. The Egyptian or the Canaanite level, most of those terms are generic terms now, which means the energy is chaos. So what used to be called Osiris back then They put it on the temple walls as principles so you can learn the principles of Osiris. You understand what I'm saying? But it's chaos. It has to keep changing. So what you call Osiris is a generic term, which is a term for knowledge. But to invoke the Osar, you understand, to get the full mastery of that and stuff, you got to call on something else. Why? First of all, it's because it's trying to show you that knowledge is not geographical. This thing here, first of all, it was one planet, one landmass at first. You see what I'm saying? Before you had whatever, continental drift, or some cataclysmic thing to break it up into continents. You understand what I'm saying? So when the Native Americans, which was black people up in the Montauk Indians, say that we got that the first place where man stood up was Montauk, Long Island, they're telling the truth. When the Egyptians say it was at the the beginning of the Nile where the god Hapi dwelled, you see what I'm saying? They're telling the truth. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. When the East Indians say Shambhala, they're telling the truth. They're all telling the truth because it was all one landmass and one people. And you can't conceptualize it based on geographical location. It's one landmass and one planet. You understand where I'm coming from here? Now, in this particular aspect, those terminologies so what happens is this with these things. They're intelligence, they're formulas, but they're living entities. And they all exist, we're talking about the spirit world, based on when you invoke them. Well, after the Arab invasion, which was the last level of Hemmitt, the group of people, the Egyptian priests, went out as the Moors. Some people say, I can't understand that. How could the Moors be Islamic, but be Egyptian, and give all that Egyptian and all that stuff to Europe? But it was Islamic. We don't understand the mind of an ancient person. The ancient person could go into a system, because they're masters. They could go up into Islam like you go into the Democratic Party, or like you go into the Republican Party. They could go up in a system and use it politically to advance their cause. So you know you're a black person, you might live in West Atlanta, you might eat hog maws and chitlins or whatever, but you might be a Democrat. You understand what I'm saying? But that's your party. You understand what I'm saying? These people were masters. They weren't into religion, but they could understand that Islam at that particular time, based on the Arabs being the foot soldiers, and based on some other thing, it was a force that they could couch the Kemetic system in and take it up into Europe. Some people say, well, why did they take it up into Europe? Well, the black man all over the planet became dead. And when we came out of our sleep, if the white man didn't gain a certain amount of knowledge, you understand what I'm saying? We wouldn't have access to our particular materials. So they made the white boy the custodian of certain material so we can gain access to it when we wake up. So it's like a whole umbrella of shit that's looking at this shit on the spirit realm and say, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. It's like pawns in the game. It's like a chess game. You see what I'm saying? So now they advanced this thing into the Moors, advanced this stuff into to Europe so that we could get it on the other side when we come out of slavery and come out of the whole thing. Because they did know that slavery was going on. We got text on that. Now, the other thing here is, other than that Arab invasion, there was a time when the Egyptian system was dead. It wasn't even called on in worship for over 1,000 years. Hell, they had to retranslate Meta because the Arabs sat on it for 1,000 years under Islam and didn't even know what the hell he had. You see what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make here is those entities, whenever a system dies, they have to go to other systems where the practitioners are still using the energy. You see what I'm saying? So, a lot of it went, so two streams of the energy. One went to East India, because the East Indians were the pre-dynastic Egyptians, the Kushites, that went on up into what they call Indus Kush or Hindu Kush, the Dravidians. The untouchables are the Dravidians. So, and no matter what the pantheon, because what they call the Aryans, first of all, the original Aryans were black people. That's the first thing. There wasn't no white folks around at the time when they had this one. All of that Hindu was nothing but just Dravidian, because we can trace all of the deities that the Dravidians had also. So the system was already set. It's Kushite, pre-dynastic Egyptian. The other system also went on into West Africa. So we got two streams of where the energy went. Now, the mistress of Osiris is the mistress of the underworld. And the underworld is the deepest realm of the subconscious mind, which is the most advanced level. So a mentor is the deepest realm of the subconscious mind. The underworld is the inner world. Okay. The other ones went on into West Africa, became your Yoruba, your Dogon, and Igbo houses, Bambara, and all of these types. And over the years, a lot of those became more and more deteriorated. And the ones that left in the traditional things, the biggest one you have is the Yoruba and the voodoo coming out of their homie, which later on we can even say that their homie is where you even get the origins of the Yoruba. But in so many words, what happened with the Yoruba was they completely obliterated or got rid of their underworld. They got rid of the underworld deities, which is going to represent, on a psychological level, the subconscious mind. The voodoo is mixed with the underworld, but they have what is called a demiurge figures on top of them. And those are the Orishas aspect of Legba, Batala, Ogun, and Shango, mainly the four male deities that's on top of them. But Ogun's job is to hold down Kumbanda. We're tracing this Osirian shit to where it still emerges. You see what I'm saying? Untouched from ancient world. Yeah, we came in and we re-picked it up. And yes, we learn a lot of the things, and a lot of the groups learn a lot of things, but they learn the things, but those are the principles. We had to reintegrate the principles. You see what I'm saying? Reintegrate the principles, and that's where the whole research of the Egyptology and the whole thing came up, which encapsulate the black conscious movement and everybody else. You understand where I'm coming from? Now, so we integrated the principle, but when we're talking about the stream of energy, where's that Osirian energy that was untouched? Okay, yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Based on, a lot of this stuff is not going to come based on what you see, is what you perceive this magic to be. A lot of this shit is a mindset. I said living magically. I'll explain where I'm coming from here. Because I already know that most of them spells and shit, them motherfuckers don't work. They only gonna work now unless you do one thing. But you got to simplify it, and you got to come on. Very humble, not to me. Not to me. If you say you overstand, first of all, the word is understand for a reason. But that's some black terminology that just popped up. And a lot of Afrocentric conscious people use it. Understand means you go into the underworld, because that's where the true shit is. These terminologies didn't come from you. These terminologies came out of the mystery system. That's why they said understand. Because it was based on the underworld or the inner world. You see what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make here is, you're going to miss the point. Let me explain something to you, what I mean by that. Got to understand real key. You see me curse a lot. Motherfucker shit. That, this. See what I'm saying? Hell, I might fart up this motherfucker. Now, try to understand where I'm coming from here. Man tried to find God. He went for 300 years. The first 100 years he went down this road, couldn't find him. Second 100 years, he couldn't find him. Then on the third level, he went down there, and halfway, he said, goddamn, I ain't been able to find God. But he remembered there was a prostitute on the side of the road. Though each time he went, he only saw one person, which was a prostitute on the side of the road. He went up to the prostitute and said, can you tell me where to find God? And the prostitute said, I am God. He said, but you a prostitute? He said, no, that's what I am. The concept here is going to come in the simple. See, the whole thing is initiation. You got to listen to what I'm saying and allow yourself to process it. And now you're here waiting for me to give you some real, spells and anything. There ain't none of that shit works. But I'm going to give you the stuff of how the shit is, because I'm in it, goddammit. I'm in the motherfucker. That's the difference. I'm in it. And there's a gateway that you got to be let in, but you're not going to get let in that gateway if you think you know. Never say you damn know shit. I thought 10 years ago I knew goddamn everything, and I was lecturing. And what I know now compared to what I knew just 5 years ago is sublime. So this whole thing about knowing is unfolding, but not only that, it's chaos. It's chaos. You can't track it based on a methodology. It keeps you. The whole concept is what you got to do in order to understand this shit. Is you got to let go and annihilate yourself. Anybody know anything about martial arts? You seen enough of them karate movies. The best student get his ass kicked the whole movie. He's the top student. And he get his ass kicked the whole movie with a motherfucker out there and don't understand for the simple fact he's still thinking about the methodology. He don't understand. He has to die. You gotta let go. You understand what I'm saying? Let me explain. You say, what is this talking about? Look, you have an ego that wants to survive. So what it will do is it will take the knowledge that you thus learned and inflate itself in the ego. And you thinking that I know this. You kept saying layman's term and surface knowledge and stuff like that. You got to change your doggone thinking and stuff, man. Because I'm trying to tell you, man. Hey, man. It's not the methodology. That's why they had tricks the figures. Give you a story. I'm telling it to you. It's going to be on film. We're going to cover all this, but you got to understand this shit. Now, you want me to come, and I'm trying to tell you, but you can't just be happy with me, you see what I'm saying, telling you the shit you want to hear. You got to hear the shit, you got to listen to the shit you need to hear. Look, you got the Tarot deck, which is the Book of Folks coming out of Hemmitt. The only motherfucker that's able to use throughout the whole Tarot deck is the fool. Just like the damn drunken master in the Kung Fu movies. Right. Don't ever say you don't master a shit. See what I'm saying? Sometimes me and this sister right, that sister back there, are more powerful than half the motherfuckers in Atlanta. And sometimes we eat ice cream and cake traced down with fucking Pepsi Cola. The damn fool in the Tarot deck is the only one that can be used throughout the Tarot deck. Because as long as you're innocent, there's a possibility of you learning something new and getting to the next level. You see what I'm saying? Don't look at the appearance on how I can come and just break down all it, because that shit ain't going to work. You're in another zone now. I'm going to explain it. It's a whole other realm now, especially the last year. Especially since that new tsunami hit. There's another zone now. There's another energy in there. That's true. Now just listen to me. Parzival in the Arthurian mythology, Parzival is a person, he saw the knights with the shining armor, but he was a country boy. His father was a knight that got killed. The mama took him and raised, it's the Horus story. The mama took him and raised him in the forest. So when he saw the knights in the shining armor came, he thought it was God. He came back and said, Mama, somebody told, I thought I saw God. They told me they were knights. I don't want to be a knight. She said, oh shit, that's what the fucking father got killed. This is the Horus Heru story. I don't want to be a knight. So what she did was she knew she wasn't going to be able to stop him because he was coming of age. I think he was coming 18. So she sold him up a court jester's outfit. She said, this is going to be your night outfit. Hoping that when he go to King Arthur's court, the knights would see they would laugh his ass out of there. He wouldn't want to be nothing but a knight. Would never want nothing to do with a knight. So when he got there, they started laughing at him, at his outfit, and immediately it got him face to face with King Arthur, which normally wouldn't happen. And as a result, the story goes, he become a knight because there was other knights that was around him, and they were the brave knights. They had already been knighted. And they were the greatest knights. But because they were the greatest knights, they had mastered a degree of the sublime information. So that means that they were stuck in a house. Because they became a master, you understand what I'm saying? It locked them into a realm that they couldn't go beyond. Because Parzival was the young Horace and he was the fool. And he didn't master the shit. He didn't become a specialized because his knowledge is infinite. He was able to go on as the fool and get the grail. Remember in the movie The Matrix, the woman said, this has never been done before. And he turned around and said, that's exactly why it's going to work. You understand what I'm saying? That's exactly why it's going to work. We talking, look, I told these libations, I'm not coming to you as Bob, I'm coming to you as spirit. Trust me when I tell you, you can't get to the other side, you understand what I'm saying, with any preconceived notions. You got to break down all of that. There's a certain level, you see what I'm saying, that you learn to a certain level. You got to break that particular down, and then you got to be like water. You see what I'm saying? So the court gesture is the master. You see what I'm saying? So there ain't no surface fucking knowledge. And I'll tell you right now, you don't know. You have no idea. You have no fucking idea. I'll tell you this to your face. Because if you did, well then goddamn it, tell me something right now that's profound. I'm giving you the chance. Give me some knowledge and some information that's profound, that's going to unlock these people up in here.
Nothing you said is new to most of the people in here.
Wait a minute. Give me some knowledge and information. You know, well then give me, okay, in that case, then give me something. Give me something. Since you on the fucking level, because there ain't none of this shit new. Because you're joking yourself. Since you're on the damn level, then give me something profound right now.
The fact that you said you wanted to be a master, and then you claimed yourself to be a master.
No. You said no, I didn't know. No, I said no. I was talking about a master of a certain thing that I was talking about.
Right,
but,
on a level.
But, everything I gave you, I was honest enough to give you bibliography, material, and also, I was honest enough to tell you the sublime truth. I didn't sit back and just tell you some stuff, what you want to know. I'm telling you the stuff that you need to know. You see what I'm saying? I'm still telling you. If you're at a certain level, then teach us something right now. You see what I'm saying? On the science level, on the knowledges of the thing that's going to get us to the other realm. You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Going back to this thing here, you got to understand this. Going into the science. You are no longer, you are not subordinate to even the deities. The deities are somewhat into you. One of the keys to tread this thing to go to the next level is this. You must go to the middle pillar. Now the middle pillar is this. If you take one extreme, we're going to go into the whole thing. You can take one extreme, and here's another extreme. And if you take one extreme, and you go from one extreme to the other extreme to get away from the original extreme you came from, what you have done is made a complete circle in actuality, and you are just as bad as the extreme that you came from. In order to tread, you see what I'm saying?
That's right.
So you got to stand, if you see the Kabbalah or the Staff of Tahuti, you see what I'm saying? They got several aspects of it. Or Excalibur sword, same thing. It's one bar, but it's the middle pillar. It's the middle pillar. Now, the middle pillar here means, and that's your whole scales of Maya, the balancing thing. That's Athena in Greece. You know, that's Maya with 8 arms in East India, which is the energy. With the extreme, you balance it off. So what happens here is, in this particular science, you got to stay to the middle pillar in the particular aspect of. When I'm dealing with the spirits, they never come up and say, you shouldn't drink that liquor. You shouldn't do this, or you shouldn't do that. They know its balances. They know that for you to go toward one way or one other system, you're basically locking this thing down. So the chaos that we're talking about, you got to go to the middle pillar. You got to go to the middle pillar. Now, in the particular part of the magic, going back, because we're going to show you where the stream of the energy went. Okay, the ancient Canaanite system is the principles and the generic term that you learn about the system. It would be more the intellectual side. But when you're talking about the stream of magic or the stream of energy, the most powerful one is not in the day side. Now, let's explain what the day side is. The day side energies are the gods that consist of the creation. Our world is built on several other primal worlds that existed about the same amount of time. Our creation has been existed. So, let's just give a rough thing. Since the white boy came up with a good number back in 1998, he said 14 billion years. Let's just say, he said 14 billion years is creation. Since we can't count that long, we just use that number. Whatever number this particular creation has been into, we had primal worlds that existed prior to this particular creation. Our world is built on several other primal worlds that existed about as long, about as long as this creation has been in existence. This particular creation that we're talking about now is old. It's petering out. It's dissipating. That was the light side, dealing with that particular sun out there, which is a hologram, because when you go outside of the atmosphere, it's black out there. It's only sun relevant to the inside of the electromagnetic force field of the earth. You can't see your hand out there. Even the woman, Mae Jameson, the sister that went up back here, was it early 90s or late 80s? She said, you can't see your fucking hand out there. But you don't even see that sun. You see bigger suns, like the star Sirius. So that means that we're talking about a hologram or a day side, which is dissipating. It's the realm of illusion, the realm of Maya. Is dissipating. The night side, meanwhile, has been dormant. That's the world to come. That's called the dark side of the tree of life. You have the tree of life, which is the front side, which is 10 luminous emanations. That's the world of the appearances. The dark side is the world to come. Is the world to come. Now, as far as chasing the stream of energy, as far as the magical system, you have what is your Yoruba, they got rid of their dark side. They became more of a day side. And what happened was, in so many words, what happened was, they started using the rituals for everyday life. When the white boys started coming in, the priests had to go underground because they couldn't give up a certain amount of secrets. Because if they gave out a certain amount of secrets and stuff, they had to go underground. The white boy would have got this shit and would have been some trouble. So white boy later on did get some of the stuff, and they got all these rituals, but they can't understand how these rituals work. Meanwhile, the priest went underground, and then the priest died out. The remaining priests, the so-called underworld side or the dark side, when they lost the knowledge of the Osirian realm, they became, when they lost that particular knowledge, it became taboo to them. So as a result, they say, we don't mess with the dark side. Meanwhile, because it died out, the only dark side that was left in the West, in West Africa was Palo coming out of the Congo. Now, disregard that shit that the white boy talking about the Satanism. That's a made up shit that they put a bunch of our shit together and made that shit up. And it still fucks them up. But I done did the rituals on none of that shit and was mad. I was wishing some shit happened. So all the demonic, satanic shit that they talking about, that shit don't even exist. I done went through all that shit. All the deepest, darkest shit they got. And that shit, I was mad. And the spirit showed up and said, nigga, you can't get no effect from your own energy that's already inside of you. The only reason why they being affected by it is because they are being affected by your energy. And your energy is too powerful for them and alien to them. You see, you can't be affected by their energy. So in so many words, that all the stuff they talking about, Satan, that shit don't even work. You see what I'm saying? That stuff don't even work. Now I'm gonna show you how you can tap into it in a few minutes on how you can tap into it. It's real simple because it's all based on what you do. Now, that means that the only one, okay, and so although your voodoo has a dark side to it, most of the practitioners, it's got a ceiling over it because, and let me explain what this is. First of all, there's 3 million white practitioners in Europe alone in the continental United States. That ain't including Santeria, which is a whole Latin world. These energies, I'm going to put this on the tape, were not made for mass worship, mass application, mass practitioner. The priesthoods in the ancient world were smaller in an initiate style, so they weren't made for being a religion. So Yoruba becomes a religion. Voodoo, they say, is somebody's religion. And so what happened was, and although the voodoo was taboo, but it become popular with the movies, white folks have come in and usurped it, and they got millions of them dealing with the Yoruba, the voodoo, and the Santeria. And as a result, those rituals don't work because they're being saturated. You see what I'm saying? It's just like any other kind of formula. You can saturate these particular formulas, and too many people dip into the pool, and it saturates stuff like that. So you get minor aspects. Meanwhile, you go to every store, Barnes & Noble's border, you see just full of magical books. And there's tons and tons of magic books. It's because those spells and those rituals don't work. Why? Because they don't work because most of them was outmoded when they picked them up. And like when they picked them up, because those are systems that somewhere in the course of time, other than the West African and the East Indian, somewhere in the course of time, what has happened is the systems, the priests stopped worshiping them, or the priests stopped practicing. And although they picked them up later, part of the center of energy had to go to the places that was the centers where they were still practicing. You understand how this goes? So those things are just defunct. We'll show you how to activate them in a few minutes. There's always a comeback. So those centers are defunct. The next aspect of it is the Palo Manombe ended up being your dark side, which too many people were scared of, and then the government, knowing what it was, they made it taboo. They made sure that hardly no material on the planet got on this. So a few little things on the internet now, and the only book that came out of Manombe in 1984 is a particular one here that we're going to give to the people, and the brother going to synthesize it. But it became your dark side stuff that existed from the Congo, Africa. And Osiris is found in here as El Cristo Negro. God, El Cristo Negro, the crucified black God. So there's two gods in here. There's two composites of the same entity. El Cristo Negro and El Cristo Rey. El Cristo Negro and El Cristo Rey. Two composites of the same energy. There's a big statue of El Cristo Rey in San Antonio, Texas. No, excuse me, in El Paso, Texas. The people make a pilgrimage down there every year from all over the world. That's Osiris Amun-Ra complex. You got Madre de la Luna, which is a form of hair rule, because she has sometimes you have the moon over here. You got Mama Shola goddess, that's Aset, because she's a goddess of fertility. So that's Aset that have the babies. See, you got to realize these three goddesses. You got your cosmic Isis, or Aset. You got your earthly Aset, and you got your future Aset. Your cosmic Aset is Heru, the star Sirius. Your earthly Aset is the Madonna and Child. She's the one that has the god Horus. That's every black woman. Then there's your future Aset, which is Maya, which is the transformation of what is called the Shakti power, or the Shakti energy. You see what I'm saying? Or the Shakti energy, which we're going to get into in a few minutes. But, so there's three aspects of the same energy. We're talking about formulas. So you got Madre de Agra in the Palo, which is the mother of the waters. Madre de la Luna, mother of the moon, the lunar thing. La Santissima Muerte, she's the god that sets over witches. So she would be equivalent to a Sekhmet or Hecate in ancient Greece, which is black, Etruscans. Well, no white motherfuckers. Never was any white people went to the mystery schools. Never. La Santissima Muerte, and then you got Mama Shola, she's the goddess of fertility. You got San Simon, which is the god of divine justice. You got La Spiritus and Tranquillus, those are seven entangled spirits. That's the chakra system. You got La Santissima Piedra Eamon, which is a powerful entity over magic. Then there's El Cristo Rey, Lord of all the worlds, and El Cristo Negro. All things, and then you got Sarabanda, which is the gateway. But all things must bow down to El Cristo Negro. The crucified black God ultimately is yourself. You set yourself up as El Cristo Negro. You see, it's ultimately yourself. Now, going back to the magic, you get any of these books. So let's say you go and buy any of these books. This is the mystery. This is the great mystery. Because it's chaos, and chaos is melanin, and we have the melanin in us, not your skin. Yes, the melanin in your skin is melanocytes. Melanocytes can degree based on whatever racial mixture, but it don't mean that the brother on the continent got more melanin than you. He just got more melanin in the melanocytes. The melanin that's on the inside of us is probably higher than the brother from the continent. Let me explain how that is. How that is. In voodoo, before it was saturated, in 1950-something, they said they had over 14 different African nations, or tribes, or what we call nations, to come together to make the voodoo that they put together in the Caribbean. By the time of Reginald Crawley's book, Voodoo Quantum Leap, which is one that's in this thing, and I think I put it in the book list. By the time of Reginald Crawley's book in 2000, they had already counted 25 different tribes of things, even on into the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia. You take the picture of voodoo and you see the different multiple makeups of the different tribes that go in to make this one religion, or this one system, especially one in Haiti. in the blood system of the black man in America, we are more African because the Africans, one of the problems was in the ancient world, they were broken up into certain nations or certain tribes. Whereas, and so when they took us out in slavery, when we went across the water, when we first went to the Caribbean, there was 2 bulk tribes. So you might have one that's this Igbo housing, you might have just 2 major tribes because they dropped big settlements in the Caribbean and they couldn't contain them all. That's how they was able to free themselves at an earlier time. Whereas they learned from that by the time the American slavery came about, they brought smaller increments and they broke them all up with different things. So in us, whereas you go to the Caribbean, you might have 2 or different strains. In the ones in America, you got Igbo, Hausa, Dogon, Yoruba. You got all these different strands of ancient tribes on the inside of our blood system. Thus, what makes the Jews mad. Because based on the Kabbalistic system, they understood that there was supposed to be a futuristic great mixing bowl in the West. The Shekinah, which is the feminine face of God, which is Maya, she's called Shakti in India, she's called Maya in Egypt, she's called Shekinah in Hebrew. You see, the return of the feminine energy, the Shekinah is supposed to be the great mixing bowl in the West. It's a makeup of the different, they call it tribes of Israel, it's the tribes of Africa. Because Israel is this, it just means black people. It's the Trinity. So it's Egypt and Africa. So the tribes of Israel and the tribes of Africa comes together in the Shekinah, or what is called the finished product of a smooth ashlar in masonry, which is the philosopher's stone in the alchemical thing, which ultimately means the pineal gland. It is the smooth ashlar, which represents the cornerstone that the builders rejected. The stone that the builders rejected will become the cornerstone. It's the foundation, it's the fountainhead, which means we have all these particular African tribes, plus some shit outside of Africa, including the white boy, in our veins to make what is called the alien strain. All that bullshit they talking out here, they stealing your birthright by giving you some green motherfuckers, and the whole time they talking about you. When they say reptilian, they're just talking about the ones who have full access to the Kundalini energy, which is black people. This is some shit that was contrived based on Zachariah Sitchin and later on David Icke. And it's some shit that was put out by the Illuminati to keep you from your birthright. You are the damn reptilians, which means the ones with the Uraeus crown, which means the full access to the Kundalini energy. That's what the reptilian is. The serpent people, called the Nagars in Asia, the Uraeus in India. They got different names. Or the Djeti, the Djet pillar, which is the serpent pillar. There's a book called The Return of the Ancient Serpent. What's that guy name? Mark Amaru Pinkham. Return of the Ancient Serpent of Wisdom. But all that shit there, if you take it literal, the government say, these niggas don't know. It's the ones with the complete Kundalini energy. Everything down here has a spirit. Not everything has a soul. It's different. Spirit means everything that moves on the face of the earth. A roach has a spirit. A rat, that has a spirit. Anima. But everything doesn't have a soul. A soul is a sun. S-U-N-S-O-N. It existed in the beginning of creation. So those particular souls are the ones that have the original, most supreme access to the Kundalini energy. You see what I'm saying? And that's the reptilian that they're talking about. So you get these terminologies, you're talking against yourself. It's just like the Satan, just like the word devil. The word devil comes from the word diabos, which means double, doppelganger. Your double is your other self, your other half. In India, you got Krishna, who is the God of all the worlds. Krishna, Christ, same thing. But he had a brother named Balarama, the dark god that was never born. This is mythology to explain what it means scientifically. He got a brother that was born, that was died at birth, that was never born, but is with him at all the time. In Hemmitt, you got the Typhonian. There's several forms of Typhonian Horus, Heru, with one called Khonsu. It's moon god, but it's a Typhonian form of which is pre-dynastic form of Heru. In the Typhonian one, Khonsu has a brother that was never born. And it's like a shadow or a shade that follows him through life. Now, metaphysically, what this means, the shadow and the shade is melanin. It's the substance that's on the inside of you. It's the ka that is given off by the ba, your soul. These dual entities that follows you in this particular one. That melanin that they talk about is the double diabos devil, doppelganger. So you get the word soot, pre-dynastic god of all gods, soot. Later on becomes Set. Later on degraded as the enemy in the dynastic period. Pre-dynastic god is Set Typhon or Soot. Soot means blackness. No other god exists beyond Soot. And his mother, Akhet, Tyre, is hippopotamus goddess. Soot. Soot has a dog face. The attributes of pre-dynastic Set, was the primordial god of all time, became the attributes of Osiris. Soot was the god of the perfect black. Osiris becomes the black, but perfect black. Soot had a dog face. The dog face was a dog, a black dog with gold ears. Soot becomes Anubis. That's where you get the word soot on, shit on Satan. Sat, Saturn, on, Anubis. Anpu, Ani, Anubis. These are terminologies that's degraded later on to keep you away from, because you're scared of some spook shit out here. And all it means, Satan simply just means melanin.
Yeah, black. Yeah.
The triple blackness of space, of melanin. You see, so you say you know alchemy too? Are you telling me you know alchemy? Because you said there's some shit you know. I just want to know, do you know alchemy? I'll put your motherfucking ass to the test. You need to drop on me with alchemy.
It's not. Alchemy is a science of blackness. The same black magic in which you're speaking, which is not new to 90% of the niggas in this room.
I know you to break down some fucking alchemy. I'm not talking about a basic.
I'm keeping it where you kept it.
I'm not talking about just a basic synonymous thing. You just repeated what I told you at the beginning of the lecture. I told you to break down the concept of alchemy.
Oh, I can break that down for you.
You know, I'm just saying, my point here is,
can I break it down though?
No, I'm just trying to say here, my point here is that particular royal art. You see what I'm saying? The particular royal art. The soot on melanin that they're talking about, the inner aspect, that is the Satan. That is the darkness. You see what I'm saying? That is the darkness. Soot on. Soot, Set, Anubis. Now, going back to the Typhonian region of what we're talking about here is, most of the systems out here, that's been wiped away. The one that is the last survival of the Typhonian realm in the aspect of the black magic that you're trying to deal with is Palo. Now, what you can do as far as all the other magical things, this is a good book called Hermetic Magic. Why I suggest this one by Stephen Edred Flowers, PhD. Hermetic Magic.
What's the author name?
Stephen Flowers. Just put Stephen Flowers, Hermetic Magic. The reason why I suggest this one more than some of the other magical books is because this one is taken from the Evers Papyrus and is coming right out of Hemmitt as the magical text. There's a bigger book on this one here, but he did synthesize, so a lot of the books you're getting is other traditions that they done did some stuff in Europe and came up with some whatever stuff, but this particular one, Hermetic Magic, is one that's coming from the priesthood of Tahuti that was around during the time You see what I'm saying? So, during the time of the ancient aspect, where all you got to do now, although the mystery of this particular thing died for the European and they can't tap into it, now this is the great mystery on how this shit works. You have melanin. You are the gods that has returned for the future. Because inside of your melanin, and melanin is called creative physics. It's always creating. It's change. It's cosmos. It's chaos. Because you are the chaos beings. All you got to do to reactivate this type of stuff that's lining the shelves is, to give you an example, real simple. Let's say they have a thing up in here on, this is one of those on Osiris. See, theology of demonology. See, the word demon is the Christian version of the word called daemon, which is the Greek version, which is the Egyptian version is Amen, Amen, hidden substance. Amen, Amen, Damien, which means one's own genius. Demon. The demons.
He falls in the God, right?
Huh? Well, not only with the demon, but the Damionic reality. The Damian is nothing but the particles of melanin. There's the ancient text called the Goetia. You know, Crawley got the illustrated Goetia. It's supposed to be these demons. Now there's 72 Damians, but there's supposed to be 72 archangels. But there's 72 children of Ptah. Now, Ptah is just a pre-dynastic form of Osiris. Same person. Because you'll see Ptah, Osiris somewhere. You get the word Ptah, and then Osiris, and you get the word Pythagoras. That's Ptah and Osiris. You see. Pythagorean theory, Ptah, Osiris. Pythagoras is the Greek word for Ptah and Osiris, which means just the Osirian theorem. The Amian, or the Damian, which means hidden substance, there's 72 children of Ptah. There's 72 Goetias, which is supposed to be demons or Damians. You get to go. It's called Aleister Crowley Illustrated Goetia. Anybody seen the book? Aleister Crowley's Illustrated Goetia. I'll give you one to get. Give you two of them to get. All you got to do now, you're going to reverse this thing. The 72 Goetias is these demons on the backside of the tree of life called a Kalipoth. The 72 Goetias are nothing but the 72 sons of Ptah, Osiris. The Goetias are supposed to be these entities in which Solomon binds together in his signet ring. The signet ring, or the ring, is the same as the so-called Lord of the Rings. The ring is the pineal gland. He binds, because the pineal gland, if you took this way and you look at a black dot, it's a circle, which represents the pineal gland. But that's the ring that they talk about, a Lord of the Rings forged in hell. Okay. Solomon, which is Sol, which is son. Amen, which is hidden son. What is the hidden son? Amen-Ra, which means hidden son. Amen means hidden and Ra means son. Amen-Ra, the hidden son, is Osiris, hidden in Amenta, the underworld. In this case again, Solomon is Amen-Ra. There was no historical Solomon. They built the temple of Israel. The temple of Israel is the physical body, the temple of Solomon. O Lord, I am black and comely. The 72 Damians are the 72 demons that Solomon binds to do his bidding, is the 72 chakras with inside of the pineal complex, there's 160 of these things. There's 72 within the pineal area. These are demons, Damien's hidden substance, alchemical substances, which is melanin. So Solomon binds the demons with his signet ring, which he binds the demons with his third eye. Now, there's magical text. There's the Goetia of King Solomon. You'll get it. Aleister Crowley's illustrated Goetia.
I spell Goetia.
G-O, let's see, I think that's G-O, let me see how I spell Goetia. Did I put it in what you call it? G-O-A,
G-O-A-T-I-A.
Yeah, that's it. G-O-A-T-I-A. Aleister Crowley's hidden Goetia. The Goetias mean howlings, which is talking about harlots, howlings. It's talking about magical substance or these particular demons of the inner world. Now, listen. The Goetias, if you get Aleister Crowley's illustrated Goetia, which doesn't work for them, that's why they're selling it out here. But I'm going to show you how you're going to do it in a few minutes. And you just have the lineup of those Goetias and whatever little magical text they got in the bag. All you have to do, because you are the gods, and you are the gods that's returned, only thing you got to do with any of these magical texts is somewhere within the magical text, whenever you get these books. Anybody got any books on magic? Yeah, all you got to do, the reason why that shit don't work, somewhere within the magical text, you got to go in and you got to create something that comes out of your head, which is, you are returned to God. So all you got to do is create something that comes out of your head and put it back with the magical text, and it automatically activates the shit. And only you can do it. You get what's coming here?
Yeah.
So in other words, you have to possess that which you profess to communicate.
No, this is what you got to do.
You have to possess it.
You have to possess it, but this is what you have to do.
If you say you're a magician, you have to have magic.
Right.
In order to make yourself efficient.
Efficient.
Or effective.
Effective.
So to be effective, you have to possess that which you profess to communicate.
Communicate. That's
so
good.
If you're trying to communicate something to me, you got to have it. You got to have it yourself.
Right. Now, one of the keys here is this. You're right. They say that if it didn't exist spiritually, you wouldn't be able to think about it. So, there's a whole thing that say never think that your thoughts are not real because you're the first that heard it. You're the first that came up with it. So what happened here is don't think that your shit is not valid because you're the first to come up with it. So in so many words, magically is this. You the God now, right? If ye are gods, then it means if you deal with these magical texts, if you want to do some magic, all you got to do is to think of something out of your head and fuse it in with these texts, and you reactivate it, because what's coming out of your head is the now and the new. And it is the ongoing legacy of these texts that you are bringing back in this particular time. You see what's coming on here?
Yeah. Ideas have energy.
Ideas have energy.
Produce an idea. Even if it's like I want to get a car. You got to think about it first.
Yeah.
Then it manifests itself into something physical.
Right.
Even if you say I'm going to whip somebody's ass. Right. It's a thought, and then it manifests itself into an ass whipping sometimes.
Not only that, every feeling, everything out here that we see in this civilization had to start with what? An idea.
Right. Oh, it's powerful.
Right. So what's happening with this stuff is all dead. Number one, white folks can't do it because they are not, they don't have the ancestral, original genetic makeup of the original man. And most of them don't exist because they don't have souls. The difference between the original sons, they'll tell you that Oprah says celebrating the spirit. Well, everybody got a spirit. Not everybody got a soul. Why you are here is the simple fact you are the original souls, and you are waking up. So that means if you are conscious, see right now, if you're conscious right now, for whatever reason, it means that you're already ready It's just that you got to have the belief system that whenever you tap into this stuff and you put that stuff back in, it can be anything. It don't matter what you think about. Whatever you think of in your mind is adequate. That's usually the shit that works. You see what I'm saying? That's usually the stuff that works. And that's how you reactivate these texts. They're dead, and if you do them verbatim on some stuff like that, really be honest with you, the first thing, everybody needs to build a certain altar in your house. That's the first thing. You build an altar in your house, and that way an altar is a conductor. It's a gateway to another universe, and you pull it in a certain amount of energy. Every race has an altar with white folks, and now us black folks, because we into this Christianity bullshit. You see what I'm saying? They tell you all that's evil. You go to them Asians, they got an altar right in the Chinese shop. So you got to build an altar, because if you don't have an altar in your house directed to a certain, not deity as far as you being the subordinate, but a certain amount of energy that's going to, objective energy that's going to be set for a certain energy to come in your house, like keys and codes, then your house gets to, and your apartment gets to run in the middle of any motherfucking thing. You see what I'm saying? Anything can come up there. Any asshole in the universe, anything can come up there based on the run of the mill. You see what I'm saying? So the first thing is to build an altar. The second thing here is, right now we're so advanced now until you don't need a lot of the technical things. You just got to line up with the right deities, and guess what? You invoke these deities in these magical books where they have the invocations. Really, be honest with you, it should be at the level right now that you don't need all of that stuff they say you gotta need. If you could just invoke, just like that affirmation I gave on Lakshmi. A lot of things, if you just speak it out of your mouth and invoke it, you can bypass a lot of this stuff. A lot of white folks gotta have a lot of this stuff because they're on a certain level. And we used to have a lot of this stuff in the past because the cycles were old, were young. And so we had thousands of years ago, so we had to do a lot of technical work. But now what we are in what is called the Eleusinian period. Eleusius is the other word. Remember in Gladiator they say if you fighting and you see yourself in the fields and the sun is at your face, he said, do not fret. You are in Eleusius and you're already dead. Well, Eleusius is the goddess Demeter, which is the goddess Lakshmi, which is the goddess Heru, which is the goddess Sekhmet. And Demeter is a goddess who goes, when her daughter is snatched into the underworld, she has to go and set up residency in Eleusius outside of the underworld before she could go to the underworld and get the daughter back. Well, Eleusius is a gateway to the underworld, which is the other world to come. What used to be the underworld is the world to come. Now, since the tsunami and since the Venus went across the sun, which ushered in this feminine energy, the gateway to the underworld, has come up to Eleusius. So we're right at the gateway, and in so many words the white boy knows it. We are in what is called a null period where nothing appears the way it seems. We are already pretty much in the other world, and this is leftover residue. It's just that we are still thinking that we are in the world that we are now. But then again, the old methodologies and what you used to do to be successful out here ain't working. That's right.
That's right.
It's not working. And the reason why the old methodologies and what you used to do to stay above water and be successful is not working, because the atmosphere and all of that type of thing has changed. And the tsunami, since that tsunami, we are in what is called the Eleusinian period. We're right at the border of sliding into what is called Universe B. What's that?
I was going to share this. My father, he's a master when it comes to, when I say master, he grew up and he can read the moon. I mean, he can read the moon. And he said after the tsunami, he said it will always, he said Mississippi, it always sets in the north at that time of the year. He said that after tsunami, he said that instead of sitting in the north, it was sitting in the south. You know, so he said there's a whole
shift and a whole gateway, and we're right in the Aleutian period. So what's happening here is we're in an extreme accelerated period. So what it means is what used to take a lot, let's say when these rituals were put down a couple of thousand years ago, you had to go through all of this preparation. That's all wiped out now because you are the ones that's coming back, and you are the ones that's here, and you're the one that's creating this perception line. The only thing you got to do is speak it.
Right.
So the only thing you got to do is take some of these invocations, especially in this Everest papyrus, the Everest papyrus, and speak it. You see what I'm saying? And it automatically appears. But somewhere in the speaking, you got to put your own creation, and the shit reactivates. That's all you got to do. And be chaotic about it.
Open gates for anything though?
Huh?
Won't you be like opening gates for anything to come through? Like anything.
Right. Let me explain. They say nothing to fear but fear itself. The only anything is because you've been trained as anything. So if you got these fears and these spook fears, that's what's going to manifest. If you have fearless, see, what you're dealing with here, you're dealing with commentary and knowledge based on people. It wasn't for them. Now we are the gateways and the stuff. Remember I told you I did half this shit and get mad? Spirit saying you can't damn get the same experience these crackers gonna get with your own energy. You the God now, and once you declare yourself the high entity, like I said, remember I said at the beginning of the thing, see everything is for a reason. I said you can't be subordinate no more. Let me give you an example. About 10 years ago, I'm riding around the country talking about year gods and all this type of thing here, but I was still worshiping these entities on the level that it was above me. My damn apartment shit ended, staying with another motherfucker, the car got hit. All kind of shit was fucked up. I'm like, what the hell going on? I did all this with the guys, and the spirits came back, 1995. The spirits say, oh, we can't help you no more. I said, why? They say, because you one of us now. So if you're going to be one of us, we can't help you in the aspect of a subordinate position. So if you're going to be one of us, you got to be one of us. So what it means is this. It says when Horus is a child, the elementals are his protectors. They look over him when he's a child. When he becomes an adult, they become his servants. It's a chain of command. So I was still looking at them as being subordinate. Oh, please, can you do this and all? When I was supposed to be doing like this. When you roll with your boy, you don't go, or your girl, you don't go, oh, sister so-and-so, so-and-so, or omnipotent being, can you help me so-and-so? You be like, look, motherfucker, we got to be in a place at a certain time. You need to get your goddamn ass over here now. Bitch, you late. Right. I'm saying, you see what I'm saying? These are intelligent. So this is what it's a mindset. It's a mindset. What's happening?
You saying that one that's out of your mouth up though. You said one of the things that's out of your mouth.
Now let me explain what that is. That's a good example. Let me explain what that is. Let me explain what that is. Okay. And that was interesting because what you just said was going to lead into what I was getting ready to tell you about this. Let's say you 10. And no, let's say you got to change that over.
Change it.
Oh, man. I got it.
Can I stop right here?
Yeah, stop. Okay. Now, check this out. Now, what's happening is this. Let's say you're 17 and you go out to party and your mama tell you had your ass back at 12. What they don't tell you is when you turn 18, the house that you living in, based on your grandfather, has left the house to you. And when you turn 18, you ain't got to have your ass back in the house because, motherfucker, it's your house. And they don't tell you that when you turn 18 and you still running in the damn house. And they forgot to tell you that the house is yours. You tell them to get the hell out. Well, it's the same thing with a group of entities. There's a group of entities, which is the gods of creation. They call Yahweh in Hebrew. They call Zeus in Greece. They call Ra in Egypt. That's the demiurge. You gotta go to the coffin text. There's a difference between Ra and Amun-Ra. Amun-Ra means the hidden sun, that's Osiris. Ra is an entity called the demiurge. That's the sun, which is the hologram, which is a subordinate deity. And I'm going to give you an example. You go to the coffin text. The coffin text, there's fragments still left behind. They tell you this story. You can get it in a book called The Daily Life of Egyptian Gods by, I think, a woman called Deatra Meeks, M-E-A-K-S. Just put it. All you need is that last name, Meeks. Daily Life, the only thing you need is the title to The Daily Life of the Egyptian Gods, is the name of the book. And in there, they printed a piece of the coffin text that talks about Ra, that he was old, and he invited the gods to dinner. And when the gods got to dinner, he swallowed them up. Now, you break that down on the metaphysical level of what happened to us is, we were gods, and then we got trapped into the physical realm, and we got covered over into the physical body. So the earth has several variations of existence. We were on one level, and we were these gods that had more access to the universe. Then the vibratory rate slowed down, and we became more and more cased and densed in the physical bodies. And then this brain group over us, which had another intelligence in it, and we started thinking that we were the physical bodies. Well, Ra, in the same story in the coffin text, when he invited the gods to the dinner, and he swallowed them up, it's the same mystery of a demiurge deity that was getting old and didn't want the ones that's coming to rule, and he swallowed them up and bound them and encased them more and more into a physical body and put a physical brain over them. If it wasn't so, another text, Isis or Aset comes and poisons his ass and kills him. That's in one of the texts. That's even in Budge's Osiris books. Osiris, the Egyptian Resurrection by E. Wallace Budge. It's even in that. One of the books you need to get, we talk, is the Dictionary of Ancient Deities. When you look up Isis in there, it's in there. Now, what does that mean? That means that that's a demiurge figure. The demiurge is a group of entities that came and set up this particular creation, botched the job, and had some co-conspirators, and trapped souls in it. Meanwhile, the Great Mother, or the Great Mother had to come in and take the energy of the souls and put the right energy in it. The same story of Prometheus stealing fire from the gods and giving it to man. Or it's also Ptah comes in and he cuts up the choice body parts and the choice meats to put into man and fashion man so man can be God on earth. So on one aspect is being trapped, an entity, these souls being trapped, and the other aspect is there had to be something above this particular creation that had to be filtered in and took a process to manifest so it can clean this creation from the inside out. Now, clean this creation from inside out. The mystery here is those groups of people who trapped us here are called demiurge figures. They're the gods of the creation, and there's a family fight going on. They don't want us to rise. So let me explain to you. You will hear that God loves you. God loves you. And God, he does love you as a human, of the gods. So there's a group of gods that love you as long as you decide to be a human. Whenever you get to the level where you're going to the God level, these certain entities that don't want you to rise will come against you. Well, thus what happened to me. They played tricks with me all through the 90s, and I was able to escape them. I knew what the demiurge was, but I was listening to them in these mystical texts, and they had all these names, Adal, Yahweh, and all these particular ones that were gods of the old that weren't around anymore. And then in 2001, it got so bad, I was making such gains until the motherfuckers had to show up themselves. And it was 4 of them. Legba, Ogun, Shango, and Obatala. And they showed up and they say, look, we don't even like fucking humans in the aspect of, we like you if you stay humble to us, but when you try to rise yourself up, we got problems. So it's a family fight. It's like a group of entities that will play games with you and all this kind of thing. It might give you the best life as a human, but whenever you decide that you want to wake up, then they got problems with that, because that means you coming back to be gods, and the clause is that you are going to rule the heavens. And they don't like that, because their time is up. And now you are the heir to universe B and the omniverse. And they don't like that. Now they're weak and they're feeble. So every now and then they will play tricks on you. But what happened, what was the difference was a flushing out period. I had texts of these so-called enemies to man, the dark side, or whatever that was holding us down, called Zeus or whatever, of these particular beings. But I needed to find out who were the living beings, which I was fooled. Because I was doing rituals to Legba and the Yoruba and the Voodoo. And then it got that, although they were still holding stuff at a minimal, I was gaining. And then what happened was this. I said, well, I'm going to mix the streams. I tapped into the Palo. And when I tapped into the Palo, and it tells you in the book African Ogun. See, let me explain this to you so you understand this, why I'm talking about the Yoruba in this. Because these are the systems that's actually survival. These are the ones that survived. So, when I tapped into the Palo, Ogun and them had to show themselves, who I thought they was on our side. These was entities that had to show themselves, so it got to the point they couldn't hide no more. So all 4 of them, Ogun, Shango, Legba, and Obatala, showed the fuck up. And just straight up told a nigga, we your enemies. And from 2001, most of 2001, I had to fight against these motherfuckers. But since then, they done got so fucking old and dead. Because the world, the underworld, the ones that was dormant, let me explain what's going on here. How this world is going on. What you used to call the underworld, which was dismal, gloomy, and dormant. Since 2001, in 2001, 2002, they started having a series of celebrations and coronations. Now, what used to look like heaven in the other realm, which is supposed to be this magnificent palace that you see in these movies, the Olympians, and all these things, what you would call heaven, the underworld now is a whole other realm that's already done built up. That's already done been built up. You see, since the millennium. That's why they're telling you about the 2012. This shit is going on now. So in so many words, when they came, these entities, they had a last stand and a last holdout that they couldn't fight it because the energy on the inside of us has gone to a certain level. And like I was saying about the DNA, there's a woman that's in Detroit. She works in the lab. She's good friends with Richard King, who was one of the scholars, one of the main scholars on melanin. His book, African Origins of Biological Psychiatry. And in so many words, African Origins of Biological Psychiatry by Richard King. That's the definitive text on melanin. And all. She worked with Richard King, Dr. Richard King, and so she works in a lab in D.C., in Detroit, and she said every day, new DNA, amino acids is popping up on the black DNA. They can monitor this shit. So the white boy can monitor our rise. So this shit that's happening to us is in us now. It's to a level that they can monitor, and so therefore those particular entities of creation, they're already dead. We are the motherfuckers ruling now. We just don't know it because we still thinking we're human. Let me give you another example, what you could be doing. Any kind of healing, because your DNA is mutating on the alchemical level. The melanin is mutating, you becoming new creatures. Whenever you get sick, get up in the morning, go to the bathroom, piss out just a little bit of piss to get the bacteria out, and then piss in a cup and drink your own urine. Because your urine has the alchemical components of the new mutated DNA or the new genetic strain inside of it. But it's like a processing machine. It's dormant, and then when it comes out into the pee, you can re-ingest it, and it can heal you. You see what I'm saying? That's the urinopathy, or what they call the urine therapy and all this type of thing. Huh? You see what I'm saying? And it can, yeah. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do. Okay.
You can't drink like orange juice or something diluted. Y'all, you can bam and it seems like it's good, but it ain't.
No, man, it tastes just like seawater, man. Believe it or not. Once you drink it and all, it's a mental thing. It tastes just like seawater. You know what I'm saying? And not only that, you drink it down, it's going to be gone in a few minutes. It's all a mental thing. What's that?
No, I was going to ask, well, I was going to say that I just had a son and a daughter. My daughter is 2 now, my son is 1. But both of them, their DNA is totally different. They, when they were born, the doctor called it the DeGeorge syndrome. Probably, they say that they're probably missing something out of their DNA, but by you speaking on that, you know, shows that it is something different that's going on, because, you know, they said that my ex and myself, you know, they couldn't find anything within us for the cause.
Yeah, well, you know what? The doctors, they play a funny game, because see what it is because our DNA, look, they had geneticists that came to a genetics conference in 1998. And she said that they can't, our DNA is so different until they got to take another 100 years just to break it down and study it. That's why the Human Genome Project now went to Howard University. And they're telling them they get ready to study 15,000 black people's DNA. Because now what that DNA that they can't understand, they call that junk DNA. And that's the highest level of the melanin that they can't understand. But they will never be able to understand because melanin keeps on changing. Melanin keeps on changing. Now, Venus went across the sun on June the 6th, 2004, 666. When that Venus went across the sun, that represents the return of the Shakti power, the return of the feminine realm. Now, you get the movie called Mist of Avalon. You probably have to get it on DVD. Mist of Avalon. It's called Avalon. It's called Mabagloggin. It's called Eleusis. Whatever it is, it's a mystical realm of the divine feminine. And you can't be let in this particular realm of the divine feminine until you can't be let in there with a patriarchal mindset. A patriarchal mindset. The woman has to be equal, and somewhat she has to be superior. You see what I'm saying? This is no threat to your ego. It's just the way the damn hierarchy goes. You see what I'm saying? She has to be superior. You see, even in the thing with Vishnu, which is the East Indian Heru, they ask him, what in the hell is your power? You Lord of the worlds. Where is your power coming from? The power that makes you Horus, Heru, the Christ. He said, all my power comes from Lakshmi, my feminine half. You see what I'm saying? So in so many words, in order to link back to that particular side, you got to get out of the mold of the patriarchal thinking. There's a realm of Avalon, Lucius, and that's the realm that we are in now. And the reason why if stuff ain't working for you, you got to get out of outmoded systems that is based on the patriarchal system. The patriarchal system is all exclusive. The matriarchal system is all inclusive. You see what I'm saying? Naturally, she gonna include her son. That's a man, but that's shit. That's her number one shit. It's a boy. Now, you can't get more inclusive than that. A mama and her damn boy is better than a mama and her damn daughter. You see what I'm saying? But that's already excluding the male, and that's one of the keys where as it can't, whatever you do in your magical endeavors, it has to involve feminine energy. Because I'm going to show you where this is all going in a few minutes. Because the heart, because you can't fool it. The Miss Avalon, or the realm of this realm, to access this realm that we are in, which is a mentor. You see, the mentor, land of Osiris. But Osiris is worshipped as a mother deity. In order to access that realm, you can't access that realm outside of the female. Everything is perfect right now. You can't do shit without the female at this particular realm. You see what I'm saying? It's pertinent. You see, at this particular realm. Why? Because because inside of your heart is a female deity. That's the goddess Lakshmi. That's why I keep talking about her. She's inside of your heart. And she is the one that has the last say-so of who you are. You see, I thought my soul was. The soul is feminine. The Kundalini energy that is inside of us, the snake, is a feminine energy. You see what I'm saying? It's a feminine energy. So this is one of the keys. If you want to make the magic work, you got to get out of the outmoded shit of this male shit. You see what I'm saying? Why you think the government, who runs that damn rap industry, makes sure it's all about the boys? Right. And all about your homeboys. And the woman is just in some backdrop. As some object. Relegated to the side. It's all about the boys. You see what I'm saying? That's government contrived. You see what I'm saying? Remember now, all of the music before that was black man's relationship to his woman. Right. Barry White. Right. Al Green. Teddy Pendergrass. You understand what I'm saying? It was in relationship to its woman. You see what I'm saying? On that particular level. You see? On that particular level. So, that's one of the aspects. The next aspect now for the magic to work. Because it's real simple. It's not all technical like you think. We're going to get into some of the things you need to do in a few minutes. Is to go to no self. Now, on October the 16th, 2002, I went to no self. And no self is I sat on a chair one night and Bobby Hemmitt disappeared. It was real lonely because I felt very insignificant. And then Bobby Hemmitt disappeared and I was nothing. And that's what you got to get to. But you got to let go all the pre-existing things that got you to this particular point to get to no self. And only till you get to no self, then you become entity. You see what I'm saying? So you become entity. And that's what's happening with the path. On the path, It can only be you. In the end, it can only be one, the Highlander. But they say in the end, it can only be one. It's metaphysical. It means it can only be yourself. But you have to annihilate and neutralize
everything else.
Your prior self, which is your ego, the self that you thought you knew. The social realm around you and the world around you, you have to go to no self. You see. Then once you go to no self, pretty much everything else is pretty easy because your status in the society don't matter no more. Money don't matter no more. And whatever you do don't matter no more. You want to scratch your ass outside. Fuck it! See what I'm saying? Money don't matter no more. Certain things don't matter no more. Because you've gone beyond that particular part. And so, you get the accolades for people who correspond to you to make you feel better. It don't even matter no more. But they say, you know, that's when you got to go back to the mythology. Luke Skywalker, when they told him to go to the Jedi Master, he saw a little man living in a shithole eating stew. He totally misconstrued it. Because he was thinking that the Master is supposed to be omnipotent, sitting on a crown, doing all this kind of thing here. The one that's omnipotent sitting on the crown is not the one in the physical. That's the one in the inner. You got to get to that. That's the royalty. That's the kingdom. The one out here is supposed to be shit. It's supposed to be confused as being nothing. You see what I'm saying? So that's what had to happen when they had to neutralize yourself to the no-self energy. You got to get yourself to no-self. And it's real simple. You just start devaluing everything around you that you think is important. That's why I said one thing about cutting family loose. So they said the whole thing be in the world of the world. Which means this here. So this is what it means. Okay, when we first come into this particular knowledge and information, we want to beat somebody over the head with it. You go to your family, try to tell them about this shit. Your family got a trick for you. Your motherfuckers, you come with all your ass beat over the head. Your family fuck you up every time because niggas just get ignorant on you. Blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? And they get irrational. And illogical. You can't speak to them on this shit. That is so, but because this knowledge and information was not based on you giving it to them. It was based on you learning this particular stuff so your soul can wake up. You see what I'm saying? So the first thing is to go to no self. To go to no self. The next thing here on any magical thing is to recognize the equinoxes and the solstices. You gotta understand the cardinal points. Spring equinox, fall equinox, winter solstice, summer solstice. So the next big thing up is the summer solstice. You see what I'm saying? That's the first aspect of understanding this particular aspect of how you're going to get the magic to work. Okay. Let me go through some other things right quick. You want to get a book called Basic Magic by Phil Cooper. Same one that got the book Magician. You want to read the book because it's going to be one of the most basic forms of magic. Then after you read the book, remember what I said again? You add your own shit and you reactivate it. Okay? Basic Magic by Phil Cooper. Then change the magic, creating your own ritual, adding it to the old ritual, and you reactivate it because it's talking about creative physics. Creative physics. That's why the whole world knows. Follow what them niggas do in America.
Yeah.
Whatever you do in America, they own it. See what I'm saying? They own it. They learned that shit a long time ago. You see what I'm saying? Now, the first thing you want to do in meditation, certain set techniques. One of the techniques is, you go into meditation, you go to the end of the spine, make it look like a little snake tail, all in your mind, a little snake tail. with a tip on the end. You're going to go into meditation. You're going to break the tip off. Then you're going to take these little gold strings, and you're going to take, they're going to come from up at the tip, and they're going to wrap around your spine. Little gold strings, look like guitar strings. And you do one by one, by one, by one, until you do them, until, in the meditation, until you cover your whole spinal column. When you cover your whole spinal column with it, it's going to look like the same Olympic torch. It's a snake, but it's going to look like the same Olympic torch, because the Olympic torch is nothing but the torch that Prometheus stole and gave to man. That's the Kundalini pineal gland. And at the end, you're going to have a beam of light. You see, it could be a fire, or did you see Excalibur? Anybody saw the movie Excalibur? Get that movie. And see Merlin, when it's just like a beam of light. Just let it be a beam of light. It's the lightsaber. All that shit is the same mythology. So you're going to take these gold cards in meditation. You're going to wrap them around your spine. Until when you cover the entire spine in meditation, because in meditation, the biggest thing about meditation is thinking you're doing it wrong. Meditation is creative visualization. Whatever you create up in there, you are actually doing the right thing. So you take these gold cords and you run it up that spine, and then you imagine a light at the top of the spine. Now, this is what happens. Whenever you're out and about to really use your magic, because all this stuff is creative visualization. So you have to love a lot of these techniques you see in the book. It can get confused. Now let's say you out and you someplace and you need to get from point A to point Z and there's somebody standing in your way. Might be some business transaction, might be some nigga that don't want to do right and give you some money. You know what I'm saying? Or give you a loan or whatever. What you do is you take the white light, you pulsate that light out of your pineal gland and you hit him in the face with it. But when you hit them in the face with it, you transfer the thought that you want them to have. And the shit will work.
I had a dream about that.
So you keep this thing, you take the white light, and you just hit them in the face with it. Give an example. So sister sent me a ticket. I supposed to be at a lecture in Detroit. This is about 10 years ago. Sister sent me a ticket. It had somebody else's name on it. But this was before 9/11 and all that, so you could travel a certain way. And the woman was like, nah, it's going to cost you $40 to reactivate this shit. I said, ma'am, I got to be in Detroit in about 2 hours. She said, I'm sorry, old racist cracker. And all I started doing was to take that damn white light and kept hitting her in the face with it until she said, oh, what the hell? Go ahead, put me on the damn light. So you can do this. One sister went to court and was hitting the judge with the white light, and the judge looked like this and said, he said, he went ahead and gave her what she wanted. She was a lawyer. But he gave her what she wanted. And at the end, when she was walking out, he said, we need to talk sometime, sister. It was a white man. But he recognized she was running some stuff on him, hitting him in the head with that beam of white light. You see. Now, you want to get the energy or the pineal gland active. I had a method, but I lost the damn formula, and it took me damn near 10 years to get the shit back. 11 years, no, 9 years. No, it was 10 years to get the damn formula back. And it was 3 vitamins. One of them was L-lysine, which is amino acids, and one was selenium. Third one I lost, which was phenylalanine. So you take L-lysine, phenylalanine, and selenium. Take them 3 vitamins. I used to take those vitamins and my pineal gland would become L-lysine. Just spell it, Ebonics. Yes, the wrong person to spell it.
What about the
Phenylalanine. Phenylalanine.
P-H-E-N-O-L-E.
L-lysine, phenylalanine, and selenium. and selenium. Now, you take those three together, and your pineal gland will really start being active.
These are vitamins?
These are vitamins. There are phenylalanine and L-lysine, amino acid, and selenium is a mineral. And that will start activating the pineal gland. Other techniques. There was a movie called Nostradamus that came out in 1994. Nostradamus, I can't think of this guy. It's a French actor. It's a Nostradamus movie. But in there, he went to a Moor's house there. But although they showed the man as a white man, it was a Moor because he was Islamic. He had all these ancient texts. And so in so many words, they were saying that Nostradamus was trained by this Moor. On NBC News the same year, they showed Nostradamus being followed around with this black man. Anytime you see the black man following around, like the guy Hakeem Bey says, that is never the servant, that's the teacher. You'll see him all through history. You'll see a black man with a turban in the background. Most people think those are servants, those are teachers. Now let me give you another thing on how this goes. In the movie, the Moor tells Nostradamus to clear his visions up. He need to take, he said, nutmeg and another elixir. The guy said nutmeg. He said nutmeg, he said, and other things. So they didn't give the whole system. They didn't give the whole thing. They just said nutmeg. But what it is, you take some nutmeg, some cinnamon, and some honey, and boil it in a tea. And it will clear up your visions. I knew a brother up in New York named Bill Lee. He used to take that nutmeg, and that nigga be on that nutmeg, and we go downtown, and he be talking to these spirits, and be having a ball. So nutmeg, cinnamon, and honey. Now, you boil it into a tea. Put some water, put some nutmeg, some cinnamon, and some honey. You can even put some lemon up in there.
Is this a process, or is this something you have to take for a period of time and then start?
It could. It works different for different people. Okay. The next thing here is the realm of sleep. The first thing you got to do is you can't sleep with nothing electrical on in your room. The electromagnetic waves interfere with the pineal gland and the ability to go into sleep time. Now let me explain what sleep time is. When you regular sleep, your body rests. You rarely go into the dream realm. You get residue, but you don't go into what is called a deep sleep. And the reason why you don't really get a deep sleep, for two things happening. You might wake up several times a night, go to the bathroom, and although you don't remember it because you still be sleepy, your eyes might open a couple of times before you wake up. Each time you wake up like that, you're breaking sleep. That's called fragmented sleep. In order to get to the dream realm where you can get melanin to heal you or to have the visions, you have to go into what is called deep sleep. And deep sleep is the realm where your soul is, and that's your true self. And it can do all the healing. Now, the way to do that here is, remember now, in Hemmitt, pharmaceutical was not bad. Just the white man saying that only pharmaceutical is what the fuck he wants, which makes it bad. But chemistry and pharmaceuticals, we always had mind-altering things. You see what I'm saying? It was done through the realm of alchemy and chemistry. See where I'm coming from here? So now, with the pharmaceutical, the white boys come in because he really needed this because, you know, he has less amount of melanin. So he has a real bad time to sleep. And that's why melanin and sleep is the same. That's why they can take the melanin out of you, make it into a pill, give it to a white man, and he fall asleep. Melatonin. It's melatonin. So, he came up with the shit, diapo tryptamine or whatever this thing is, and in so many words, is what is in Unison, Tylenol, PM, or what they now got is called Simply Sleep. Now, every now and then, in order to get the real juice, you got to go to dream realm. And in order to go to dream realm, you got to jack in. It's like jacking into the matrix with the blue pill. Light blue pill, Simply Sleep, dark blue pill, Unison. Now, don't worry about it because it's Simply Sleep, because they designed it based on melanin. In the book Melatonin, Your Body's Own Wonder Drug, by J.O. Robinson and Henry J. Reader, R-E-A-D-E-R. Henry J. Reader and Joe Robinson. It's called Melatonin, Your Body's Own Wonder Drug. They designed this diapotryptamine or whatever it's called. Anyway, it's Tylenol, Simply Sleep, or Unison. They designed this shit for melanin. The mystery here is, because they needed it, but the mystery here is because we live in a fucked up world. So this is what happens. The less amount of sleep you get, this is the doorway. The least amount of sleep you get, you stay away from the doorway. The more sleep you get, the more and more you go to the doorway. So but you got to get a deep sleep. See, it's not how much sleep you get, but what kind of sleep you get. You'll see that in the movie The Hunger with Catherine Deneuve and David Bowie as vampires. Right, a vampire has to get a certain amount of sleep. That's Osiris. Bram Stoker's Dracula was nothing but the Osirian myth retold. He got it through a dream. And it's second in the world of books. Second only to the King James Version Bible. It's Bram Stoker's Dracula. And that's the Osirian drama. But he has to get a certain amount of sleep. You see what I'm saying? So, when you jack in with the Unison, the closer and closer you get to the wall of sleep, the closer and closer you come to yourself in the particular aspect for healing and in the tap into certain centers that's going to make you stronger magically and spiritually. You getting this? So get you some Unison and jack in on that particular level. Don't worry about, it's a spirit thing. You see what I'm saying? So don't worry about whether it's safe for you. It's going to be safe. Now, when you wake up, you feel a little drowsy, just drink a tall glass of water. But I'm trying to tell you how to get to the dream time, because the dream time is where you're going to get all your particular healing. But what's going to happen here is the electromagnetic shit in your room. You got to unplug everything in your room, even a car, even a fucking clock. You can't have nothing on in the room where you sleep.
You mean turn it off? And
you got to just unplug it from the wall. Because the TV is still on. It's just called standby. Most appliances just be on standby. They're no different than them being still playing when they're off than when they're on. You see what I'm saying? What's that?
Don't you have to, like in psychology, don't you have to get at least 6 hours sleep in order to tap into that REM sleep or that deep
right.
sleep?
It's the same concept. Look. See, these doctors, these motherfuckers don't know nothing when it comes to healing. They can pack symptoms, but they can't heal. That's why every time you see a commercial on new shit they selling, it's got 400 side effects.
Oh, that's so crazy.
Now, the reason why they don't know is because they don't really do nothing. Guess what?
Right.
When you go to a damn doc, let's say you get shot or you almost die, guess what heals you? Sleep. They put you in a damn bed, and basically they charge your ass for fucking sleeping. And that's what heals you. That's the only healing there is. Because the white man, he never could heal. He can heal the symptom, the cause, symptom, but he can never heal the cause. He can cure the symptom, but not the cause. Sleep is what does it. And water. Water is key. Because people die. The number one killer in this country is dehydration.
I thought it was cigarettes.
No, dehydration and sleep deprivation. Not even that, hell. They had a guy, they caught it, they had it in the Bronx. Because they said it's really no telling based on the diet. It's based on your mind. They got a nigga in the Bronx, a black guy in the Bronx, 115 years old. And guess what he was eating? He was eating bread soaked in fatback and 3 gallons of Thunderbird wine a week. And was 117 years old. The one that was 125 years old smoked a pack of cigarettes a day and drank liquor. So obviously it's based on a mind thing because on the other hand, they got people that's got the healthy diet and they do all that and they come down with cancer and all kind of shit. Because number one, the reason why they come down with cancer because they spend their lives worrying about that everything that they eat and around them going to be dangerous, and guess what? The body produces that.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It produces that. You think I'm bullshit? Go out there and see them bums. They've been on the street eating out of trash cans. I know some of them been out there for damn
crack.
10 years, 15 years, and them motherfuckers still walking around. And yet the niggas is all is dying like flies and all kind of cancer. Number one, what's the method to the bum's madness? Number one, they tell you the only motherfucker free around here is a person without responsibility. And because he don't have no responsibility, he's already given up. He don't have no strength. It's in the movie Fight Club. Motherfucker say you got to give the fuck up. Until you give up, you don't get it. And all it was a dialogue between the man and himself. Fight Club. He said, you must remember that God don't even love you. You must give up. You are not your house, your car, and all of those types of things. So it's based on the mind. You see what I'm saying? It's based on the mind. But you got to unplug the shit in your room because it blocks the pineal gland. The other thing that blocks the pineal gland is fluoride, which calcifies and hard the pineal gland. Now, the fluoride. The doorway to the temple is the inner ear nucleus. And in order to get to the inner ear nucleus, you got to tunnel through and you got to start candling out your ears. Anybody ever heard of ear candling?
Yeah.
You got to start candling out your ears because what's affecting the pineal gland from the magic is you got enough, the mucus or the wax is walled up and you got to start candling out your ears. The more you candle out your ears, the more and more you get to the doorway to the inner ear temple. So ear candling is key. Ear candling is key.
You can get somebody else to do it for you?
Yeah.
I tried it.
No, you got to get somebody else to do it until you learn.
Yeah, you can learn the process.
You can learn the process and do it yourself, but you get somebody else to do it and stuff like that. You know, the candles are very expensive. But that's the key. Ear candling. The inner ear nucleus. Do you know what gives sight before sight is the inner ear nucleus? All in the book, African Origins of Biological Psychiatry, Richard King. The inner ear nucleus is the doorway to the temple. That's the doorway to the temple. You see what I'm saying? The inner ear nucleus. So you got to clean out your ears. Now, this is Zarabanda. I'm going to leave the book with him. He's going to make copies of the book. Zarabanda has a gateway, which is a black pot. The pot is a gateway to another universe. Zarabanda, this is Palo Manome. This is more powerful shit left. So you're going to take these signatures, you see what I'm saying, and you're going to build an altar, and you're going to hang these signatures up over an altar. This is what you need. This is the most powerful shit.
That's why we came.
This Palo Manome. Palo Manome. This is the most powerful shit going. But this particular book is out of print. But he's gonna make copies of it and disseminate the book to you. This is the most powerful stuff. Zarabanda, El Cristo Negro, El Cristo Rey, Los Spiritus and Tranquilos, Madre de Agua, Santissima Pedro Iman, Madre de la Luna, San Simon, Francisco Siete Reyes, and Mama Shola. These are the signatures that you're going to make your altar from, but there's also the characteristics that you're going to make your altar from. And then there's an initiation that you're going to initiate yourself into the realm of Zarabanda or Kumbanda. Friday night at 11 a.m., day 1. They got day 2, then they got midnight. So you're going to start on day 1, then you're going to go to midnight, and you're going to just say what they say. Now, they got 3 days, they got 7 days initiation. I just say that you come amongst yourself and be creative and just do it. 1 night would be sufficient for Kumbanda in there. You can do there's 7 days in this thing here, but you can do 3 days if you want. If you don't think so, you think you need 7 days or whatever. But in here is going to be a book, and this book going to break down all of the stuff. Now, fortunately with this, because this is a system that's still in function, you don't have to do much with the creativity. It's already there. Because this is the shit that's working. That's why Kumbanda is why the government got this shit on lockdown. Now this is one of the keys. You don't have to run off and join join some Palo cult or some Palo thing. Those are practitioners, and although they do their work and the magic does work, they're still on the practitioning level, which means they got to be subordinate to Zarabanda and them. What we're talking about is being one with Kumbanda. You see, one with Kumbanda. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so in that particular case, you don't have to join another group. You basically are going to have a personal relationship with your Savior, Jesus Christ. You have a personal relationship with the entities, but it's about like being one with them. You see what I'm saying? And we're one with them. And there's enough rituals in here. I mean, there's tons of shit in here. Escape from the law to make one's nature strong. Cleansing against death. I would suggest laws for divine justice to open the roads to opportunity, wealth, and prosperity. You got a lot of them in here. Only thing I suggest is, when it comes to another black person, because that's what happened with us in a part of our slavery. We started using our own magic, not to fuck up the white man, but to fuck up other black people. You see what I'm saying? Now, me personally, I don't give a damn what you do with the motherfucking crack out there. You do what the hell you want to do. You know what I'm saying? Whenever you think, oh, we all Rainbow Coalition, oh, they doing shit right now. Don't let nobody fool you. They're doing diabolical shit right now. They're getting ready to lump. They're getting ready to say sickle cell and AIDS is one of the goddamn things. They're coming after niggas' ass.
What?
They're getting ready to say sickle cell and AIDS.
As you said already, I'm a doctor of chiropractic. I learned that shit in chiropractic school. It's sickle cell and AIDS are the same damn thing.
The same damn thing.
They come down with strange things.
No. Guess what these motherfuckers, what they just did last week? Last week. They just made AIDS a congressional bill called the African American AIDS and HIV response bill. So they done tied it in Congress. They did it in the Illinois state legislation last week and get ready to sweep the country. So I don't want to hear nothing about this cracker we are the world shit. Right. No, these motherfuckers is, like they said, whenever we sleeping, they working. Yeah. Them motherfuckers is working. It's even like, you heard what happened with Dr. Yard. When the 2 cops, they gave the 2 cops who arrested him, they gave him an award. You know what the 2 cops said? They say, shit, you should be thinking the ADL. They the one that gave us all the information and told us to come after him. The Anti-Defamation League. That's right. This is what the cops said on the damn podium when they was getting their awards. They said, shit, don't celebrate us. You need to thank the ADL. They the motherfuckers gave us all the information. So these crackers is ruling this shit every damn day. Now I will say this about the brother named Clemson Brown up in New York. He said he went to Egypt 15 times. And this might have some reason why they had to lock him on down. Brother Clemson Brown said he went to Egypt 15 times and said every time you go around the monuments, there's an energy you get around the temples and the pyramids. You can't get nowhere else on the planet. Now this is what he did say. He said, I didn't feel that energy again, only when I went down to fucking Eatonton. Now that's what Clemson Brown did, who went 15 years.
Walked around the Black Pyramid.
Right. Now, so that probably is one reason why the ADL in them, but it was the cops said it was the Jews. So my point here is, I would just suggest that it's not really, the reason why I say that here is, it got some stuff to destroy your enemy, but too often we keep thinking our enemy is ourselves. So I, be personal with it, I would suggest that you don't use the magic on other black people. Because we got a tradition of that, with the roots and the voodoo. 90% of what we've been doing since we became slaves is using it on other people. Now the cracker, free reign. You do it. Now, but the mystery here is, and you can, this is one you can do together, is, you can, I'm going to let you do the decide. There's a 7-day period to Kumbanda, but I did it in a night. You see what I'm saying? I did it in a night. To initiate into the missions of Kumbanda. Now, you're supposed to get a black pot. A lot of times it's hard to find the black pots. They started taking them off the market. You can get the small ones, it don't matter. I would suggest that you go to a toy store, especially during Thanksgiving, Halloween, but you still can find it. And they got a plastic black pot. You can just put a metal plate in it, and that will be sufficient. Or just go to any hardware store, any kind of store like Walmart or wherever, and see can you find a cast iron pot. Any kind of cast iron pot. I would suggest that because that pot is a gateway to the Zarabanda universe. To the Zarabanda universe. Kumbanda. It's the most powerful shit on the planet. You see what I'm saying?
That's why the witches use it?
Yeah, the whole pot, yeah, because that was a part of that. But in Europe it's called the Ogun pot. But this is another gateway because Ogun and them it's a family fight. They just represent the Indian images. They don't want to let us go to the next round. But they ain't got no power now. But the Zarabanda pot, that's a different story. So there's Palo Monte, which is a light side, which is still cool. But Palo Manombe, this is the one. And so I'm going to leave the book, this is, like I said, there's only a few, but I'm going to leave this book with him. He's going to go and copy it and stuff like that. It's just only one thing. Just remember that the further you get with this is the further you deal with the heart chakra. So what it means, it just means you got to be true to yourself. You can't lie to yourself about nothing. You understand what I'm saying? Look, you go to the court and you have your attorney. They say this because of magic. They say, no, look, we don't give a damn on whether you're guilty or innocent. That's not our job. Our job is to get you off. But they always tell you, they say, well, it's pertinent that you tell us the truth. Why do they say that? It don't matter whether you're guilty. It's just that they got a certain system that they can use to get you off if you're guilty. Now, if you tell them you're innocent, they might go to the other system, and that particular system might not be enough to get you off. So sometimes they have to know the truth. Well, it's the same thing when it comes to this shit right here. You can't have no ulterior motives. You saw?
5 minutes, 4 minutes.
You can't have no ulterior motives. You see what I'm saying? You got to be, that's what this whole balance thing, you got to be true to yourself. Any ulterior motives, they will say, oh, well, fuck that. You know, and sometimes when you don't have the shit working, it's because you didn't tell the truth to yourself, and you ain't got to do it. Now you're saying, is that subordinate? No, because it's all dealing with your own heart. This is just a system that's one of the most powerful shit to get to it. You see what I'm saying? Some of the most powerful stuff to get to it. That's why you don't hear nothing about Palo. They got all these books. Hardly none. They got one on Paulo Monte, which I still say get the book on Paulo. By Baba Canizares. It's called The Book on Paulo. But this particular one is the one. Now what happened with this book is when I first got it and tapped into it, I put the Yoruba with it and the voodoo and nothing happened. Because I crossed the streams and they had odds with each other. Especially Legba and them, which hold Kumbanda down. And so I do a ritual and I put the shit out there. And I let all the stuff I had on the floor stay down for about a month. So I decided to clean up the living room. And I took up all the stuff, and I took up the Yoruba and the voodoo, because the voodoo is mixed half with what you call it, with Legba in them. And shit started working. Shit just started working overnight. I left them because it was in a black background on my black, one part of the fireplace has got this black tile, and I left them down, and they started working. So they work like that. You can cross the stream with other things, but don't cross the stream with Yoruba. Legba, Ogun, Oshun, Obatala, and don't cross the streams with them. Because they got their equivalent here, which is the underside. So this is the realm of Osiris found. There's even a day of the El Cristo Negro they have on October the 16th every year in Puerto Rico.
So you cross the realm with Egyptian? Like if I said my altar had stuff
You can cross the realm with the kind of ideas, because I'm telling you what works because of the simple fact, like Anubis.
Right.
Anubis is Alabama. Right. You see what I'm saying? El Cristo Negro is Osiris.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
You see, El Cristo Rey is Amun Ra, so you can do that. Okay. You can cross the stream with the Kamite deities. Because the Kamite deities, it was still, most of the deities was based on the underworld and Osiris.
Let me switch tapes. Hey, hold on.
These other techniques here, it's like shortcuts. Because a lot of this is still based on your mindset. You see, it's also shortcuts. So like I said now, going back with this stuff here, all you got to do is just initiate yourself into it. Because everything is based on self-initiation. And initiate yourself into Kumbanda, Palo Manombe, and you pretty much set because you're going to a certain amount of level. So this is the most powerful shit. The reason why I say that because I went through all of it. I'm telling you, they done usurp, these crackers done usurp so much shit. As far as all the magic out of none of that shit, that's why this is not in the stores. And when they put it out, it only stayed out a couple years, and they took this and it's out of print. That's because this is the one that works. This Kumbanda, and when the Kumbanda or the Zarabanda or Apollo, when I hit that Apollo, it was cooking with gas. It works. You see what I'm saying? So, like I said, the little initiation process and all, you know what I'm saying? Now, one of the keys here is you always burn 7-day candles when you're dealing with these things. Now, these motherfuckers here like alcohol. You see what I'm saying? They like alcohol and stuff like that. I'll get into making up the elixir in a few minutes of what you can do. And what's that?
Like, that book is a book, like, dealing with rituals and the basics. Like, could you make up your own, like, rituals?
That's what, yeah, you can make up your own rituals. This one here pretty much works if they tell you what to go do. But you can make up your own. Let's put it this way. You can take the Pantheon. Once you initiate with this, it's like a series, it's a doorway you go through. You can take this Pantheon, which is in the thing. You can take Zarabanda, El Cristo Negro, all the way down to the Pantheon, which is the first page. And from this Pantheon, all you need is the gods. You can make up your own ritual.
So it ain't no limitations of what these different entities can do?
No, but these particular entities, there's 11 of them, and there's 11 cosmic power zones in the body. So in so many words, there's no thing and all, because you got to realize, we are heirs to that kingdom. We have come out of several systems. We've learned a certain amount of information, so we are heirs to that particular kingdom. It's just that you got to understand that the white boy knows that there's the last vestige of power left on the planet. 2 of them. I'm gonna give you the one in a few minutes.
So like Kabbalistic magic, from what I've been reading, it's like very like advanced. It's kind of like more sophisticated.
No, that shit ain't. That shit have the keys and that shit is lost.
Well, that may be true. I'm just saying like that different things that they perform, like far as like invisibility and metamorphosis of the human body, or just like dealing with what I was reading.
Who though? I'm just saying.
What books I've been reading? Like I'm just saying, like a book of.
That's just they just taking the leftover information and putting it out there. Them Jews and them motherfuckers ain't doing shit. The Kabbalah, half of the ones you got, here goes again. Half of the Kabbalistics you get, the Kabbalah, is front side. You very rarely get dark side, which is the Kalippah. So you get day side, which is the Sephirah. The back side of the tree, most of those books never even talk about it that much. You see what I'm saying? They rarely talk about it.
What I'm more like saying, it's like magic work off your imagination. It's like whatever you can imagine, you can do. But
right, but there's only one thing. What I'm saying is the diagram of the Kabbalistic system. It's a good diagram, but the centers of power, the middle of that thing is Daf, which is the third eye, which is the gateway to the backside of the tree. Most Kabbalistic books rarely mention the Kalippah. They merely mention the Kalippah. That's why you don't know nothing about it. That is the tree that's coming. That is the tree that's coming. Now, I can give you the tunnels. It's called the tunnels of Set.
Let me put it like this. Those beings do whatever I imagine for me.
If you want the most powerful shit, is the Kalippah. The Kalippah. The Kalippah, they'll say have these particular demons or these beings that sit on the backside of the tree. But there's one thing. They have a system of the Kalippah. There's 10 spheres in the Kabbalah, right? 10 Sephiroths. The 11th Sephiroth, which is the 11th cosmic power zone, is Daf, which gives you gateway to universe B. They got names of the Kalippah that they know that they've been holding from the people. Even those names don't work. The true names of the Kalippah that's left behind is these 11 deities of the Palo. Backside of the tree. You see, here you go again. Do you know they got more Kabbalahs in the magic section than anything in any of them stores? Half the keys have been lost because the inroads to the backside of the tree is damn near non-existent.
I understand what you're saying about that. What I'm saying is the things they used to do, as far as like the tasks they used to perform with their magic, like
that's defunct because it's on the day side.
Huh?
That's the fuck I'm saying. You can spend your time dealing with it, but ultimately you're just gonna be left out in the cold like everybody else.
I'm not dealing with that. I'm dealing with my own imagination.
Right, but what I'm trying to say here, the centers of the power, because when you're talking about the imagination, when you're talking about the inner worlds, you got to deal with the dark side. The tree, on the back side of the tree is the real power, called the night side of Eden. It's the Kalippah. You see what I'm saying? Most of the Jewish rabbis who was the custodians that got our shit from the Moors to put them down, they never mentioned the Kalippah. Some of the trees don't even come with Daf. Only the magical Kabbalah come with it, but they rarely mention the Kalippah.
I got it. I'm looking at your example. All right. Everything we see right now, once again, is a fact that electrical impulses going through the nervous system and to the brain. Your mind kind of like paints a picture. So it's all like a mental image. Being that it's a mental image, could those beings manipulate this mental image?
Yes, I'm giving you the shortcut. If you deal with the 11, you can get the shortcut. See, there's a long way to do it haphazardly, then there's a shortcut. The shortcut is the 11 cosmic power zones of the backside side of the tree, which is these entities in here. There's 11 of these, so I'm giving you the shortcut that you can work with, because you got 11 entities, which is inside that you have direct relationship to. It's all talking about what it is all talking about the same thing you're talking about. I'm just trying to tell you that the African, the Congo system still has 11 keys, which is the backside of the Kabbalah, or the Kabbalistic tree. The front side is more theory and principle. The backside is the shit that works. You see what I'm saying? Front side will give you a little bit of energy, a little bit of principle. If you want some shit to work, you see what I'm saying? So it's so that's what this is. This is the gate. This is the last gateway is the Apollo on the magic end, and then there's one other gateway which you get ready to get into right now.
Is that the Congo system talking about Apollo?
Yeah.
Okay. Am I hearing Spanish, Hispanic, Latin names for those deities?
Yes.
Okay.
Why?
Santeria, that's what I'm going to ask you in a minute. Santeria uses Christianity, the saints.
The saints and all that.
And Santeria uses the saints from Christianity.
Right.
Paulo are using the saints of deities from Egypt, right?
Right, but this is one of the keys that makes it more magical.
Okay, but we're getting Paulo, we're getting Hispanic or Latin from the Congo.
From the Congo. Let me tell you what it is. Okay. I'll explain exactly what it is. What makes this so powerful is this. The mystery goes in all ancient magic where the East will meet the West. And they talk about the Son of God in the West, the Son of Man in the West. The real magic here with these things, that why they're Latin, and what makes this the more powerful and why the government ain't saying nothing about it, is because half the deities that is in the Latin form is pre-Aztec deities. Jammed in with the goddamn shit from Africa. It's the Olmec shit.
Oh, it's the Olmec shit?
This shit happened here. What's making it so powerful here is the Latin side, what you get. Santissima Muerte, which is a feminine spirit. Let me show you something. Check this shit out here. This is what's going on. La Santissima.
This is the Olmec son?
Check this out. It's a good question you asked, but this is the real thing. And it is what makes it the way it is. Look at this. Santissima Muerte, the beautiful initiation ceremony that is Santissima Muerte. Now check this out. Legendary, the lengthy ceremony calls for 7 days and 7 nights. Now I want to give you the particular part right there. Santissima Muerte, the religion called the making of a saint, the ritual initiation, so and so. Look. The ritual initiation ceremony comes from Vera Cruz in Mexico. Santissima Muerte is the goddess of the ceremony of death. Her powers of historical origin trace back to the pre-Aztec era. What this shit is motherfucking damn Congo and Olmec mixed together. There ain't no Aztec, there ain't no Inca, there's only Olmec.
That's what's up.
That's what you're here for.
That's what
That's what I've been trying to tell him that's all we here.
It's not no, see, all that Inca, you see, if you go to History International, they'll talk about the Inca, they'll talk about the Mayas, they'll talk about the Aztecs. Guess what? There wasn't nothing but the Olmec civilization.
Yeah, I went to the bitch. I seen them pyramids, right, and I seen the gods. They had the big nose.
Big nose and shit.
I say, damn, that's
it's the same motherfuckers built them pyramids. So what you getting here is why they being quiet about this shit. It's just the most powerful because it's the only one that fuses in the Aztec, Olmec, pre-Aztec, which is Olmec. It's the Olmec and the Congo, Africa, fused back in. That's what makes the shit the most powerful.
Sound like Nuwaubian.
See what I'm saying? That's how that shit is. So it's the one that's the true power of that East meets West, which was prophesized.
Egypt in the West?
Egypt in the West. And Olmec and all that shit is fused together. It's Olmec.
In the South of America.
It's Olmec. That's what this shit is about. That's why they keep it quiet about it. Because the Santeria is Catholic saints. You see what I'm saying? Fused in and stuff like that. Yoruba is the African thing, which was never west. And then you got Voodoo. You got Voodoo, but Voodoo don't have this Olmec shit. That's what makes it. Because Voodoo got some Catholic stuff in it. This is what makes this the most powerful. This is the one that come out of Puerto Rico. And that's why we don't have hands on it. All you got to do is initiate and understand the fusion process of the entity that you're dealing with. You see what I'm saying? Santissima Muerte, Santissima Pedra, even those are, although they're Latin terms, you know, based on the area, they come from Olmec, pre-Aztec. That's what you got going on here. Which leads us to, so now you're also going to take it to strengthen your aura. Take a spiritual bath.
To strengthen your aura?
Yes, see, your aura, see, if you strengthen your, most things around you, just like you got feng shui, tells you got to do certain things in your house to get a certain amount of energy. Most things around you is based on your aura not being strong enough, based on you getting hit over the head, bombarded with this negative realm. Right. You want to strengthen and fucked up people. So what you want to do is strengthen your aura. You want to take, the most powerful one is 3 caps of, you might have heard me on the tapes, 3 caps of bleach. 3 caps of bleach.
In the water?
Bath, when you use some bath water. You have 3 caps of bleach, 3 caps of ammonia, 3 caps of vinegar.
That's nothing but a big douche.
3 caps of vinegar, and 3 caps of lemon juice. So 3 caps of ammonia, 3 caps of vinegar, 3 caps of bleach, and 3 caps of lemon juice. Put it in your bath water and a half a cup of sea salt.
3 caps of bleach, 3 caps of ammonia, 3 caps of vinegar, 3 caps of
lemon juice, and a half a cup of sea salt. Put it in your bath, and you burn your candle.
If you survive.
Get in your bathtub, and you burn your, see, it's spiritual. That's why you see, what happens with most people is they can't stop thinking on the spiritual. Just like the brother here, I asked him a question at first. The brother was sitting here, he said, I got to go to work, and I said, could you take off? He said he could, but he didn't. But he didn't understand the magical aspect. Had he taken off, what would have happened when he went back to work? Number one, it wouldn't have been nothing. As a matter of fact, he could have, in this spiritual thing, he could have taken off and didn't even call in. And he could have gone to work yesterday and they wouldn't even have met him. Because when you put spiritual stuff first, you see what I'm saying? But we're still trained to think that our world is carved out is primary and everything else is secondary. You see? You see, so that's why I was saying, I asked the question, well, could you call in? And he said he could. Well, he should have. Because you never take spiritual things and put them second. That's right. Because when you put spiritual things first, guess what? It operates to the point whenever you think some shit is going to be worse in the physical, it always take care of itself. Even better than what you did had you. That's true. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. You see. So now. So now you take that, you burn a candle.
Is there a certain color?
See, you thinking, so you got to think on a God level now. You can't think as what's going to happen physically with a human body by getting in there. Because it's spiritual. You see what I'm saying? It's spiritual.
I'm just saying I know bleach and ammonia ties to the
okay.
See?
I hear you.
Okay. Now, let me explain it to you on the spiritual level so you understand this. Let me explain this on the spiritual level.
Is there a certain color of the candle? No?
Whatever the spirit tells you. Let me explain on the spiritual level. I first said to clean your aura, because your aura can cure any ailment and everything if it's strong. So already, you are already cleaning the mechanism that will ward off those things being toxic. You have to start thinking on this spiritual level. You know what I'm saying? You can get so spiritual that you can walk through this wall. But you can also get fused in this wall halfway and be stuck in this motherfucker. It depends on what mode you doing. Now, you put that, let me give you an example of what I say about this thing, why this works. The Africans got a lot of rituals that they've lost the symbolic reason on why it works. Because the priests had to go underground based on the pillage of Africa. Right. But they still have these rituals. They might not know how they work, but they do. You see what I'm saying? Now, 10 years ago, a guy was getting ready to go to jail. He had a probation officer that hated him, a redneck cracker. So he went to go get a spiritual bath. And the guy said, when you get this bath, when you walk before this man, he won't even, when you walk before this man, he won't even recognize you. So he took the spiritual bath and walked before the probation officer, and the probation officer said, who are you? And that's the end of the story. I said, damn, I wish we had that spiritual bath. 10 years later, the sister, my queen, came into the being, and she had the damn bath. She had the same ritual. That's the one I'm giving you now, about the aura. You see what I'm saying? So you burn a candle, you stay in there at least 15 minutes. After the 15 minutes, no, a minimum of 15 minutes, you stay in there as long as you want. And before you get out, you put your whole head up under that water. And you get out, and you shower off real good. And then after you get through, you take some of the wax from that candle, and you put it on your person like a talisman. That cleans your aura. You don't have to do it every month, but every 2 months you can do it.
Put it on your what?
Put it on your person. You're taking your ball up, you put it in a pouch, and you wear it. You put it on you keep it on you.
Okay.
The wax.
The wax, a little piece from the candle, or something like that. You see, you should only deal with 7-day candles in the glass when you're dealing with magic work, because you're gonna stand to burn down something if you don't. So all other candles are no if they ain't 7-day, because that's safer.
You're not what? 7 days?
7 day in the glass. Never use no candles outside of that glass. You know what the glass candles are? That's in the glass. Make sure it's in the glass. Stand to burn down your house. Now, because we're in this particular realm, this Mayati and Lakshmi realm, get the book Mayat Magic by Nima. Mayat Magic by Nima. And read that book. Read that book. After you get through reading that book, just remember, you got to put some of your own spells in it. You got that. How you reactivate it. Create some of your own when you're doing the ritual in it. But it's a good book, Mayat Magic by Nima. Nima. N-E-M-A. Nima. But put something else in it and you can activate that particular, what you call it. To understand these two sides, because remember now, Zeus went together with the Titan. The Titans are pre-cosmic deities, pre-creation deities. Zeus went to war with them and defeated them and burnt them up and then took their ashes and turned it into humans. So that's the melanin, ash, carbon. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, which is carbon, which is the basis of melanin. We are carbon beings. White folks are carbon-based beings. We are carbon beings. You see what I'm saying?
It's said to come off a match.
Yeah, you take a match and strap it and put it on this wall, you'll see that soot. But that soot is the melanin is being produced from one little small little light particle is down in your gastrointestinal tract. It's producing that soot, the melanin inside of your central nervous system. That is your soul. That's what makes the inner melanin. Your soul is an invisible particle light, and although it's invisible, it's no different than the same fire that's throughout the universe or in the suns. And that's what's producing that black soot. Soot. Yeah. Melanin. Now, melanin. The key here is, the Titans were burned up and made into humans. So you want to get any mythology book. Get these good books and read these books, because you're going to find out the mythology. I know for a fact when you get to a certain level of spirituality, the only thing you can read is mythology. One book you got to have is the Dictionary of Ancient Deities, but you want to get a mythology book. Any good mythology book. Let's see that I put this book up here. You see.
You have Dictionary of Ancient Deities on it.
Yeah, but there's another book called, that she put it up there. It's very key. One is called The World of Myth. One is called The World of Myth by David Adams Leeming. The World of Myth. I don't think the sister who put this together, I don't think she put that up there. By David Adams Leeming. The World of Myth. That's the one you want to get to give you several mythology as well as parallel myths by Richard Birrell. Richard Birrell. Don't ask me how to spell it. This is called parallel myths. Mythology is key. Because you're going to find out as you get to a certain level, the stuff that's done by the later human minds can't coincide with what you're feeling, and a lot of times you're going to have to go back to these myths. Mythology is the most advanced shit on the planet. It is the only thing that you can read 1 year and go back 2 years later and it means something totally different. By it being written by what is called a pre-human intelligence. By it being written by the gods, you can read it all your life. So mythology is key.
So
David Adams Leeming, L-E-A-M-I-N-G. David Adams Leeming. It's called The World of Myth. You see. Then he got another one called Mythology, The Journey of the Hero. Get both of those. It's 2 books. The World of Myth by David Adams Leeming. And then Mythology, The Journey of the Hero. It's pertinent that you really want to tap into this stuff to find out what's really going is you read mythology. See, I didn't know. There was a white boy back in the 80s who getting a PhD. That's what comic later on is. Yeah. White boy back in the 80s was getting a PhD in mythology. And I said, this motherfucker's out of his mind. Until I started reading mythology, shit, mythology is very advanced. But why you think a white boy, why you think white folks go and get PhDs in mythology? They ain't just stories. The mythology is the basis behind all the religions. Because what you call modern day religions is nothing but the same mythology, historicalized.
Right, like when you go on the Barnes & Noble, look at the mythology section, religious section, it's the same stories, but these are old.
Yeah. But the mythology section is more powerful because you understand them as principles that can be applied to you and what you're going through now. Because a lot of it is prophetic than some old religious shit, which is more moral behavior. Don't bump into this. So that's very key. Now the book you need to get, another book is called the Shakti Mantras. The Shakti Mantras, very key, because there's mantras in there that you can say to the goddesses. And they open up stuff, and there's a whole shit on Lakshmi up in there. Shakti, S-H-I-T-I, Shakti Mantras.
S-H-I-T-I.
You'll see, S-H-A-T-I, Shakti Mantras. By Thomas Ashley Farrand. F-A-R-R-A-N-D. Thomas Ashley Farrand. Very key. Because you're going to find out before the gods, before the mythology and stuff was male, it was all female in the pre-dynastic world. And the only thing that survived is those pre-dynastic deities is over in India. They're called the 10 Mahapadayas. But they are these primal mothers, and they got mantras to them. Durga, Kali, Lakshmi, Parvati, Lalita, several of them. But it's called the Shakti Mantra. That's a very powerful book. Because the ones over in India, those entities are still alive. Because they never stopped worshiping them. The chakras, yeah. It's called the Shakti Mantras. That's the book you want to get. Thomas Ashley Farrand. And they got mantras that you can say to get you what you want. Money, this type of thing. You want your nation to rise or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Now, any music from dead folks, Jimi Hendrix, Tupac, Biggie, Marvin Gaye, Barry White, anytime they cross over, that music is very powerful. Very powerful. Now, any music, now, you want to get the Gladiator soundtrack to do some rituals with. Any ritual you make up, get the Gladiator soundtrack. That shit is, they really like that shit. The Gladiator soundtrack. It's got some shit in there. Because remember now, the Gladiator is a degraded form that the Romans put in from the original Etruscan thing of the Olympics and the aspect of the gods. So whatever the energy was when they put that movie together, that Gladiator soundtrack is real good. There's another thing to do rituals. It's a CD called Gabriel Roth, R-O-T-H. Gabriel Roth. It's called Totem. Real powerful shit. Gabriel Roth, Totem. Now, for the Hemmitt thing, there's 3 CDs. One is called, his name is Phil Thornton. 3 CDs.
Phil Thornton?
Phil Thornton. They went back and they studied and found out how that music, what music would sound like. And part of the stuff you get with belly dancing and the stuff you get with the Islamic stuff, that's some stuff that came out of Hemmit. But it's called Phil Thornton. The name of one of the tapes is Eternal Egypt. The next tape is Immortal Egypt. And the new tape is called Enchanted Egypt. So Eternal Egypt, Immortal Egypt, and Enchanted Egypt. Very key on the Kemetic thing is that particular music to do some rituals with. Immortal Egypt, Eternal Egypt, and Enchanted Egypt. You see what I'm saying? And Enchanted Egypt. Phil Thornton, get some of that music. It's real powerful. Another one to meditate on is called the Tibetan Bells. Get the Tibetan Bells to meditate with. Then you want to deal with some East Indian stuff, because that's a lot of the Lakshmi energy, and Shiva and Vishnu. You need to get a guy by the name of J-A-I, that's his first name, Ja Uttal. The last name is U-T-T-A-L. J-A-I, first name, U-T-T-A-L, Uttal, the last name, and the Pagan Love Orchestra.
The Pagan Love Orchestra?
It's Ja Uttal and the Pagan Love Orchestra. And the name of the latest tape is called Shiva Station. Good music that you could also access that's dealing with the whole, some of that stuff that's still alive up in there where you're going to get the Shakti mantras thing. Then there's one called Bombay Beats, which they're the mutant Pagan Love Orchestra. Then there's one called Bombay Beats. That's one where they mixed in that East Indian sound with the beats. Just like the Beatles and all them in the 60s mixed that East Indian sound in and stuff. You see what I'm saying? With their stuff. Well, now they took some beat shit. That's all basically what Jay-Z and your girl Missy Elliott and a couple of them was dealing with. Even Timberland and even the last what's the girl name?
Rakim?
No, to do all the sex shit. Little Kim album. Yeah. She mixed some of that stuff in, and the Timberland stuff. That's all that whole. That's that whole East Indian thing. There's one called Bombay Beats also. There's some stuff also. I don't know the name of it. It's just sometimes you can still get it. Bombay Beats. How you can still access some of this stuff here is you can just go to Tower Records might have it, or you can go to like these metaphysical bookstores like Phoenix and the Dragon or the Hoot Owl, and they'll either have them in store or they can order them from New Leaf, the metaphysical book company, and in like 2 days. Another book, Get Paxed with the Devil. Very key, because you're going to find out in the magical system of Paxed with the Devil, what you thinking is ironic, by Jason Black and Lon, L-O-N, Milo Duquette. S. Jason Black and Lon Milo Duquette. Paxed with the Devil. And then when you go in there, you'll find out that most of the shit you're talking about is African ritual. That's what the Paxed with the Devil is. Just the white man trying to keep you from your shit.
Exactly.
Like this Palo stuff. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was reading a book about Tracy Gray's The Devil.
Tracy Gray, yeah. That yeah.
That was a good book, too.
You see. Now,
who's the author of that book?
S. Jason Black, Lon Milo Duquette. Now, trust me, when you get the tape back, there's more going on then you can actually comprehend. I mean, not comprehend, you can take in. Because I'm just steady talking. When you study the tape, it'll be a lot of shit up in there.
Yeah.
Because you see, spirit, you add shit. Now, check this out.
That's true.
Dream interpretation. Very key magically. There's a little simple book you can get called Dreams and What They Mean to You. A little $6, $7 book, little $6 book, paperback book. Dreams and What They Mean to You. By Magene, M-I-G-E-N-E, Gonzalez, G-O-N-Z-A-L-E-Z, Whippler, W-I-P-P-L-E-R, Magene Gonzalez Whippler, Dreams and What They Mean to You. You see what I'm saying? That's a book to get. Because you might dream of a black bird, it'll tell you. You might dream of a cat, it might tell you. You see what I'm saying? The next stage to tap into psychic energy, two things that happen when people's psychics start coming on. There's a series of yes and no questions come. And then after the yes and no questions, you'll start hearing voices, but the voices are not going to come. When they first come, they're going to come like a thought voice.
Sounds like yourself, right?
It sounds like yourself. Okay. Then you'll actually start hearing voices later on. So the yes and no questions are the one. That is key that you get a pendulum. A pendulum. Buy you a pendulum. And you ask the pendulum yes and no questions. And if it swing one way, that's yes. Swing the other way, that's no. So what you do is now, let's say if you ask Zarabanda, you don't want to just ask the pendulum, because guess what? The universe got all kind of assholes out here. And if you just ask it like that with the universe, never say the universe going to take care of me, or the universe this and the universe that. The universe houses all kind of fucked up beings. So you got to be specific. So when you got the pendulum, and you asking the pendulum something, make sure you direct it to a deity that's on your side. So you say Zarabanda, and ask the deity. You see what I'm saying? The deity that's on your side.
How do you know which deities are on your side?
Well, I'm giving you the ones right here with the Apollo.
Oh.
They on, and a lot of the Egyptian deities, if the energy is still around, you see what I'm saying, and stuff like that, and all, and if you look in all you got to do in the voodoo thing, especially if you get a book called Voodoo Visions, or go and get the book Nuwaubian Voodoo Tarot Deck, which has a big, nice book in it, and look at the ones that's the graveyard deities, or what they call Guade, or Gade, which is Papa Gade or Papa Guade, which is one over the underworld or the nether world. Anything you do with the graveyard deities, that's our shit. That's our ancestors, that's our energy. Other than the leg bond in that sit over that shit too. So, you ask, anything you can ask certain questions, but you ask the question and they'll give you yes and no at first. Based on the way the pendulum. You'll know, first you do is you ask the pendulum to swing a certain way to give you yes. It'll swing that way in your hand. Then you ask the pendulum to swing a certain way to give you no. And then so you establish which polarity is going to give you yes and no at the pendulum. And then you start asking the question, say, Zarabanda, so-and-so, so-and-so, what happened? It'll tell you all the mundane shit that's going on. Like, this motherfucker fucked over you or something. It'll do that. And after a course of you asking the pendulum, then the yes and no questions will start coming in thought form, and then they'll start talking to you. Most sisters, you can just go in and ask Zarabanda, and they'll just come and open you up. It's easier for a sister to get to the other side than a lot of brothers. Because we got a lot of rational behavior about us, logic, rational, and left brain thinking. The sister's right brain more feeling, so she has more intuitive thing to get to it. But you can all channel, and the first level of that gets you a pendulum if you really want to just know information, or at least yes and no, right and wrong. So you ask a series of questions. That's one of the first ways, the gateway for the psychic level.
Can you do that with stones as well?
Yeah, any kind of divination, but right now, any kind of divination is good, but for short response. Get the pendulum. Give me the tarot card. Let me give you another one with the tarot card.
What can you buy the pendulum from? Magic store? Or
Like I said, Hoot Owl sells them.
Hoot Owl? It's called Hoot Owl?
Hoot Owl, Crystal Blue,
Oh, yeah, Crystal Blue.
you know, little 5-point sells them.
Okay.
A lot of people sell. Any metaphysical bookstore sells pendulums.
You probably seen them with just this.
Yeah.
Seen them on TV.
Yeah. You see.
Oh, okay.
It's like
Yeah.
when you hold it in your hand. Just ask you questions and it'll...
Yeah.
Okay, now
Yeah.
ask the question. We can see.
Right.
You can pass.
Yeah. Now let me show you this. Now this is okay. The tarot card. Most people think the tarot card is used for just divination, but it's a whole other mystery system within it if you just study the tarot. That's why I get the book, the one by Alain Milo Duquette, Understanding Alice Crawley Tarot. That's one of the newer ones because his. You know. Let me show you a fast way to read. At the bottom you will see trumps, which will be your major arcana. It's called trumps. Called trumps, which is your major arcana. It's 22 major arcana and I don't know how many. Damn,
22 major, 52 minor.
52 minor. Now, this is a fast way to read. There's different ways. So you take your major arcana, which is your major cards. That's Horus right there. That's your major arcana. Trumps. Then you take one of the minor arcana, in this case it's cups. So your cups going to be your no answers, and your major arcana going to be your yes answers. This is a short way from the deck to read. And you take one and you shuffle them, and if you ask the question, if the trumps come up, then it's yes, trumps. If the cups come up, then it's no. That's a fast way to do it. You see, you take the major arcana as yes, and then any cups, discs, wands, you take 3 of them, and you do it that way, and shuffle them. And that's a yes and no divination system, other than the other tarot thing. You see what I'm saying? But that's just a fast way to do it. That's a fast way. Candles are very important, because the flame in the candle is the gods are the flames. So if you're in a house, we keep 7 burning at all, we keep 5 burning at all times. You really don't need but 2 for Apollo, because 2 represents 11. 11 cosmic power zones. 2 is sufficient. You can use more if you want to, but 2 is sufficient. You see what I'm saying? 2 is sufficient. So now, to start off with this thing, to make this magic work, what you're going to do is this. In the mystery school, they had a play, so all that shit come out of Egypt. The plays, and later on, they attributed to Greece, and then Shakespeare and all that old bullshit. All that shit came out of Hemmitt and in the mystery schools. So one of the mystery schools, because we are now in the Eleusinian period, one of the mystery schools, they had an Isis and Osiris play called The Rites of the Lucius. Brought up in the Moors by the Spain. It was brought up in Spain by the Moors. And later on, the cult societies, like the Golden Dawn societies, got a hold of these texts. So Aleister Crowley, in the early 1900s, got a hold of something called the Rites of the Lucius. He took it on the damn road to Cambridge, Oxford, and all these colleges. And he was doing these plays. And as a result, it started putting people in altered states of consciousness. Altered states of consciousness. So then they banned this shit in England. But the play comes from Hemmit. It's one of the few plays that's left behind in Hemmit. Now the book, Rites of the Lucius by Crowley, used to cost about $90 for the damn book. One of the keys here is Alain Milo Duquette just came out with a little, I think his book is like $16 or maybe $19 now. The book Magic of the Lemma, which is the magical system of Aleister Crowley. And in the back of the book, he reprinted the ancient Egyptian text in a modified version of the Rites of the Lucius. They call it Magic of the Lemma by Alain Milo Duquette, L-O-N Milo, M-I-L-O, M-I-L-O, and Duquette. Juan Malo Duquette, Magic of the Lemma. But in the book came out 10 years ago. The new revised version that came out last year, 2003, 2004, has it has a modified version of that Rites of Lucius. Here again, get that shit and perform it. And sometimes performing is just saying it out loud. Add a few of your little ideas up in there, and you can go into altered states of consciousness. That's an ancient text that survived, the Rites of Lucius. You're going to find a lot of the ancient texts that survive in this book, Hermetic Magic, if you put your own magic to it. See, if you put your own magic to it. You know, Jimi Hendrix, his music used to put people in altered states of consciousness. You see, a lot of people now to this day, when they hear Jimi Hendrix, he come to them. You see, that's why they had to take him out. You see what I'm saying? Put people in altered states of consciousness. You see what I'm saying? So this Lucius thing that we're talking about, that's the realm we in. There's a book called the Mysteries of the Dark Moon. I can't think of an author. All you need is the Mysteries of the Dark Moon. And read up on Lucius. And it's all this stuff about the goddesses and stuff like that. We're now in a Lucius. You see what I'm saying? We're now in a Lucius in this particular aspect. Let's go into a question and answer right quick. To get the ball rolling on some other things. Now, these pictures here are going to bring, this is Maya. It's got Heru, it's got Anubis, so it's got all the deities. In Hemmitt, every year, they used to marry these two temples together. The temple of Dendera, the temple of Heru at Dendera, and the temple of Horus at Edfu. And they used to marry these two temples together. So you need to put these temples side by side and it'll produce a certain image. Now, we went to an Egyptian exhibit they had at the museum up here this summer, at the High Museum, past summer. And they had a little picture of a doorway of a priestess of Heru. And in the headphones, they mentioned that you're supposed to look into the doorway, because the doorway was walled up, but the doorway was not made to go through physically, but to go through astrally. And we looked into the doorway, and imagine ourselves going into it, and then all kind of shit started happening. We started cleaning out. And all kind of stuff started happening. So I asked the spirit, look, we need that fucking doorway. And he said, damn it, you had the doorway for years. It's just that now Heru is Venus. It's just that the doorway wasn't activated until June 666, June the 6th, 2004. So now she said the doorway, this temple of Dendera right here is a black doorway. And if you take this and encase this particular thing on the wall, you can either mount it on the wall. It don't have to have, see, mounting, you can do several ways with art. You can put it on the wall, that's art. You can mount it on the wall by putting a banner around it without glass, that's art. Or you can encase it in glass. The key is to stare into the doorway. Or blow it up a little bit. Stare into the doorway. And imagine yourself going through it astrally. And as a result, you will get the healing properties of Heru Venus. You see what I'm saying? But don't carry nothing with you. Got to be heart chakra thing. You see what I'm saying? And imagine yourself in this doorway, you will get certain things. Or you put these two together, and it produce a certain energy of the male and female marriage of Heru and Heru. Heru and Heteru. This another one here is to meditate on the Sri Yantra. And these diagrams will bring forth certain amount of cosmic awareness. But this is the most advanced yantra, and later on called mandalas in Tibet. But this is one of the original ones. This is the most supreme one. If you unlock it, if you unlock it. These certain pictures here, this is another one of Lakshmi, which is the one that showed up. So when Venus came, we knew it could have been Ishtar, Venus, Aphrodite, Heru and an Urzuli that was going to come as a goddess. In this particular case, it was her East Indian form, Lakshmi, that showed up. So this is the one that's the energy now that's permeating. And this is not but another form of Heru. I gave you the original pictures of her at the temple of Hemmitt in Egypt. And then also, like I said, this is the zodiac that's in the top of Vendera. So you display all of these and you get a whole aspect of the particular temple. Get an aspect of the temple too. The other thing is this motherfucker right here who is Kali, which is the power. This is the power behind the tsunami. It's energy. So if you really want her for protection, align yourself up with her as your co-pilot. Kali. She is the most terrible goddess and one access. This is the original one where Satan comes from, her and Tiamat. Before it was a male thing, it was Tiamat and Kali in India. What's that?
Is Kali related to the Kali stick fighting arts in the Philippines, you know?
Yes. The reason why it is related because the Filipinos come by origin of India, Indonesia, on into the Philippines, all that stuff. All of that, because you know, they're real dark people. The Vietnamese and all of that. So all of that stuff that comes out of that, it's a trail of that. So yeah. Yeah.
Isn't Kali the bringer of death?
Yes, the bringer of death and destruction. She's Lilith in Hebrew, Sekhmet in Kemet, or a combination of Sekhmet and Hathor. Because if you get the book, two books, you can read the story of the destruction of mankind to understand these images. Destruction of mankind is in Budge's book, From Fetish to God in Ancient Egypt. In the back of the book, they have these texts. Or the book, The Legend of the Gods in Ancient Egypt by Budge, E. Wallace Budge. And in those texts and stuff, they talk about the destruction of mankind, where these gods, these people conspired to take out God or take out Amun-Ra. And Hathor comes to destroy these evil beings, and later on it turns into Sekhmet destroying them. So actually, there's a twofold system of the same energies. The last frontier of magic is sexual magic. It's sexual magic, tantric magic. Tantric magic is for you to hold out enough for the sister to get a certain amount of orgasms. She can get a certain amount of orgasms. There's a ray of light that come on around you and the sister, and you both get the energy around that ray of light. But the key is to hold out until she get that particular orgasm. Now, if you start at a certain point, there's the book Sexual Alchemy. There's one in here. There's one I got on here, Donald Tyson. A Modern Sex Magic, Donald Michael Craig, which is excellent. And then one of the definitive texts is Tantra, the Cult of the Feminine by Andre von Leisbeth. And once she gets a certain amount of energy, especially in that book, Andre von Leisbeth, he documents it. There's a certain energy that comes around both of you all, and you can create what you want. Let's say you want a certain amount of energy, create a certain amount of thing for the community, for the job, or your job, or whatever you want to do, to manipulate this physical down here. You can do it in the tantric level, or you and your woman seeing eye to eye when you bumping and grinding, and you both getting a certain amount of orgasms.
That was in that movie, Revelation. You ever seen
Yeah.
that? You seen that?
I saw that, yeah.
They were trying to bring in Christ.
Yeah, and that's one of the things on this tantric level. In the bedroom, so other than the Palo, which is the last Olmec, Olmec Congo, the last gateway of magic that's left is the tantric level. The key here is if you start practicing on not having an orgasm. Now, first of all, the men, just do this. If you're having sex, if you can bring your woman to an orgasm before you nut, get up. That should be the end of the sex. Because you want to get into a practice of not ejaculating. Ejaculation should not be the object. After about a couple of weeks, couple of months, maybe a year, you'll start orgasming instead of ejaculation. It's just a lot of you don't know what orgasm is. Orgasm is a series of spasms that when you really get into it, it's just as good as an ejaculation. So and you can have more of them. So if you can, so my point is, the first thing to do is to, if your woman can have an orgasm before you nut, then you get up after she has the orgasm. First of all, I know it's a tough one because what you're going to find out is this stuff. This is what you're going to find out. After a couple of months, then ejaculation is going to be a letdown. Once you start to reverse it, ejaculate, when you nut, be like, oh, fuck, I done damn nutted.
Oh, wheat and drain. Fucking waste. Yeah. So you drain all your energy.
So you get into a thing, and after a while, the centrifugal force will reverse, and you can go longer and longer without doing it. You see what I'm saying? One way is simply you let her sit on top of you so the gravity keeps the vagina, keeps the energy down to a certain point. You see what I'm saying? And you just work with it over the course of the year. You're going to have some fuck-ups on this one. But over the course of the year, you'll start orgasming. You see what I'm saying? And the more you hold, the more and more you learn how to not ejaculate, the more and more energy you're going to create, because you're going to give her time to have a certain amount of orgasms. And when you start having them, then you start creating a real deal magic. So a lot of this magical system, the most powerful, the most ancient, is the only one that's left behind now, is the tantric. That's the powerful one, you see. And the first step of a lot of stuff with the tantric is not as complex as some of these books make it out. The first step is the man to stop, to learn how to prolong his ejaculation. So if you can get up, believe me, it's psychological.